Chapter 1. Lorenzo. "Happy birthday!" A chorus of cheers erupted. I raised my glass to toast my enemy's son as I let my gaze run over the young man's body. I'd only seen Nikolai one other time, and he hadn't been able to hide his attraction to me then. He'd been stunning at 18, but the man he'd grown into was so beautiful he took my breath away. He was lean, with long limbs and blonde hair that came down to his shoulders, giving him an ethereal look. When he noticed me staring at him, his eyes widened. He betrayed his interest by giving me a once-over before looking away. I could have him if I wanted to. I doubted he'd protest much despite his father's attempts to make him straight and keep him away from men like me. I'd been so fucking well-behaved since I'd gotten out of prison. I'd sworn I wouldn't let my desire for a man get me in trouble again, but I couldn't stop watching Nikolai and wondering what it would be like to corner him. To feel his rapid pulse under my hand. To know he was frightened, but also turned on. Would his hair feel as silly as it looked? Would he look as beautiful as I imagined when he was lying under me, flushed with need and begging for more? Leave him alone. I heard the words in my cousin Remington's voice. It was his fault I was here, celebrating Nikolai's 21st birthday. With the exception of Nikolai himself, I'd happily kill every man in this room simply for being friendly with his father. The years I'd spent in prison were thanks in part to Dmitri, and I wasn't about to forget that. No matter how much Remington and the rest of the Theriot family wanted me to temporarily make nice with the Russians. So I was here in a gesture of goodwill, celebrating Nikolai, when all I wanted to do was choke the life out of Dmitri. But if I couldn't do that, I could salvage the evening by bending Nikolai over and fucking him senseless, though it was nearly as dangerous an option. Dmitri raised his glass once more, and the chatter stopped as the men and women in the room focused on him again. "I have more good news to share with everyone. Andrei Ivanov's youngest daughter has accepted my son's offer of marriage. They will be wed next week." I noted that Elena's name didn't even make it into the announcement. Not that it mattered to most of the men here. She was a commodity, just like Nikolai. There were several gasps of surprise from people who'd not learned as well as I had to keep their emotions locked down. Remington had heard rumors about an alliance between Dmitri and Ivanov, so I wasn't as shocked as some of the other guests clearly were. But I was pissed off. Dmitri was a bottom feeder in his family, and I didn't want him climbing the ladder. Remington didn't like this alliance any more than I did. He was determined to prevent the Ivanovs and the Kozlovs, Dmitri's mother's family, from consolidating power, especially without them making concessions to him first. Whispers echoed through the room as Dmitri continued on about what a great alliance this would be, but I watched Nikolai. He didn't look excited about the marriage. He looked pale and frightened, which only made me want him more. Dmitri's son, under my control, afraid of what I would do to him, scared of how I was making him feel. Dmitri could pretend Nico wanted this marriage, but I was certain Nikolai was far more interested in me than he was in this young woman. He'd practically salivated as he stared at me when we'd met several years ago. He'd followed me around, offering to get anything I'd needed. There were many things I'd needed from him, but I wasn't stupid enough to take them then. Now he was older, and I was feeling reckless. Nothing had gone as planned for the last few years. I was tired of Remington's control over my branch of the family, and it had been far too long since I'd sought out a man who could truly satisfy my need to dominate. Once we'd all drunk to Nikolai's upcoming nuptials, Dmitri encouraged us all to mingle again. My sensible side, the one that had kept me alive since I'd gotten out of prison, told me to walk away. But my feet carried me straight toward Nikolai. He saw me coming and took a step back. I was sure his heart was racing. His instincts were likely telling him I was a predator and he needed to run. But he was trapped. He looked from one side to the other as if searching for someone to save him from me, but his father had walked away. Nico was nothing but an asset to him, and the last thing Dmitri cared about was his comfort. Congratulations. I lifted my now empty glass of champagne. Thank you. His chest was rising and falling rapidly. He seemed unable to catch his breath. I wanted to keep moving forward until he was backed against the wall. I wanted to hold him down, taste him, mark his smooth, pale skin. But I found the self-control to remain in front of him, watching his panic. Could I get you more champagne? He asked, his voice shaking. No. Something else to drink? I didn't think your cum was an acceptable answer, so I shook my head. Are you excited about your wedding? Nico looked down and licked his lips. Or would you rather stay free longer? He looked up, frowning. Free? I've never been free. His eyes widened. He must have realized he shouldn't have said that. Not to an enemy. But I knew Dmitri had controlled every moment of his life, and once he was married, Alina's father would control and probably abuse him. There was no true freedom in families like ours. Though I could make him feel free for a fleeting moment if I had him in bed, I'd make him feel like nothing else existed. I'd give him whatever he needed to let go for just a night. I shook my head as if I could banish those thoughts. I wasn't here to make Nikolai or anyone else in his family feel good. I was here to punish them, to find a way to break the alliance between his family and Ivanov, to get my revenge one way or another. Right now, fucking Dmitri's son a week before his wedding felt like a damn good start. Ignore that. I'll be fine. He was clearly trying to convince himself. I like a man who speaks the truth. It's so unusual in our world. He huffed. What do you know about my world? Fuck. My cock swelled at his show of defiance. Would he fight me if I dragged him away somewhere private? Would he speak the truth then? He might want to think I didn't really know who or what he was, but I'd seen the way he looked at me. Anyone could see there was lust mixed with fear in his eyes. I know everything. Our families share many of the same characteristics, and I know a lot about you. Why you were sent away with your mother, why your father is marrying you off now, and what you really want. Nico's eyes widened. I took a step back, and he took the opportunity to ogle me. His sharp intake of breath told me he could tell I was hard. He quickly looked away. I should talk to some of the other guests. No. You don't need to talk to any of these assholes. I knew there were several men here who would want him as much as I did, men who would never admit their desires, but who preferred young men to their wives. They would never have Nikolai. If anyone touched him tonight, it was going to be me. My father told me I should mingle. You look pale. You should step outside and get some air. I might follow him. I might be good. Either way, he'd escape some of the other predators here. He chewed his bottom lip, and I wanted my teeth there, tugging on it, biting it, tasting blood, letting him know how dangerous I was. He nodded. Maybe you're right. I am. He moved backward, keeping his eyes on me, and then disappeared through the French doors onto the terrace surrounding the pool. I fought with the voice inside that urged me to follow him, to find a private spot where I could have what I wanted. Dmitri's gaudy, overly modern house was located on the shore of Lake Pontchartrain. If we walked toward the lake, no one would notice us in the dark. I turned away, moving through the small groups of people who'd been oblivious to the tension between me and Nico. I needed another drink and some space. I stopped at the bar for a bourbon, then stepped into a much smaller room, which seemed to be a library. Surely it was for show only. I struggled to imagine Dmitri picking up a book. I walked to the window and saw a lone figure walking around the rose garden situated beside the pool. It was Nico. I hadn't expected him to stay outside in the heat and humidity. I'd expected him to come back inside through another door and seclude himself. But there he was, walking toward me. When he looked up, I waved. He froze, seemingly unable to turn away. Chapter 2. Lorenzo. Not enjoying the party. My host's voice startled me. That wasn't good. Ignoring one's surroundings could be deadly in my profession. Normally, I wouldn't have missed the sound of someone approaching, even if they were walking softly on plush carpet like Dmitri, but I'd been indulging myself, watching a young man who was forbidden. Get yourself together. I turned to face him with an obviously fake smile. I found it fascinating, so much so that I needed a moment away from the crowd. He glared at me. I see. What has fascinated you the most? Nikolai's engagement, or the number of friends who've come to support him? The motherfucker deserved a punch to the face. I fisted my hands at my sides instead. From what I've heard, his engagement was expected. Right? He didn't manage to hide his surprise from me. He really thought my family didn't know his plans. As far as the number of guests, I assume they are all either here to suck up to you or plot your demise. Which of the two will you be doing? Neither. I'm here to negotiate. He raised his brows. You're not happy with our current agreement. No, I'm not, and neither is Remington. He sighed dramatically. I suppose I can spare a few moments to talk. Before I could respond, movement caught his attention, and he stared out the window. That's my son out there. I nodded. If he'd seen me staring at Nikolai, there was nothing I could do about it. He's a fortunate young man to have secured Miss Ivanov as his bride. Dmitri chuckled, but there was no mirth in the sound. She's a rebellious little bitch. I'm the fortunate one. It's an alliance I've worked hard for. He wanted me to argue, but I wasn't going to take the bait, no matter how disgusted I was that he'd describe his son's fiancée that way. Isn't your son enjoying the party? Did he need to escape? Dmitri looked ready to explode, but he held himself in check. He likely needed a moment to recover from the excitement of my announcement. Just like you did. I was surprised to see him after the toasts. I thought you'd send him away after the toast, since you don't want him involved in your sordid business dealings. As if I believed that bullshit he'd spewed when Nikolai and his mother were sent away. Dmitri didn't give a fuck about protecting Nikolai. He was being used as a pawn. Dmitri glared at me. Tonight is for celebrating, not for business. Once he's married, will he take an active role in your endeavors? His role in my business is none of your concern. Of course not. I was merely curious. He seems like such a polite young man. I can only imagine what living with the Ivanovs will be like for him. The glare Dmitri gave me was meant to intimidate, but it did the opposite. It made me want Nikolai even more. I turned back to the window, taunting Dmitri by watching Nikolai again. Had he ever been with a man? Was he willing to admit what he wanted? Did it matter? I could be very convincing, but I also knew the consequences of indulging myself. Since the night I'd been betrayed and then arrested, I'd kept my hands and my dick out of places they shouldn't be. I'd played the game like a master, protecting my family, building our wealth, never putting my needs ahead of theirs. Was Nikolai worth breaking that promise I'd made to myself? He turned and looked at the window as if he felt me watching him. His father gestured for him to return to the terrace. He nodded, but he walked backward for several steps, keeping his gaze on mine. My cock stirred. What was it about him that had me salivating? I didn't know, but I wanted to find out. Nikolai has been sheltered, Dmitri said. "I didn't want him tainted when I offered him to our allies." Holy fuck. Had he never been touched? Would I be the first man he'd kissed? This only got more tempting the more I learned. It also made me more furious with Dmitri for denying Nikolai the life he should have been living for the past 4 years. From what I understood, he'd barely been allowed to leave the apartment he and his mother shared in Chicago. I knew better than to take things with Nikolai any further. I couldn't risk my family. I shouldn't damage the alliance Remington wanted to pursue. But no one would have to know. Would they? I could play with Nico, be satisfied with my silent revenge, then walk away. I'd get him out of my system, and he'd have a chance to experience someone less chilling than Ivanov. He deserved that. Didn't he? I wouldn't hurt him. I couldn't say the same for his future father-in-law. I had to know if the arrangement was exactly what I thought, so Ivanov prefers his men untouched. "Stay away from my son." Dmitri took a step toward me, and I was prepared to defend myself. I could take Dmitri in a fight, and I had my gun in easy reach. I'd managed to hide it well enough to go undetected by Dmitri's guards. What about Elena? Who is she really for? "It's only out of respect for your cousin that I'm not ending you here and now. Insult me or Ivanov again, and you will be sent back to your family in pieces. If you so much as look at Nikolai again, you'll wish all I'd done was hack you apart." I nodded, indicating I'd heard his warning, but never speaking the words. I didn't make promises I had no intention of keeping. What about the promise to never put your desire over the needs of your family? I hadn't broken it yet. "So you're going to walk away. You're not going to look for Nikolai later tonight." If I had any sense, I would. But I'd been sensible for too damn long. Later that night, I wandered outside. I desperately wanted another bourbon instead of my glass of soda water, but I knew better than to get drunk in Dmitri's presence. He might need my family's business for now, but I'd provoked him. If I pushed him hard enough, he might forget that Remington wouldn't appreciate him putting hands on me. I couldn't let my guard down until I was back at home. I wondered where Nikolai was now. I sat on the bench in the rose garden, wishing he'd appear there again. The buzz of conversation from the house was annoyingly loud, even out here. The party was as insufferable as I'd expected it to be. Like I'd predicted, everyone there had an agenda. They all wanted something from Dmitri or one of the other attendees. The dinner was mediocre at best. I could have done much better myself, and my cook would have blown Dmitri's out of the water. My car had been parked by a valet, so it would be a production to get it back. I considered walking down to Dmitri's dock and stealing a boat. Remington's family had a house on the lake. I could dock there. I tipped my head back and sighed. In the past, I'd been to plenty of events that were just as tedious and didn't feel so drained by it all. What was the matter with me? Was I just fucking sick of playing these games? Of being the model negotiator for Remington? There was something dark inside me that I'd been keeping at bay. It wanted to come out. At that moment, I didn't care about alliances. I didn't care about business. I wanted to burn the world down. I wanted to take Nikolai, drag him to my car, and take him somewhere no one would bother us. I wanted to destroy him in the best possible way. And then I wanted to be alone so I could stop having to make so many fucking decisions. I wanted to release myself from responsibility to myself, to my brothers, to Remington. But that wasn't an option. I tried being irresponsible once, and the results had been fatal. It should have been me who died for my sins, but I couldn't change the past. All I could do was keep trying to make it up to my family. I sighed as I leaned back and looked up at the stars. How bad would it be to track Nikolai down, toy with him, give him a thrill before he was locked away with a pretend wife and a man who would treat him like an object with no feelings of his own? Would that really hurt anyone? Most of the guests were drunk off their asses by now. and Dmitri was surely busy talking to everyone who wanted to beg him for a favor. Don't do it. Even as I tried to tell myself no, I stood. After catching me watching Nico, Dmitri had likely sent him to his room to keep him out of trouble. If I found him there, he wouldn't be able to run from me, but the house was enormous. I needed a way to narrow down his location. I looked up at the row of windows. Only one room on the second floor had lights on. I'd start there. I entered through the kitchen. My fierce expression dared the caterers to question why I was there. I grabbed a server by the arm and asked if there was a back staircase. The man stared at me, saying nothing. I'm getting impatient. That seemed to snap the man out of his trance. Yes, sir. This way." When he showed me, I tipped him and sent him on his way. As I climbed the stairs, I considered my position in the house. The lit-up window had been the third from the end, which should mean the room was the third on my right once I was in the upstairs hall. When I reached the top of the stairs, a door opened, and a man stepped out, followed by a woman who was still trying to get her dress zipped back up. Even in the dim light, I recognized Dmitri's brother, Matvey. He glared at me, ignoring the woman as she slipped behind him and headed for the stairs.
"What are you doing up here?"
I glanced toward the woman as she disappeared. "Same thing as you are, apparently." He snarled, "This is my brother's house. Would your companion's husband be interested in how you're using your brother's house?" Matvey reached for me, and I stepped out of his reach. "Think really hard about what you're doing before you put your hands on me. There will be consequences." He dropped his arms to his sides. "That's better. Now, I will pretend I didn't see you here, and you'll do the same."
"Watch your back."
I gave him my evilest smile. "You do the same." I waited until he'd retreated down the stairs to continue my search for Nikolai. When I reached the third door, I tried the knob, but it was locked. Fortunately, that wasn't an issue for me. I slipped the lockpick from my jacket, never left home without them. In seconds, the lock released and the knob turned. If Dmitri wanted to keep his son safe, he needed better locks and maybe a guard or two. Not that any of those would have kept me out, but it would work for most of the scum he associated with. Chapter 3. Nikolai. I dropped my book when I heard the doorknob rattle. I hadn't actually been reading. I had been staring at the same page for ages, unable to stop thinking about Lorenzo and the way he'd looked at me when he'd stared at me out of the library window. Had he known I'd gone to walk in the rose garden? Had he chosen that room just so he could watch me? The way he'd looked at me made me think he knew how I reacted to his presence. My whole body felt like it was on fire when he looked at me. He acted like he wanted to devour me. I should be terrified. Instead, I wanted to offer myself at his feet. He'd worn a dark gray suit. The jacket stretched across his shoulders, and the pants clung to his muscular thighs. The way his nearly black hair curled over his collar and the tattoos on his hands contrasted perfectly with the formal attire and made him look as dangerous as he was. What would happen if I sneaked out of my room and found him? What would he do if I told him I had fantasized about him since the first time we met? The knob shook again. Who was at my door? No one besides my father was likely to look for me, and he knew where I was since he was the one who'd locked me in and told me I'd regret it if I left this room before dawn. If he'd forgotten his key, he would just pound on it or yell for me to open it. No one else should be here. The knob continued to move. Whoever was out there was determined to get in. I heard scraping sounds. Were they trying to pick the lock? I grabbed the heavy brass candlestick from my bedside table and moved closer to the door. I held it over my shoulder, ready to swing on whoever entered. My father had warned me to stay away from all of his guests. He'd implied that some of them would do anything to prevent my marriage to Alina, but then, so would I. I didn't dislike her. If I had to marry a woman, she might be my first pick. I actually admired the hell out of her for trying to stand up to her father. She was stuck marrying me when we both knew I would actually be her father's toy, and my father might expect the same services from her. I'd be expected to get her pregnant, but after that, we might not even see each other. I'd be in Ivanov's bed or wherever he kept the young men he fucked. I wanted one of my father's associates to prevent it, but considering the company my father kept, whoever was trying to get in could be even worse than my future father-in-law. The lock clicked open. I readied myself. I might be small, but I could do this. I could defend myself. I had a feeling I was going to need the few fighting skills I'd learned even more once I was married. The door opened slowly. I jumped out at the intruder, but he caught my arm before I could bring the candlestick down on his head. When I looked up at him, I sucked in my breath in shock.
Drop it,
Lorenzo demanded. When I didn't obey, he squeezed my arm tighter.
Drop the candlestick. Nikolai, I'm not here to hurt you.
I did as he said, letting myself really look at him. He was tall, at least 6'3", and his broad shoulders strained the jacket of his tux. His dark eyes seemed to look right into me, but his lips were full and soft. And, Jesus, I could barely breathe. What are you doing here?
I think you know why I'm here.
His gaze slid down my body. I wasn't wearing anything besides the silky robe I'd put on after my shower. Lorenzo's eyes met mine again, and his smile promised things I'd only fantasized about. I couldn't have those things. No matter how much I wanted them, I wasn't allowed to be with a man before my wedding. Ivanov had demanded a virgin, and my father was happy to deliver one up. I took a step back. I have no idea why you would dare to break into my room. You need to leave. He didn't move.
Did your father lock you in?
Yes. There was no point in lying. He knew what kind of man my father was.
Are you happy with the way he controls you? Chooses your wife for you? Or should I say, your lover? You're really a gift for Ivanov, aren't you?
How did he know my father was really giving me to Alina's father? No one was supposed to know that. It doesn't matter what makes me happy.
What if it did?
I shook my head. I didn't need that kind of temptation. I knew what had happened to my sister when she tried to defy our father's rule. She was a shell of herself now. That wouldn't happen to me. You need to leave.
But what do you need?
That wasn't a question I dared answer. He walked toward me, and I took another step backward.
Haven't you wondered?
Wondered what?
What it would be like to be with a man?
Lorenzo moved another step closer. I thought about it every night when I lay in bed, when I watched a hot movie, when I jerked off.
Has a man ever touched you, Nikolai?
I took another step back and hit the wall. My heart raced, and the floor seemed to tilt under me. Lorenzo braced his hands on the wall, caging me in. I froze when he leaned forward and pressed his face to my neck, then breathed in deeply. I could scream, and...
You aren't going to do that. You know your father would blame you if he found me here. If you were going to summon anyone, you would have screamed when I first came in.
He was right. But this was insane. I should scream. I should fight. I should do whatever it took to get this man away from me. But I didn't want to. I wanted to know what he intended to do because the feelings he stirred in me weren't like the fear I felt when Ivanov had looked me over, touching me as if I were a piece of meat he was inspecting for dinner. His touches had revolted me so much I'd almost vomited on him. Lorenzo slid a hand under the lapel of my robe.
You're naked under here, aren't you? It's almost like you were waiting for me.
I shook my head. No. I showered, and he gave me the smile that said he wanted to eat me alive. For some fucking reason, I still wanted to let him.
And?
He prompted. I started reading. Then you came to the door.
Reading. That's all? You weren't thinking about me? About how I was watching you.
Why? He raised his brows. Why were you watching me? He leaned in again, running his nose up my neck, then speaking right into my ear.
You know why.
This couldn't be happening. I'm too young for you, and I've never...
I could help you with that.
My whole body was overheating. Lorenzo was so close and so overwhelming. He couldn't know it, but he'd starred in almost every fantasy I'd had for the last 4 years. I'd first seen him when I was 18 and about to be sent to Chicago with my mother to continue my studies privately instead of being exposed to the world at college. He was the most gorgeous man I'd ever seen, and that remained true. But I couldn't go through with this. I had to make him leave. My father might literally kill me if he caught me with Lorenzo. He'd at least find a way to hurt me. Would Ivanov care if I were covered in bruises at the wedding? Don't you want to know what it's like to fuck a man before you're stuck with only Ivanov until he tires of you?
Look at me.
Lorenzo's voice was low and soft. I couldn't help myself. I looked up and met his eyes. When he cupped my face in his hands, I melted back against the wall. His hands were huge. I knew he could easily hurt me with them, but they were warm, comforting. He brushed his thumbs over my cheekbones, and I sighed, loving the rough feel of his calloused fingers.
Have you ever been kissed by a man?
I had to swallow before I could reply. I'd messed around with guys in high school, but never felt much of anything with them. Compared to Lorenzo, they were clearly still boys. I've, done some things, but not kissing.
Have you kissed a girl?
Yes. My only kiss had been with a girl who'd forced the issue at a dance. As soon as the kiss had ended, I'd run from her.
Have you ever had a kiss that made your knees weak? Made you think you were going to pass out? Made you long for someone more than you've ever longed for anything?
My eyes went wide and my gaze dropped to his lips. No.
Then get ready.
I can't. I'm not... He kissed me, and I couldn't protest anymore. Maybe this was a dream. I'd had plenty where he was the star. This couldn't be real. Could it? My fantasy man couldn't be here. I could never be that lucky or that cursed. If I didn't do something to stop him, I might have the best night of my life. But it might also be my last.
Chapter 4. Lorenzo. Nikolai's lips were as soft and pliable as I'd expected, and he tasted fucking heavenly. I'd caught him by surprise initially, but as I deepened the kiss, he started to struggle. I used my body to pin him to the wall, letting him feel how hard I was to my chest. I didn't want to let him go, but after one more slide of my tongue against his, I pulled back and let him take a moment to catch his breath. I kept him caged in against the wall, wanting him to know he was mine for now. He couldn't really be. Not for long. But I wasn't going to stop until he knew what he'd been missing all those years he was locked away. He pressed a hand to his lips and stared at me. There was fear mixed with the desire in his eyes. That mix of lust and innocence was exactly what I craved. I held Nikolai's gaze as he dropped his hand and straightened up, rising to his full height, which was probably about 5'10".
You have to leave now?
I nuzzled his neck again as he tried to break my hold. Is that what you really want?
It doesn't matter what I want.
Yes, it does. Everyone deserves to treat themselves. Even you? Even after what you did? I pushed that voice away. I was here. This was happening. Now that I'd touched Nikolai, I wasn't walking away until I had more.
My father will kill you if he finds me here,
I snorted. He can try.
You don't understand. I can't do this. My marriage contract. How could I tell him I had to be a virgin? The whole situation was fucked up as hell.
That cold motherfucker doesn't deserve you." I knew he meant Ivanov, but I pretended not to. "She's not cold. She's very passionate. Actually," he glared at me. "You know I mean Ivanov. I probably know more than you about his disgusting preferences." Nikolai frowned. "But aren't you? You kissed me. How can you say he's disgusting for liking men?" I chuckled as I let go of one of Nico's hands so I could brush the backs of my fingers over his cheek. I like men, and I don't hide that. I'm talking about his need for all his men to be young. In fact, you're many years older than the boys he usually goes for." Nikolai shivered. "He hurts them, and rumor says they never come back sane, if they come back at all. You deserve more than that." I realized in that moment that I was going to do whatever was necessary to keep him out of Ivanov's hands. I talked to Remington, and we'd make a plan to stop this marriage. I was supposed to be getting revenge by having Nikolai myself, but how much better would it be if Ivanov never got to have him at all? I almost convinced myself that my need to rescue Nikolai had nothing to do with the soft way he looked at me, or the way he made fire race through my body with no more than a kiss. He closed his eyes and let out a long breath. "It doesn't matter what I deserve. My father will never let me go. Rescue him now. Get him the fuck out of here." No. That was crazy. I'd start a war if I did that. I'd put my family at risk. I came upstairs to fuck Nikolai, to hear him beg for more, to know I'd had him when no one else had. This was about lust, about what my dick wanted. I couldn't turn sentimental now. There was no quicker way to get killed in this business. "No one will know what happens here tonight," I said. "Think of it like it's your bachelor party. Things get wild at those, right?" He shook his head. "No, I can't." "Would you rather celebrate with cocaine and strippers?" "I could give you that, but no, I'm not. I don't like all that. Drugs, hot men." Color rose in his cheeks. I like men, but I like being home, doing quiet things. I shouldn't be." Damn. He really was the sweet boy I'd imagined him to be when he'd met years ago. I couldn't believe someone could grow up with Dmitri for a father and turn out like that. But he had. Ivanov would ruin all of that. Anger burned inside me. I was going to make this the best night of Nikolai's life, and then I was going to tell Remington that Dmitri and Ivanov needed to fucking die. "I'm going to kiss you again." His eyes widened. "You are?" "Yes. And you're going to relax and enjoy it." "Why are you doing this? I know I'm not your type. Is this just because of my father?" I told myself it was, but that had been a lie. "Your father can go fuck himself. And you don't know anything about my type." "I doubt you hook up with virgins." His reaction to me at the party let me know he was inexperienced, but despite knowing Ivanov's preferences, I'd still assumed he'd had some bad, fumbling sex in high school. Jesus, how could such a hot little twink be a virgin? Isolation. Fear. Abuse. I wanted to erase it all. I lowered my lips until they were almost on his and held myself there. "Tonight, you're exactly what I want." "Lorenzo?" He breathed my name into my mouth. I didn't try to be gentle this time. The kiss was hard and demanding. Nikolai shocked me when he met me with the same amount of passion. I felt the moment he gave in to what he wanted. He sank back into the wall, opened for me, and let me have exactly what I wanted. I slid my hands down to his ass, gripping him tightly and lifting him against me. He wrapped his legs around my waist, and I thrust against him, loving the feel of his cock, which was hard as hell now. "Fuck, you feel good. I'm gonna get you so hot you'll think you're going to die. Then I'll make you come so hard you see stars." I really can't do this? Yes, you can. Let go and enjoy it. He shook his head. It's not that easy. I took his chin in my hand and forced him to look at me again. It can be. Aren't you supposed to be downstairs talking with my father and his associates? I shook my head. You're far more interesting than business talk. He ran his tongue over his bottom lip, and I had to force myself to remember how innocent he was. I wanted to throw him on the bed and drive right into him. He wasn't ready for that. You really should leave. The conviction he'd had earlier was gone from his voice. He knew fucking me was inevitable. Seeing him look up at me from under his lashes, his eyes dark, his lips red and swollen from my kiss, was killing me. That's only going to happen after I make you feel so fucking good you'll never forget this night. I wouldn't anyway, even if you left now. I smiled. Let me show you what unforgettable really means. His gaze dropped to my lips again, and his eyes darkened. I was reeling him in. He'd give me anything I asked for before the night was over. Relax, I ordered him as I brought my lips to his again, tipping his head up and pushing him back against the wall. My hand slid from his chin down to his neck. I didn't quite choke him, but I applied enough pressure to make him gasp into my mouth. More, he begged. Jesus, he liked my hand around his throat. He was exactly what I needed. A pliant, submissive man who would let me control him and make him beg. I'll give you everything you need, I told him, squeezing his throat as I thrust against him, working our cocks together, wishing we were naked so I could feel his skin against mine. I used my hips to hold him in place so my free hand could untie his robe and push it open. Fuck. You're beautiful. Thank you. I ran my hand over his hard stomach and up to tease one of his dark pink nipples. He whimpered, and I twisted it, tugging, and watching his eyes roll back in his head. Does that feel good? He whined in response, and I ran my thumb up his throat, pressing against his Adam's apple. You need this, don't you? You need a man to make you feel good. Yes. The shaky, breathless word made my cock harden even more. I was desperate to wrap my hand around his cock and mine and jerk us off together, but then things would be over way too fast. I was determined to move slowly so I could get him to the point where he was sobbing into his pillow with pleasure. You really know how to tempt a man? I nipped at his neck, and he whimpered and squirmed against me. His body knew exactly what it wanted, even as he shook his head. I don't. I placed a finger over his lips. Hush. I let go of his throat, worked myself out of my jacket, then pulled my shirt over my head, not caring when studs went scattering. I need to feel you against me. Please. He sounded fucking desperate, and I loved it. I pressed our bodies together and shuddered at the intensity of the contact. I was used to being the one who drove other men to beg, to plead, to get on their knees, but right then I would have said anything to keep this going. Nikolai moaned. You're so big. I grinned down at him. You're right about that. You make me. I gripped his chin and forced his head up. Tell me, how do I make you feel? Needy? Hot? Please? What do you want from me? Tell me. He shook his head. I can't. You don't have a choice. I need to come. Please touch me. Please? He whimpered, and I needed to hear that sound again and again. I slid my hands up and down his sides. Your skin is burning hot. You're so ready to be fucked. Yes. Please. I smiled down at him. Where do you want me to touch you? Everywhere. I gripped his waist tightly, and he opened his eyes and met my gaze. Where, Nikolai? His teeth sank into his lower lip, and he didn't speak. I caressed his throat. Here? Yes, but where else? He shook his head and closed his eyes again. Keep your eyes open. I can't. He was going to learn a lot tonight about what he could do. Do it. He looked at me again. I could see his pulse fluttering along the side of his neck. Mine. My mind yelled as I stared at him. I needed him to be mine. Stop thinking like that. He's a hookup, nothing more. I knew that was how it had to be, but I didn't like it. I was buzzing with energy that had to be released, preferably by fucking him, then punching his father in his lying face. You can tell me anything. He shook his head. I can't say it. You have to. When he didn't respond, I flicked my thumb over one of his nipples, then bent to draw it into my mouth. He panted and writhed, seeming not to know if he wanted me to stop or if he wanted more. Ask. He raised his hands from where they'd been pressed into the wall, steadying him, and he started undoing his pants. I pushed his hands away. Hold on to me, and I'll do that. He wrapped his arms around my neck. I slowly lowered his zipper and then ran a finger along his cock. Here. Is this where you want me to touch you? Please. I caressed his stomach, letting my hand slide along his treasure trail. Tell me. He whimpered. My cock. I need you to touch my cock. See? You can do it. I freed his cock from his briefs and lifted my hand to his mouth. Get it good and wet. Lorenzo. He sounded shocked, but he took hold of my wrist, pulled my hand to his face, and tentatively licked my palm. You can do better than that, Nikolai. I want it dripping with your spit. Oh my God. He turned my hand, cupped it, and spat into my palm. Call me Nico. My cock jumped, begging to be freed. Dear God, could I really handle this without snapping? I had to. I wasn't stopping now. That's it, Nico. Now lick it. Spread that spit around. He closed his eyes and ran his tongue all over my palm and fingers. Jesus, I could have come in my pants if he kept that up. Finally, I pulled my hand back. Good boy. He sucked in his breath. You like that, didn't you? Yes. I teased his nipple, and he arched into my hand. You're so good, Nico. I'm going to make you come now. And you're going to thank me. Yes. God, yes. I wrapped my hand around his cock and stroked him slowly. When he whimpered, I tightened my grip, working him harder and faster. Please, Lorenzo, please. What do you want? Need you. Need to come. Need you to be the one. Fuck, I was the one who could pleasure him. No way in fuck would Ivanov's brutality make him want like this. The fucker wouldn't care about Nico's pleasure. He should come home with me. No. He's not a puppy. You can't take him with you. You can't take that risk. Nikolai tipped his head back against the wall. His mouth dropped open, and he struggled to breathe as I stroked his cock. Pre-cum dripped from his slit, and I wanted to taste it. I wanted to draw his full length into my mouth. I wanted to put him on his hands and knees and eat his ass. The sounds he would make would be enough to make me lose my mind. Chapter 5. Nikolai. I was in heaven. That was the only explanation for how good I felt. I'd fumbled through hand jobs with a few guys, but I never felt anything like this. I thrust into Lorenzo's hand, desperate for even more friction, but this position, trapped against the wall, didn't let me have it. I could feel his hard cock pressing into my hip. I wanted to see it, touch it, have it inside me. I want you to fuck me. Oh my God. Had I said that? I gasped when Lorenzo released my cock. No. Don't stop. Nikolai. He took hold of my chin again and forced me to look at him. Yes? Say that again. I didn't think I'd have the courage, but saying it once had apparently made me lose my mind, because words I never intended to say spilled out. I want you to fuck me. I need to have a good first time. I don't want to get married, and I don't want to fuck Ivanov. My father sold me to him. I never... Lorenzo gripped my arms, his face hard.
He did what?
Never mind. I shouldn't have said anything.
Your father has no right to...
He owns me. He's made that very clear. He needs money, and Ivanov agreed to pay him for me. Ivanov wants an alliance, but he demanded me too. Lorenzo growled.
You're not a piece of property.
That's how my father sees his children. My sister, me, even the children he'd produced with his mistress were pawns to him.
Why did he send you away, only to bring you back?
And he had to be sure he could keep me from meeting anyone. He wanted me desirable for men who wanted someone young and untouched. He had guards following me any time I left the house. I've barely had any privacy in years.
That's sick.
I shrugged.
Your body is yours to use however you want.
And I want you.
Nikolai.
He wasn't seriously having second thoughts. Was he? Please, I won't get another chance. No one else is as brave as you. His eyes narrowed.
Who else is pursuing you?
No one. I mean, no one I like. Just men who want me for their property, but Ivanov won.
You should leave. You should run away.
Like that was so easy. I have no money, and my father will follow me. Just make tonight count, okay? He cupped my ass, lifting me higher and stepping away from the wall. I clung to him as he walked to the bed. When he dropped me on the mattress, I looked up at him. The raw desire in his eyes should have scared me, but it didn't. He shoved my legs up, exposing me fully, making me shiver. I'd never been this open to a man.
You want me to fuck this tight little ass?
He was trying to scare me, make me wish I hadn't asked for this, but I wasn't going to let him. If he wasn't my first, it would be my future father-in-law, and that man was a monster. Yes. He smiled down at me, looking like Lucifer himself.
It won't be easy for you. Your first time.
I know.
But I will make it so fucking good. I'll make you beg for more.
I nodded, completely under his spell, ready to let him do anything he wanted to me. Nothing would be like this for me after I was married.
Do you have lube?
It took me a moment to process the question. Yes.
Condoms.
Fuck, I'd never been brave enough to try to buy them. No, but I don't care. I want you. I was already getting better at asking for what I wanted.
Fuck. Nico, you're gonna drive me insane. You want me in you raw? You want my bare dick in your ass?
Yes, I want you to fuck me, bare, raw, any way you can. Lorenzo's eyes went wide.
Oh my fucking God.
Isn't that why you came here? To my room?
Yes.
His smile was back, the one that said he wanted to ruin me. And now you know, I can't.
You're a slut for me.
My face heated even more than it already had. I was sure my cheeks were bright red. I guess so. He moved between my legs and leaned down to kiss me.
That's a good thing, baby. I like a slutty man.
I shivered. Had he really called me baby? If only I could. I wouldn't think about that. I wouldn't think about anything beyond this night.
Where's the lube?
Lorenzo asked. I pointed at my nightstand, suddenly unable to speak.
I'll be right back.
When he moved off me to retrieve the lube, I bit my lip to keep from whimpering at the loss of his warmth. I should be embarrassed by my desperation, but he seemed to like it. He pulled open the drawer and started laughing. Fuck. I'd forgotten my vibrator and a butt plug were in there too.
If we had more time, I'd use this on you first.
He held up the thin plug. I hadn't been ambitious enough to get a bigger one. Oh my God, I didn't mean for you to see that.
It's okay, Nico. I like that you have toys. Can you take this up your ass?
He caressed the plug like he had my cock while he smiled at my discomfort. Yes.
Good. Then it won't be so hard for you to take me.
Somehow I doubted that. The plug was nowhere near as big as he was. I'd only wanted something big enough to give a little stretch. Lorenzo squirted lube on his fingers, and I held my breath as he brought them to my ass and teased my hole before pressing against the opening.
Breathe, baby. If you relax, this will go a lot better.
I know.
It's going to be so good.
Okay. I exhaled, and he pushed a single finger into me. Fuck, that feels so good. He worked the digit in and out, then added another. I bit my lip, trying not to fight the stretch. When he took my cock in his other hand, my eyes flew open, meeting his. "You're okay. I'm gonna take care of you." I nodded. "Now fuck yourself with my hand." I did, thrusting my hips and working my cock into the circle of his hand. He pushed his fingers deeper into my ass, and I loved it. He finger-fucked me with deep, hard strokes, and then he curled the digits forward, and my whole body lit up. Holy fuck! Don't tell me none of the men you've been with knew how to do this. No. He shook his head. Fucking idiots. When he pressed against my sweet spot again, I felt like I'd been struck by lightning. "Lorenzo?" He looked up at me. "Yes, baby. It's almost too good." He grinned. "I told you it would be." He stretched his fingers open, and I gasped. "You think you can take my cock now?" I bit my lip as I imagined the intense stretch. I don't know. "I think you can. You're such a good boy." "No, I don't." "Yes. Look at me." I had to force myself to meet his gaze. All the things my father had said about me, all the things I'd been told at school raced through my mind. I wasn't good. I was so far from it. "You are amazing. You're beautiful. And sexy and so fucking good. I can't wait to thrust my cock deep into you. I've wanted you for years." "No, that's not..." "Why would you?" "The first time we met, I wanted you. You were too young. I waited, and then I tried to walk away today, but I couldn't." He shook his head. "You broke into my room." "I did. And you barely tried to stop me because you wanted this too." His voice was so sure, so confident as he said those words. He understood what I needed. He understood how to make me feel good. I should have been terrified. Lorenzo could do anything he wanted to me. He and my father were tentative allies at best. I had no way of knowing if he was trying to get revenge by playing with me, but I was too far gone to care at that point. Lorenzo wouldn't hurt me any worse than anyone else had. At least I'd get to find out what it was like to fuck a man before my body truly stopped being mine. I'm ready. Please, I'm ready to find out. He pushed my legs up on my chest and gripped his cock, squirting more lube over it. As he worked it in, he pushed his fingers back inside me, stretching me open again. I couldn't take my eyes off his cock. It was fucking huge, and it was going to hurt. "Are you sure?" He smiled. "Very sure. It's going to be hard to take at first, but then you're going to love it. You're going to beg for more. You're going to beg for me to fuck you hard and fast." I hoped he was right. "Okay, baby." The endearment made my heart beat even harder. "Take a deep breath." Lorenzo positioned himself, ready to thrust into me. I drew in a long, deep breath. "Now exhale." I did, and he pushed at my hole, barely going in. I whimpered, thinking I was going to be split in two. "You can do this." He wrapped a hand around my cock, jerking me off as I tried desperately to adjust to the feel of him opening me up. "You can take it. You can be a good boy." I'm not sure I can." He pulled out and brushed his cock back and forth over my ass. I sucked my breath, trying to calm down, but I couldn't. He was going to rip me apart. His grip tightened on my cock. He worked me faster and used his other hand to toy with my nipples before sliding it up to my throat and squeezing almost hard enough to cut off my air. I looked up at him, eyes wide, desire, terror, and confusion making my breath catch. Suddenly he let me go. I started to protest, but he pressed his hand over my mouth and shook his head. "I heard someone." "Oh God, please don't let my father be coming to check on me." Lorenzo quickly fastened his pants and pulled a gun from his back pocket. Damn, he'd planned to fuck me with a gun on him. That should terrify me, but it didn't. The only thing I was afraid of now was the voices I heard in the hall. If we were caught, my father wouldn't hesitate to kill Lorenzo, and he would make me wish he'd killed me too. Footsteps grew louder, past my door, then kept moving. I heard two men talking, but I couldn't understand their words. As they moved further down the hall, I started to release the breath I was holding. I thought Lorenzo would take the opportunity to leave, but he didn't. He returned to me, took my cock in his hand, and started stroking me again. I stared at him. "What are you doing?" "I'm not leaving you like this." "But you..."
My father."
"Those men weren't here for us. But someone else could come any time, so we need to hurry."
I wanted to protest, but I wasn't sure what to say. Did I want him back inside me? Did I want him to leave? I couldn't think because he was working my cock with one hand while the other toyed with my balls, teasing me, then circling my hole with his fingers and pushing inside. He curled the fingers forward, hitting my sweet spot, and I thought I would explode with pleasure.
"That's it, baby.
We shouldn't. I don't want you to get caught."
"Relax. I'm taking care of you. No one's going to hurt you while I'm with you."
His hand felt so good. I wanted more. I wanted to know what it would be like for him to stuff his cock all the way inside me. I wanted to see him come. I wanted so much. But I was no longer sure I could survive it. I'd never felt pleasure like this. My whole body burned. Heat raced through me like lightning, and then his hand was over my mouth again, just in time to keep me from crying out as cum shot from my cock, running over his hand and dripping onto me. When my orgasm finally came to an end, Lorenzo gave me one final stroke, then brought his hand to his mouth and licked my cum off it. The sight made my body jerk, forcing one more spasm through me, but there was nothing left. He drained me. He smiled at me and held his hand to my mouth.
"Taste."
I swiped my tongue across his hand, then pulled his thumb into my mouth and sucked. It was so fucking erotic. I didn't want him to leave, but I knew that he would. I also knew he wouldn't be back. He'd gotten what he wanted. He'd proven that he could seduce me. He'd had his fun. Now he'd go back to negotiate with my father and the other men downstairs, and I would be one more man in a line of so many he'd played with. I wasn't going to be sad. I had wanted this. I'd begged for it. Now wasn't the time for regrets. When he pulled his thumb from my mouth, he grabbed his shirt and jacket off the floor and quickly dressed. I lay on the bed, legs splayed open, robe crumpled against the sheets. I couldn't move or speak. I was afraid that if I opened my mouth, I would ask him to stay.
"Take care of yourself,"
he said. I nodded as he turned away. He paused by the door, listening carefully before opening it and stepping out into the hall. I listened as his footsteps retreated, and then the tears came. Chapter 6.
Lorenzo. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I headed toward my car instead of rejoining the party. I was rattled and unsteady, in no shape to play Dimitri's games. I wasn't even sure how I'd managed to get dressed and get out of Nikolai's room. I'd gone to find him, intending to fuck him ruthlessly, then getting and scoring off Dimitri, even if he didn't know about it, once I'd kissed Nikolai. Nico. The evening had become something else. I wanted him even more now. I was fucking obsessed with his beauty, the way he smelled, the sounds he made. Mine. No, he couldn't be. Is that really your decision to make? I'd sure as hell thought it was. You couldn't help yourself last time. You really think it's going to be different now? It wasn't the same. He needed to be rescued. Ivanov would destroy him. Yes, but won't you too? I thought of Nico beneath me, begging for more, arching into me, ready to take my cock in his virgin ass, an ass Ivanov wanted to possess. If I hadn't heard someone in the hallway, I might be balls deep in him right now, giving him pleasure he'd never imagined. There would be no pleasure with Ivanov, only pain and then death, torment, insanity. I growled. No, I wouldn't let that happen. Will you risk your brother's lives for him? Fuck. I kicked a potted plant on the side of the path, shattering the pot and sending dirt flying. If I hadn't been trained to always be on alert, no matter how distracted, and those men had been coming for me or Nikolai, they'd be dead, and any hope of continued alliance with Dimitri would be over. Remington might kill me for that. But if I started a war, Dimitri would go after my brothers, all because I'd been too weak to resist a beautiful man. I could have a hot piece of ass any time I wanted it. It didn't have to be Nikolai. Sure, he turned me on. Sure, something about him called to me. but I was a grown-ass man with self-control. Not so much around him. God, it was true. I've gone in there to toy with him, tease him, maybe put him on his knees and have him suck me off, but Jesus, when he told me he'd never been fucked before and then begged me to be his first, there was no way in hell I could resist. I thought he would fight me, that I'd have to push him to submit. But he was the one convincing me in the end. Pulling out of Nico had nearly killed me. I'd already been fighting with myself to go slow enough for him, but stopping, then getting him off without coming myself, was hell. I needed to get out of there. I couldn't take any more risks. If it were only my life on the line, maybe. But that wasn't the case. I couldn't see him again. I would do my best to stop his marriage, but Remington would have to get someone else to negotiate with Dmitri. I should never have sought him out. But the way his cheeks had reddened and he'd looked me up and down after I congratulated him tempted me too much. I'd needed a conquest, and all I'd gotten were blue balls and confusion. He wasn't supposed to get below the armor I'd made around myself. When I'd shut my feelings off after my arrest, they were supposed to stay that way. Tears burned at the back of my eyes. What the fuck was wrong with me? I hadn't cried since that hellish night when I fucked up so badly I had no hope of fixing it. Now, here I was, fucking up again, but this time I could stop. I would stop. Before someone died. Nico will die in Ivanov's hands if you don't save him. No. That could not happen. He didn't deserve the way he was being treated. I had wanted my position in the family. I'd willingly done all the things my father asked because I was determined to keep our empire going. Nikolai didn't want any part of what his dad was involved in, and he sure as hell didn't deserve Ivanov. How could I rescue him and keep my family safe? They had to be my first priority. I owed my brothers everything. I'd sworn to protect them when our parents died. This was it. I'd taken enough risks.
Lorenzo, I've been looking for you.
I forced a smile onto my face and turned to face Dmitri. He gestured toward the broken pot.
What happened here?
I shrugged. Probably someone was drunk and fell. His smile widened.
Right. You aren't leaving, are you? Our business is unfinished.
I wasn't in any shape to negotiate. It's a party. Business can wait.
No, you are right. We need our little matter settled tonight. Besides, I included you on the guest list so we would have time to talk.
Of course I'd known that was the only reason I'd come. Remington had made sure to set it up that way.
Walk with me.
Dmitri slung an arm across my shoulder and gestured into the rose garden. I surveyed the area, keeping myself on high alert. We needed privacy for our discussion, so he probably did want to talk, but I never knew what might be going on in a sick mind like Dmitri's, and I couldn't be 100% certain I hadn't been seen leaving Nico's room. The beautiful flowers were such a contrast to the bland furniture around the pool and in the house. You have lovely roses? I'm surprised they do so well in the humidity. Dmitri snorted.
Nico and his mother planted them. I've considered having them torn out, but it's not been a priority.
This man really needed to die. We sat on a bench in the garden. It was suffocatingly hot and absurd for us to be out here. Was he hoping I would agree to anything he said just to get out of the heat? He was a fool if he thought I was that weak. I'd spent my whole life in South Louisiana. The heat was a part of me. While I waited for him to start the business conversation, I clasped my hands together and ran my thumb over my still sticky skin. What would he say if he knew his son's cum was decorating my hand? He'd try to kill you. He wouldn't succeed.
You want the weapons we have, but you've yet to name a fair price.
I raise my brows. I stand by my offer. It's solid. You're overly optimistic in what you expect to receive.
Your cousin won't get these weapons from anyone else.
I shrugged. I can think of several men who could supply me. Not at the volume we can, or as quickly. That was unfortunately true. I'm not prepared to raise my offer. Then I suppose you'll walk away empty-handed. Unless... Unless what? My expression remained neutral as I held his gaze, but my heart was pounding. What the fuck was he going to ask for now? My wife doesn't know it yet. But things are over between us, he said. I am filing for divorce. That was hardly a surprise. They hadn't lived together in years. I'm sorry to hear that. You have a lovely cousin, Teresa Ann. If you bring her to me and arrange for our marriage, you can have the weapons you require and more in the future. Rage burned through me. He thought I was going to sell my cousin for some fucking explosives. He was out of his mind. I flexed my hand, fighting the need to punch him. Never make a proposal like that again. I take it as a personal insult to my extended family. The women in my family are not for sale. Tessa was younger than Nikolai. She'd only turned 18 last month. But no matter how old she was, I would never let this man put his hands on her. It's a shame that you feel that way. I thought you actually wanted to bargain. I wanted to negotiate a sale. He sighed. Surely you're not naive enough to think money is the only currency. It's the only currency I'm offering you. If you understood the connections I'm making, you wouldn't feel that way. He was blustering. I had connections throughout the underworld in southern Louisiana, and my cousin Remington was the undisputed king of New Orleans crime. Nothing happened without him knowing about it. Dimitri was an arrogant fool, and it was going to get him killed. He'd be lucky if I wasn't the one to do the job. He must have realized I was unimpressed by his bragging, because he began the negotiations like I'd expected. I'll give you half of what you asked for the price you're offering. According to Remington, Dimitri needed this deal. He was hurting for cash, and what Nico had said about him needing money corroborated that. I wasn't going to agree to anything so low. 90%. He huffed. 80%. But that is an outrage. Done. He held out his hand for me to shake, and it was all I could do not to laugh. I'd infiltrated his house, fucked his son, and now he was shaking my cum-covered hand. Come back in for a drink. Dimitri didn't mean it as a suggestion, but I refused anyway. No, it's time for me to leave. I'd gotten what I'd come here for, information. More weapons than I expected for the price, and Nico as a bonus. Somehow, though, I didn't feel as triumphant as I should. Good evening, then. You've got 3 days to deliver the money. I'll contact you. I walked away. I didn't like turning my back to him, but I had no intention of letting him know that. Chapter 7. Lorenzo. When I got home, my younger brothers were waiting for me. You said you weren't going to stay long? Dante said. You're always saying you don't care about the family business. So why are you even here? I got to keep this one from destroying the place. He gestured toward Rafe, the baby of the family. When are you going to stop treating me like a fucking child? When you stop acting like one, I said. Rafe was a fucking mess. I had to admit, he was doing better running the family's casino than I expected, but I paid off a hell of a lot of people to push his antics under the rug. Dante and I were both worried that one day we wouldn't be able to save him from himself. Rafe rolled his eyes. So did you make the deal, or what? It's done. He agreed to 80% of what we asked for at the price I quoted. Dante nodded. It's better than I expected. You took 80%? Rafe asked. Dante frowned. It's a steal. I just don't like you giving in to that bastard. I don't think we should be working with him at all. Neither did I. But I wasn't given that choice. I'd prefer to wipe him off the face of the earth. But he does have the best equipment, and he's willing to give it to us for a price I'm willing to pay. Dante studied me for a moment. Something else happened tonight? Why did you stay longer than you meant to? Dmitri was busy. There were lots of other guests. I had to wait for a chance to get him alone. Rafe shook his head. He was fucking salivating to talk to you about this sale. It's the only reason he invited you. He would have made himself available. Tell us what else happened. Every time I convinced myself Rafe was as dumb as he acted. He showed me he was much more perceptive than I realized. I wished he'd use that side of his brain more often, instead of only listening to his dick. There's nothing to tell. I went to the party, suffered through talking to the asshole guests, cornered Dmitri, and cut a deal. "Where's your tie?" Dante asked. I barely stopped myself from reaching up a hand to feel for it. It was on the floor of Nikolai's room. In my haste to get dressed, I'd never put it back on. I never made mistakes like that. Had Dmitri noticed my tie was gone? Probably. But he likely thought I'd taken one of the female guests up to a room like I'd suggested to his brother. I didn't wear one. "That is a lie," Rafe said. "You're always perfectly dressed, especially when you think it might give you an advantage over other people. You buy into Remington's idea that good style is the ultimate sign of power. Seriously, why couldn't he be this smart when it came to business? Fine, I had a little fun at the party, and I forgot my tie when I was done." Rafe grinned. "That's more like it. Tell us all about it." Dante frowned. "Do not do that. I don't need details." "At least tell me who it was," Rafe said. I tried to keep my face neutral. I was normally damn good at it, but I was rattled, and my brothers knew me too well. "Ooh, I think we're about to hear something juicy," Rafe said. Dante glared at me. "What happened?" "I don't have to tell you every move I made. You know what's up with Dmitri. We'll get our weapons within 3 days. I'm going to bed." Dante grabbed my arm as I headed for the stairs. I snarled as I turned around. "Let me go. I've had a long night." "I could have had a long night too," Rafe said. "But I was sitting here, bored off my ass, waiting on you to get home. Now I find out you've been fucking some hot guy in Dimitri's house, and I want to know who it was." Dante rolled his eyes. "You're such a kid. That's not what he's hiding. I don't give a damn if he fucks some guy at a party. I don't have time to keep up with either one of you in that area. Maybe you wouldn't be so damn critical if you were getting enough yourself." I'd had it. "Both of you shut up and get out." "No," Dante said. "Something happened. Something that's got you worried. I want to know what the fuck it is." I sighed and sank down onto one of the stairs. "Shit," Rafe said. "Are you all right?" He sat down on one of the lower steps. Dante remained leaning against the banister. "I fucked Nico, Dimitri's son." "Oh my God! What were you thinking?" Dante yelled as Rafe slapped my thigh and said, "Damn, you go." Dante growled. "Rafe, shut up. This is not something to celebrate. If Dmitri finds out, we'll have to kill him," Rafe said. "Would that be so bad?" Suddenly, he was an idiot again. "Have we taught you nothing?" He rolled his eyes. I know. It could start a war. We could get hurt. And you think you have to be our protector." "Don't," I yelled. "I fucked up once. I won't do it again. I lost my control tonight, but Dmitri won't find out, and everything will be fine." "I want to hear a little more," Dante said. "I thought you didn't want any details," Rafe teased. "I don't mean about how good the sex was." "Was it good?" Rafe asked. I glared at him, and he slumped against the wall. "Dmitri pissed me off, and so did the others there. They have absolutely no standards, no concern for anyone. Dmitri is forcing Nikolai to make an alliance with the Ivanovs." "So Remington was right about that." "Yes, Nikolai is engaged to Alina. He's being used as a fucking pawn, and so is she." I considered saying more, but I was afraid we wouldn't stop Rafe from killing Dmitri if I did. Dante shook his head. "We cannot get involved in their family business." "I think he's already involved," Rafe said. Dante glared at him. "Could you be serious for one fucking second?" I held up my hand before Rafe could say anything else. I fucked up tonight. I was tempted. I was angry. I wanted something. And I took it. "We should go get Nikolai," Rafe said. "No." My harsh answer had my brother taken a step back. "That's not an option. I will not put you at risk. You two are my priority." "We're grown men. And that night wasn't your fault," Dante said. I wish you'd get that through your fucking stubborn head. Our cousin died, and he wouldn't have been there if it wasn't for me. How is that not my fault? You've already done time, thanks to the trap that was set for you, Rafe said. Isn't that punishment enough? For a mistake that cost a life? There will never be enough punishment. Renzo, it wasn't your... I held up my hand. I'm not going to argue about this. Nikolai and I had fun. I told him to find a way to get out of there if he could. I'm going to work with Remington to stop this marriage. That's all I can do. But that's not how you wanted it to end, is it? Dante asked. You said you did it out of anger and temptation, but you like Nikolai. How did he know that? I shook my head. He's just a hot piece of ass, that's all. A hot piece of virgin ass that I would do anything to touch again. No. That's not an option. I don't fucking understand you, Rafe said. Do you understand that if word got out about me and Nikolai, it could cause a war? It's not even just the two of you I have to protect. I could drag the whole extended family into this. Rafe huffed. Dimitri's a fucking evil bastard. And what are we? I asked. We're not like him, Rafe said. We have standards and lines we don't cross. We don't sell our fucking family members into slavery just to get money. The memory of Dimitri suggesting I give him Tessa instead of money had me fisting my hands. That fucking son of a bitch. What else is going on? Dante asked. Rafe spoke before I could. Just tell us all of it so he'll shut up. When I was negotiating with Dimitri, he told me he'd give us everything we wanted in exchange for Teresa Ann. Rafe jumped up. What the fuck? I'm going over there right now. I'm gonna blow him the fuck away. Dante grabbed Rafe's arm and shoved him against the wall. Don't you dare walk out of this house. Your hot-headed ass is not starting anything. I snarled at Rafe. You better not fuck this up. I've managed to keep peace for our family ever since I got out of prison. That's not going to change now. But he insulted our family by suggesting such a thing, and I am going to make sure he is paid back for that insult. But now is not the time. We need his weapons. And we're going to get them. Then we're going to let him work himself into a corner. He's running out of money. His business is on shaky ground. That's another reason for this marriage. So Ivanov is paying for Nikolai to marry Elena? Rafe asked. Yes, but it's worse than that. They figured the truth out eventually. They knew Ivanov's secrets, too. Dmitri is giving him to Ivanov. They're using Elena because she has fought her father on everything he's tried to force her into and tried to escape from home at least twice. She's being forced to marry Nikolai, but Ivanov is the one who will fuck him. Jesus, that's disgusting. Hasn't Ivanov killed more than one young lover? Dante asked. Yes, and they were all still in high school. Rafe shook his head. That's fucking sick. Everything about this goddamn business is sick, Dante said. That's why we should all have gotten out of it long ago. It's not an option. I have people to protect, and no other way to do it. This isn't like you, Dante said. Rafe frowned. This is exactly like him. He always gives a speech about how he's responsible, blah, blah, blah. Don't push me, I said. It's not what I meant. It's not like Renzo to give in to anything he wants. He's been punishing himself to work nonstop and basically living like an ascetic since he got out of prison. What's an ascetic? Do you mean like aesthetic? Like making the place look good? Rafe asked. Dante sighed. Ascetic means abstaining from pleasure. He's not letting himself have any fun. But Renzo's fucked guy since he's been out. No one can stay celibate that long. Dante rolled his eyes. I didn't say he hadn't taken care of basic physical needs. He's eaten too, but he won't do anything for himself because all he wants to do is blame himself for something he didn't cause. I was done with listening to them talk about me like I wasn't there. I've had a long night. Don't make me say or do something I'll regret. Just go home. Have you let Remington know? Dante asked. About the deal? Dante nodded. I sure as fuck didn't mean about Nikolai. I don't think I'd tell him that, Rafe said. I'm not fucking stupid, and no, I haven't had a chance to talk to him because I've been arguing with the two of you. Rafe held up his hands in a surrender posture. Wow, you're fucking grouchy. I would think good sex would have made you a little bit more mellow. The negotiation happened after the sex, and there wasn't anything relaxing about this night, so go home and leave me alone. When I finally closed the door behind the two of them, I stepped into the kitchen. filled a highball glass nearly fucking full of my favorite bourbon, then sat on the couch. What a hell of a night. Now that I was alone, I let myself think about Nikolai. He was so beautiful, so responsive, and they were right. He didn't deserve to be where he was. I wanted to get him out, but that wasn't going to happen. I just put him in danger, as well as my family, everyone who worked for us and our allies. Maybe there would be time to see him again later. Right now, I had to put him out of my mind and focus on the family business. I had more negotiating to do this week, and I needed to call my cousin Remington. I needed to report in my success and figure out exactly how he wanted me to receive the shipment. I let my head drop back and held my glass on my knee, the crystal cool to the touch. Was Dante right? Could I have found a way to get us out of this business? I told him Remington wouldn't let us go, that there was no way out. But I knew that wasn't true. It wouldn't be easy, and it wouldn't be fast, but it was possible. But I didn't want to leave. This lifestyle was what I knew, and I wasn't willing to give up the benefits it gave me. I took a deep breath and called my cousin. He answered almost immediately. "Did you accomplish everything I assigned you?" "No, hello, just straight to the point. Yes, he offered me 80% of the weapons I'd asked for at the price I offered." "And we would have spent twice that much. Good work." That made me smile. Remington didn't give compliments easily, and if he knew about the rest of my night, he would not be congratulatory. I'd be lucky if he let me live. "What did you learn about the Russians consolidating power?" "They've made arrangements for an alliance. Dmitri announced that his son, Nikolai, is engaged to Alina Ivanov. The wedding will take place next week." "Dmitri must have gotten Ivanov to pay a hell of a lot, or he wouldn't have made the deal. Nikolai is the best asset he has aside from the weapons he sells." Hot anger burned in my chest. I didn't want anyone thinking of Nico as an asset. Remington was right, though. And for now, I needed to play along. You and I both know Ivanov wouldn't pay that much just for a groom for his youngest daughter. He's been public about how useless he finds her. So Nikolai is for him. I knew it wouldn't take Remington long to put that together. Yes, and I can't let that happen. The Kozlovs and the Ivanovs joining forces will be disastrous for us. I don't know that I'd go that far, but it's certainly not good. It's unlikely Dmitri has the clout to pull his whole family into the alliance. I suspect, for now, there are private agreements between him and Andrei Ivanov, but the Russians consolidating power in any way will cause us numerous problems. Not to mention, they don't give me the respect I deserve. The Russians only pretended to work with Remington, but we all knew they were angling to take over much of the area our family controls. We need to put an end to this engagement. I held my breath as I waited for Remington's response. "That will be a tedious operation if we don't want to make a blatant attack." At least he was entertaining the idea. "I'll work on a plan. Be prepared to assist me." I'd promised myself I'd refuse to be involved in more diplomacy with Dmitri. But if that was my only way to save Nico from Ivanov, I was ready to do whatever Remington asked. "I'm here for anything you need." "Good. Was there anything else you'd like to share?" A shiver ran down my spine. Did he know about Nico? How the hell could he? Even if he did, I wasn't going to confess, but I should let him know about the offer Dmitri had put on the table. Remington would be furious, but he was always cool-headed enough to move carefully unless someone threatened his boyfriend, Henri. He went ballistic for his men. The way you would kill Ivanov for touching Nico. No, I don't. It's nothing like Remington and Henri. I pushed those thoughts from my mind. I needed to tell Remington about Teresa Ann, both to make sure she was protected and to encourage his desire to end Dmitri's power. If I helped Remington prevent an alliance, maybe Nico could be my reward. No. Fuck. I had to stop thinking that way. If I didn't stop fantasizing about Nico, I was going to get myself in trouble. I needed to focus on my family. There is one other thing. I thought so. Remington was nearly as good at reading me as my brothers. Sometimes I seriously wondered if the man was psychic. While we were talking through the deal, Dmitri made an offer, and he was willing to give us all the weapons we needed in exchange for Teresa Ann. The line was dead silent. I'd expected Remington to explode with anger. Instead, he was silent. I could practically feel the chill through the phone. That was much worse. Remington, he signed his death warrant with that. How did you respond? I told him I considered the offer an insult to our entire family, and that if he ever proposed such a thing again, it would be the last thing he did. I told him we didn't sell off family members, and we never would. I'll be in touch soon. Remington ended the call before I could respond. Fuck. I wanted Dmitri dead. But I might have just started exactly what I've been trying to avoid. Maybe you should have taken Nikolai with you after all.
Chapter 8. Nikolai. I turned on my side and let my tears fall as I listened to Lorenzo's steps move away from my door. I could hardly breathe, and I felt like I might pass out. Could you pass out lying down? I wasn't sure. All I knew was that Lorenzo had given me the best experience of my life. I'd never imagined anything could feel so good. So why was I crying? Why did my chest feel tight, and why was I shaking like I was freezing to death? Because as good as this was, I was still here. Still in hell, still engaged to Alina. Lorenzo was never going to toss me on the bed and hold me down while he fucked me. I wasn't going to know what it would be like to have him all the way inside me, to suck his cock, to hear him come. I hadn't even gotten a chance to get him off. I replayed our moments together in my head. He'd been so fucking passionate. So hot. So filthy. But he was cold enough to pull out of me, zip his hard cock up in his trousers, and grab his gun. I couldn't figure out if that horrified me or turned me on more. Then he just finished me off and walked away. I'd wanted his cum inside me, dripping out of me. I wanted to smell like him. Sucking my own cum off his fingers had been so damn good. I never even thought about doing that. The times I'd made out with guys, we'd been trying to hide and doing everything in a rush. They had known more about what they were doing than I did, but Lorenzo knew fucking everything. What was I supposed to do now? Pretend this never happened, marry Alina, and be a servant to her father? It would be even worse to be controlled by Ivanov than to be controlled by my own father. I was useless to him except as a way to get money in exchange for me, but Ivanov would take my body too. I wouldn't have any control over myself. He'd force me to sleep with Alina too. He wanted more grandchildren, and he expected us to produce them. That had been made very clear. Neither of us wanted children, especially not when we'd be bringing them into her father's household. I'd only had brief moments to speak with her when we couldn't be overheard by guards or our fathers. But I'd learned that she didn't want to get married any more than I did. She wanted her own life away from her family. She'd run away before, but her father had hunted her down and dragged her back. She didn't say exactly what had happened afterward, but I knew he'd hurt her and tried to break her, but he hadn't. She was an amazing woman, but I didn't want to marry her. I didn't want to be forced from one horrible family into another. Everything Lorenzo said about her father was true. Nothing was going to get better after the wedding. What if Lorenzo could... Do what? Start a war for me? Kill my father and everyone else who would rise to defend him? No. He wasn't going to save me. He didn't promise you anything but a good orgasm, and he gave you that. I was a stupid, naive little boy. He wasn't here to save me. He was here to use me, to take what he wanted and then leave, just like all the boys I'd messed around with in high school until I'd tried to close off my desires, realizing that being used like that wasn't even pleasurable. I should have fought Lorenzo. I should have tried to keep my attraction to him better hidden, but I just gave in and let him have whatever he wanted. And you loved every second of it. I had.
It was even better than my fantasies. Nothing at all like the rushed hand jobs I'd had before. I could still feel his hand around my cock, the firm, almost painful grip, the way he talked to me, so filthy and so fucking hot, the way he looked at me, like he saw me, really saw me, and he wanted me. But that couldn't be true. Why would he understand anything about me except my desperation to have him fuck me? I was just conjuring another fantasy. He'd been my hero in my dreams, but this was real life. I knew dreams didn't come true. I'd been caught up in the fantasy of actually seeing him after all these years. The idea that he wanted me in real life was intoxicating. Lorenzo had told me to run, but that was easy for him to say. He was the head of his family. He had money and power and the ability to do whatever the fuck he wanted, even sneak into my room with my father right downstairs and make me come harder than I ever had. Even with months of planning, Alina's attempt at escape hadn't succeeded. Why would he think I could get away? There was no way out. My father would hunt me down just as Ivanov had hunted Alina, and he would make me pay for disobeying him. If I couldn't escape, I had no choice but to go along with what my father wanted. My only other option was trying to convince him not to force this marriage, and that was far more laughable than the thought of running away. I didn't even want to think about what he'd do to me if I told him I didn't want to be Ivanov's toy. My father might want to keep me looking presentable for the wedding, but I had no doubt he had ways of hurting me deeply that wouldn't show. As I wiped away my tears, I saw something red on the floor. When I looked more closely, I realized it was Lorenzo's tie. He'd never put it on after he'd gotten dressed. Had anyone noticed? I hope not. But if they had, he would have come up with a good explanation. He couldn't have gotten as powerful as he was if he weren't a proficient liar. My father would never admit it, but Lorenzo wielded far more power than he did. His connections to the Theriats made him too strong to challenge directly. I leaned over the edge of the bed to grab the tie, then brought it to my face and breathed deeply, drawing in Lorenzo's scent. When I rubbed the soft fabric against my cheek, more tears fell. I wanted Lorenzo there with me. I wanted him to be the hero I'd fantasized about. Still holding the tie, I curled up in a ball and pulled the comforter up and over my head. Eventually, I cried myself to sleep. I woke up to someone pounding on my door. It took me a minute to orient myself. Why was I still in my robe? Why was I holding a tie? Why was my ass sore?
"If you don't answer the door, I will be forced to come in."
It was one of my father's guards. I shoved Lorenzo's tie under my pillow, pulled my robe together, and tied it tight. "You can come in." "I was sleeping," I said when he stepped into the room. He nodded.
"Your father wants to see you downstairs."
"I'll get dressed and then come down." The man shook his head.
"He said to bring you immediately."
That couldn't be good. Is there anyone else with him? I can't be seen like this. I looked down at myself. I didn't even have any underwear on. If this satin robe slid apart, I'd be fully exposed like I had been with Lorenzo.
"He's already going to be angry at how long it's taken me to retrieve you."
"Fine. I'll follow you." Even my father's guards didn't have to treat me with respect. Why would they give me any sympathy when my father didn't? Fortunately, my father was alone. As soon as he saw me, he snarled.
"Why aren't you up and dressed already?"
To do what? Sit in my room? He was keeping me locked in. I was summoned to meals when expected, and that was it. "I'm sorry, sir," he huffed.
"I think you've got a lot more to be sorry for than laziness."
My pulse had already been thumping in my ears. It sped up even more, and the room began to spin. What did he know? Could he possibly have found out about Lorenzo and me?
"Remington Theriot called me this morning and made it clear that he wasn't pleased about your upcoming marriage."
"Why would he do that?"
"What would make him think he had the right to tell me who my son should marry?
He paused as if he actually expected me to answer. I have no idea, sir.
You don't?
No, sir. I'm not sure why I would.
I'm not sure why you would either. When I have secured an excellent marriage for you, far better than anything you would find for yourself. I've spent money on you, made sure you had anything you needed, tried to teach you about the business, though you refused to learn. And your mother coddled you too fucking much. I saw Lorenzo watching you last night, and my brother says he saw Lorenzo upstairs, just a few doors down from your room. When he asked what Lorenzo was doing up there, he implied he was meeting someone.
Oh God, please don't let him know.
Do you know who he was meeting?
I shook my head. No, sir.
Interesting. Because we haven't been able to think of anyone who was seen up there, and no one was in any of the rooms to my knowledge, except for you. Lorenzo has made it very clear that he's interested in you, despite you being plenty young enough to be his son.
Lorenzo was only 12 years older than me, and according to my mother, my father had been sleeping with women half his age or younger throughout their marriage. I'd certainly seen plenty of young women in and out of his bedroom when I'd still lived with him. I wasn't about to mention that, though. I don't know what Lorenzo was doing upstairs, and I don't know what that would have to do with Remington's decision about our marriage. Perhaps he owes Lorenzo a favor.
What happened last night?
I thought about the tie lying under my pillow. What if, right now, guards were searching my room?
Nikolai, tell me what happened last night.
Nothing happened. My father walked around the desk and stood in front of me.
Try again.
Nothing happened. He slapped me across the face so hard it felt like my eye was going to pop out. I tried to fight the tears that came to my eyes, but I couldn't hold them back. Just then, the guard who'd come to get me stepped into the room and held up Lorenzo's tie.
I found this under Nikolai's pillow.
My father smiled.
Of course. I noticed Lorenzo was missing his tie last night.
He turned back to me.
What did you say to him? How many of our secrets did you spill?
None. I didn't say anything. My voice sounded weak and shaky. I wanted to be strong like Lorenzo. I wanted to have the balls to stand up to my father.
Did you encourage him to interfere with your engagement?
No, I swear.
If Ivanov finds out what kind of perverted slut you are, he'll call this marriage off. Then you'll be completely useless to me. Part of me wants to slit your throat right now. But I need this deal. I'm going to make damn sure you don't do anything else to fuck it up.
I was shaking, and I wished I could sink into the floor and disappear. Why couldn't I have anything I wanted? Why couldn't I have found the courage to run? At least then I would have had a chance. I could have gotten away when I was living with my mother in New York, but I knew what my father would do to her if she lost me. Even when she stopped being sober, when she stopped really talking to me, I couldn't give her a death sentence. My father drove his fists into my stomach. More blows came after that, but I retreated somewhere deep into my mind, knowing that was the only way I would survive. I was on the floor, barely conscious, when I heard my father say,
"Take him up to his room. Lock him in and stay at the door until another guard comes to relieve you."
A man grabbed my arm, yanked me up, and tossed me over his shoulder. I groaned with pain, but he didn't speak as he took me to my room and trapped me there like my father ordered.
Chapter 9. Lorenzo. I tossed and turned all night, thinking about Nikolai, wondering if his father would find out what happened, and wondering what the hell was going to happen if Remington decided to go to war to keep his family and the Ivanovs apart. Once the light in my room became too bright to think about sleeping, I gave up and threw back the covers. After I showered and dressed, I headed to the kitchen and made myself a double shot of espresso. That might be enough to get me started. I didn't feel much like eating after my restless night and my inability to stop second-guessing my actions the night before. But it was going to be a long day. I was sure of that. I needed to put something in my stomach. So I made some scrambled eggs and toast and brought my plate
and a glass of cold brew as a chaser for the espresso to my office. I'd had way too much bullshit to take care of before all the shit with the Russians had come up. But before I could even get started on the spreadsheets I needed to update, Remington called. "Good morning," I said. "I hope it's going to be. I've spoken with Ivanov." "Already? What time is it?" I glanced at my watch. I don't give a damn if I wake that son of a bitch up. I had something to say, so I said it. He's lucky I didn't call him in the middle of the night. I suppose that was true. What did he say? I told him I'd heard about his daughter's engagement to Nikolai, and that the wedding was to take place soon. He started blathering on about how pleased he was for Alina, as if he gives a fuck about her. So I made it clear that I wasn't in favor and strongly recommended he break the engagement. How did he take that? Like you'd expect. Blustering, as if he had the strength to take our family down, saying I had no right to tell him who his daughter should marry. I told him there would be consequences if this marriage went through. And you left it at that? Yes. I'm going to give him a few days to take action on his own. If he doesn't respond, then I'll send someone to visit him. That someone would likely be me. So you're determined not to let the marriage go through. Are you questioning my decision? No. That was the last thing I wanted to do. I support you fully. I don't want this alliance to go through. I'm just curious why you're this concerned about the Russians. There was something going on that I didn't know, and I wanted all the pieces of the puzzle. Lancelot had a run-in with one of Ivanov's men. The guy was talking a lot of big talk. He boasted about some of their plans for the future that let me know it would be best if we kept this alliance from happening. I didn't bother to ask for more details. Remington would give me those if he decided I needed them. Do you think we can do this without a full-scale war? That's the goal. And if that doesn't work, how far would he go to prevent Nico's marriage? I'll make that decision when the time comes. I hadn't really expected an answer, but now I had to decide what I would do if Remington determined the risk was too great and we'd take a different approach. Ivanov wasn't touching what was mine. Chapter 10. Nikolai. The pain in my arm was what brought me back to full consciousness. I could tell from just looking at it that my father had broken it. Several minutes later, a man came to examine me. He'd brought a portable X-ray that he used to assess the damage to my arm. He didn't ask any questions about how the injury had happened, not that I expected him to. If he worked for my father, then he was surely used to patching people up without asking questions. "It's a simple break," he announced. It didn't feel simple. The bastard showed no mercy in setting the bone. He refused to numb it and seemed oblivious to the way I screamed as the separated bone came back together. I nearly passed out as the pain cut through me, then left my arm throbbing. Without another word, the man cast my arm with no care for my comfort. "You'll need the cast for around 6 weeks. I'll be back to check on the arm in a few days." I didn't bother giving a response. He set a prescription bottle down on the nightstand and left. I picked up the bottle with my good hand. There was no information on it, other than the words, "Take 2 for pain," written in Sharpie. Thank God. I wasn't sure I'd be allowed any drugs. As I shook 2 pills in my hand, I hesitated. There was no telling what the pills were. But if my father wanted to kill me, he could have just beaten me to death. He would have enjoyed that far more. After I popped the pills in my mouth and dry swallowed them, I lay down, hoping they would make me sleep. When I woke up, I was still alone. I tried the door, and, as I expected, it was locked.
"You'll stay in there and be quiet if you know what's good for you,"
a man said from outside the door. I assumed it was one of my father's guards. I looked out my window and saw that a man had been posted there as well. He looked up at me and shook his head. I stepped back, pulling the curtains together. Hoping it wasn't too soon, I took more pain pills and slept again. When I woke up, I was desperately hungry, and my mouth was as dry as a desert. I didn't have any food, but at least I could get water in my bathroom. I filled a glass and drank it down. How long had it been since the fight with my father? It was dark outside, but was it early in the night or late? I had no idea. The guards had taken my phone. Now my smartwatch was gone, and so was my laptop. My father wanted to be sure I couldn't contact anyone. Not that I had anyone to call. I knocked on my door.
"What do you need?"
The guard asked. "What time is it?"
3 a.m.
How the hell did I sleep that long? What was in that pain medicine? I cradled my arm against my chest. It hurt like hell, but I was more concerned with the fact that I hadn't had any food, and I felt so weirdly out of it. No matter how bad my arm hurt, I wasn't taking any more of the pills. Maybe I could find some ibuprofen in my bathroom. I'd like some food, please.
"You'll be fed when your father decides to feed you."
Great, now he was going to starve me. I lay down on the bed. The room felt like it was spinning around me. My arm felt hot and achy, and I couldn't hold back my tears. Why the fuck hadn't I sent Lorenzo away? Could you have? Would he have gone if you told him? Did you really have the strength to resist his seduction? He played you. He showed his power over your father by using you. No, that couldn't be all it was. He didn't have to be nice. He didn't have to make me think. I cried harder until I was fully sobbing. I used my good hand to wipe my eyes until I finally gave up and let my tears wet the sheet underneath me. I fell asleep soon after that, retreating to the world of my dreams. I was outside in the sculpture garden, where I'd seen Lorenzo from the window. I wasn't wearing anything besides my robe. What if my father saw me?
"He's not here."
I turned. Lorenzo was there, dressed in a dark suit like he'd been the night before.
"You're alone? With me?"
I stared at him. That's impossible.
"No. I sent them all away. I wanted you all to myself."
My heart raced. I took a step toward him. "Closer," he ordered. I moved, more floating than walking, until I was right in front of him. He undid the sash of my robe and pushed it open.
"Beautiful."
He ran the back of his hand down my torso. My cock hardened, and he smiled.
"And eager? Just like you were before."
I was so eager, but still unsure how I could be here alone with him.
"Turn around,"
he ordered. I glanced up at the house to see if anyone was watching.
"Do as I said."
This was insane, but I did it anyway. He pulled the robe from my shoulders and tossed it away.
"Brace yourself."
I leaned forward, putting my hands on the back of a stone bench. He gripped my ass cheeks, pulling them apart.
"I'm gonna fuck you. And you're gonna keep your hands where they are. No fighting me. No screaming. Do you understand?"
"Yes." My cock was all the way hard now. I pushed my ass back, inviting him to take me. I wanted this. I wanted to be fucked. I felt the tip of his cock against my hole, and then a loud bang startled me. "Lorenzo!" Another bang. He was gone, and I was back in my room. Bang! Someone was knocking on my door.
"Open the door if you want to eat."
Food. I was starving. I couldn't lose my chance to eat, no matter how much I wanted Lorenzo back. I stumbled to my feet, tied my robe, and pushed my hair from my face. I opened the door, and the guard shoved a tray at me. I almost dropped it since I was trying to hold it with one hand. I gasped in pain when I had to grab the side with my injured arm.
"Eat up," the man said. "I don't know when you'll get more."
He slammed the door as I jumped back. I looked down at the tray. There was a small sandwich and some thin soup. The sandwich was filled with turkey, which I disliked, and the soup looked grayish and unappetizing. I ate it all. What choice did I have? The next few days dragged by. I wasn't given anything else to eat except a piece of bread on the third day. I spent most of my time crying or sleeping, often dreaming of Lorenzo coming back to rescue me. I didn't care what he made me do in the dreams. I was willing to let him have me any way he wanted. A sane person would probably crave independence after growing up the way I had. They would never want anyone telling them what to do after, but I didn't feel that way at all. I craved someone who would take care of me, protect me, and tell me what they wanted from me. I needed rules and restrictions, but I didn't need abuse. I deserve a chance to see my son. My mother was outside, yelling at the guard. What was she doing here? I hadn't thought my father was going to let her attend the wedding, and I couldn't think of any other reason she'd be here. I was supposed to be married the next day. I'd lost track of days, so I only knew because one of the guards had told me to be presentable today because someone would be coming to test out the style for my hair and makeup. It was going to take some serious work to cover all the bruises on my face. The lock turned, and the door opened. I rolled over to see my mother standing there. Nico, are you okay? I realized she was sober, or at least mostly so. How had that happened? I'm fine. She frowned. Don't lie to me. I'd been lying to myself as much as her. If I believed it, maybe I'd have the strength to get out of bed. She turned to the guard who stood behind her. Leave us. I hadn't heard her speak with that kind of authority in her voice in years. When I was young, she occasionally tried to stand up to my father. It never did any good, but I still hated that she'd stopped. Shockingly, the man stepped back into the hall. We don't need you out there either, my mother said, but the man shook his head.
Dmitri wants me to stay here. Nikolai is not to be left without guards under any circumstances.
Then at least close the damn door. My mouth fell open as I stared at her. This was not the woman I'd left in New York. When we were as alone as we could be, she looked me up and down. You've lost weight. You're pale and... Oh, my God, what happened to your arm? I fell. Nikolai, I already told you not to lie to me. I didn't come all this way to help you, for you to act like I'm stupid. This was the mother I remembered from my childhood, not the woman she'd become in the last decade. How had she changed so much? I'd only been here at my father's house for 3 months. Mom, I didn't know you were coming. I told that son of a bitch I was determined to attend my son's wedding. He thinks I'm too weak to do anything, but he's wrong. It's time for you to get out of here. What? Your own father is bad enough, but Ivanov is worse. There are powerful people who want to make sure this marriage doesn't happen. We're not alone in this, and I have money for you, Mom. What? We don't have much time. You need to get out of here. I failed you before, but I'm not going to let you end up in a marriage you never wanted with a father-in-law who will... I know what a monster Ivanov is. I won't let him have you. She pressed a bag into my hand. There's a phone in here, some money, and an address. Go there. What address? Whose?
Where is that bitch?
My father's voice boomed down the hall. My mom pushed me toward the window. Go, now. I bribed the guard that was outside your window, but he can't stay gone long. I opened my window and looked down. It was a long climb, and it would be hell with a broken arm, but I didn't have a choice. I slung the bag over my head with my good hand and leapt to the drain pipe, gripping it with my legs. I could use it to help me descend. At least this way, I had a chance one-handed. I looked back at my mother. What would happen to her? How could I just leave her there? Come with me. She shook her head. No. This is for you. I want you to get away. I heard my father pounding on the door. It was time to go. Thank you. It's so much less than you deserve. Go. Don't let this all be for nothing. I made my way down the drain pipe, using my bad arm as little as I could and trying to ignore the pain. Once my feet hit the ground, I ran toward the woods behind the house, praying I wouldn't run into anybody. I needed to get off my father's property as quickly as I could, but not by the road at the front. Thank God I'd spent so long playing out here when I was a kid. I knew a few paths that would take me to one of the back roads. When I was far enough away that I didn't think anyone would find me, I stopped to take a breath and examine the contents of my bag. As promised, there was a card with an address there for a location in Villa Marais. Why was she sending me there? I saw a rideshare app on the phone and realized there was money in the account that automatically opened. At least I had a way to get there once I docked the boat. I quickly counted the money she'd given me. I had $5,000. Should I just go to the airport and get a plane ticket? Not without an ID, and even if I had one, my father would track me. Surely he had already sent people out searching for me. I started moving again as I requested a ride from the road where the path would end. Half an hour later, I stepped out of the rideshare in front of a beautiful house. Who lived here? How did my mother know them? The car pulled away, and I still stood there, heart pounding, sweat rolling down my back. The humidity pressed down on me. If I kept standing there, I'd pass out from the heat. I couldn't remember the last time I'd had anything to eat. I took a shaky breath and forced myself to walk down the sidewalk and up the steps. I rang the doorbell, aware that I was now on camera. I glanced up, hoping the person would somehow recognize me or be expecting me. The last few days had been so crazy, so unreal. Was this any worse? Was anything worse than being stuck in the house with my father? I heard footsteps, and then the door flew open.
What the fuck are you doing here?
It was Lorenzo, the only man who had ever touched me so tenderly, made me feel so hot, so needy. My mother had sent me to his house.
Chapter 11. Lorenzo. I closed my eyes for a moment, then opened them again. The doorbell camera app still showed me Nikolai was standing on my porch with a bruised face and his arm in a cast. Had his father done that? If so, I would make sure he suffered for a good long time before he died. I hurried down the hall and flung the door open. What are you doing here?
Can I please come in?
I didn't even stop to think before gesturing for him to step inside. His presence had my head swimming. This situation was not good. Remington didn't want Nikolai getting married tomorrow, but I was sure he hadn't decided to take such a serious step as kidnapping the bride or groom. What happened? Do you need me to call the doctor?
No, but I could use something to eat and...
I caught him just as he slumped over. Fuck. He was pale, and his skin was cool to the touch. Was he sick as well as injured? I scooped him up and carried him to the guest room, laying him carefully on the bed. Nikolai, wake up. Talk to me. He blinked and slowly opened his eyes.
What happened?
If you mean just now, you fainted. Otherwise, I don't know. Did your father do this to you? He bit his lip and looked away. Nikolai.
Yes.
Does he know about what happened the other night? He gave the slightest nod. Fuck. Don't move. I'm gonna get something to make you feel better. I stepped into the bathroom, wet a washcloth, and laid it across his forehead. Lay there and rest. I'm gonna get you some water and something to eat, and you'll have to tell me everything. I had to stop in the kitchen doorway to push down the panic that was threatening to overwhelm me. How the hell was this happening? I couldn't believe Nikolai was here, in my house. Maybe I was still asleep. I'd had so many dreams about him, some pleasurable and some horrific. How had he known where to come? What if this was a trap? I had my gun with me. I'd grabbed it as soon as I'd heard the doorbell, even before I'd seen who it was. I should call Remington, but I wasn't going to until I talked to Nico and figured out how he'd gotten here and what had happened. How had his father found out? And how could I get to the man and torment him until he begged for death? I wasn't going to let him live, no matter what Remington said. I quickly made a peanut butter sandwich and pulled a bottle of water from the fridge. When I got back to the guest room, he was so still I was afraid he'd lost consciousness again. I paused in the doorway and watched his chest moving up and down. He was alive, and I would make sure he got better. I had to grip the doorway to steady myself as an image of him bleeding out on the floor of his room came to my mind. What if his father had killed him? It would have been my fault. How the hell would I have lived with that? He's fine. He's here now. He was, and I would protect him. When we were done destroying his family, I would see that he got somewhere safe and had a chance to live the life he deserved. But that meant I couldn't touch him again. As much as I wanted him to be mine, he wasn't for me. He deserved so much more than the life of constant danger I had to offer, even if Remington would permit one of his men to marry a Koslov. How are you feeling? He used his good hand to move the cloth from his face and started to sit up. I helped him and moved more pillows behind his back. Take it easy. I don't want you to pass out again. I just need to eat. I handed him the sandwich, and he grabbed it. Go slow. He took a bite and sat it back on the plate with shaky hands. I opened the water bottle for him, and he took a few long sips. Go slow with the water, too. You don't want to make yourself sick. It's not the first time my father has tried to starve me. I know how to handle it. He said that so casually, like it was something anyone would understand. He's a dead man. Nikolai's eyes widened. You can't. Your family I can, and I will. Not now, though. Now I want you to tell me what happened. I don't know where to start. I wanted to demand he start by telling me how he knew where I lived and what made him think I would save him. He'd been right, of course. I'd fucked up. I'd indulged myself when I knew better, and I wasn't going to make him pay for my mistakes any more than he already had. I could hardly stand to see the bruises on his face. No one would ever touch him like that again. I would see to that. After a slow breath, I said, start from the beginning. What happened after I left? He squeezed his eyes shut, then winced. It's all right. Just relax and tell me. I didn't want you to leave. I hadn't wanted to leave, but I didn't let myself say that. I couldn't encourage more of a connection between us. I found your tie on the floor in my room. You left it there. I scrubbed a hand over my face. How could I have been so stupid? I knew the importance of details. I knew to check any room I'd entered secretly and make sure no one could trace me back there. You wanted him so bad you couldn't think of anything else. That had never happened, not even when I was a constantly horny 18-year-old. The next morning, one of my father's guards woke me and told me I was expected downstairs. My father wanted to see me, and he wouldn't even wait until I was showered and dressed. I had to go down in only my robe. It's all right. You're safe now. I laid a hand on his leg, and he jumped. I drew back, but he reached for me, taking my hand in his. I squeezed it, unhappy that his skin was still unnaturally cold. The house was stuffy since the air conditioning couldn't keep up with the August heat. I held his hand between mine, trying to warm it. Tell me what happened next. He already knew about us, or at least he suspected, and he demanded that I confess. The fucking bastard. How did he find out? His brother told him he saw you upstairs, and then Mr. Theriot called Ivanov and told him to break the engagement. So he called my father and demanded answers. My father decided I'd asked you to help me, and you'd gone to Remington. I tried to deny having seen you, but he sent a guard to search my room, and he came back with your tie. I should have hidden it better. I just put it under my pillow. I imagined Nico placing my tie under his pillow, wanting the scent of me there. How long would he have kept it if it hadn't been found? I should have gotten rid of it. I shouldn't have. No. None of this is your fault. I should never have come to your room. I know. But I'm glad you did. Before I could stop myself, I reached out and brushed the back of my fingers over his bruised cheek. What happened next? My father beat me. I don't think I was conscious anymore when he broke my arm. He will pay for this. Don't put yourself in danger for me. I've already done that. Now I'm going to see it through. Chapter 12. Nikolai. The fierceness in Lorenzo's eyes when he talked about killing my father should have scared me. Instead, it turned me on. Seeing him standing there, looking so strong and gorgeous, ready to defend me like no one ever had, made me dizzy all over again. He was wearing gray pants and a button-up shirt with the top buttons undone and the sleeves rolled up, showing his muscular forearms. I couldn't stop staring. He was just as sexy dressed like that as he had been in a suit at my father's party.
I was about to get lost in a fantasy, but reality slapped me when my arm twinged. How could I be thinking about sex when I'd just run away? I squeezed my eyes shut. I couldn't think about that. But the tears came. I couldn't stop them any longer. I'm not going to let anyone hurt you. It's not that. I barely got the words out as I reached up to wipe my face. After drawing in a shaky breath, I said, "My mom. She helped me get away, and I don't know what he's going to do to her." Lorenzo's expression was fierce. "She should have gotten you away from Dmitri long before now. It was her job to protect you as a child. She tried when I was little, but she didn't have any more power over my father than I have now. She was a victim, like I was. But she stopped trying." I sighed. That was true. She's sober today, and she brought me money and a phone and your address. She's the one who told you to come here. I couldn't tell if he was angry or just surprised. Yes, I didn't know it was your address. She just told me where to go and said I would be safe there.
Did you tell her about us?
No. My father may have, but I don't think so. She said something about there being powerful people who wanted to stop my marriage. Does she mean your family?
Maybe. But I don't know who would have contacted her. I'll see what I can find out. But right now, I want to make sure you're okay. A doctor should look at your arm.
No, it's too big of a risk. I can't let anyone see me.
Who set your arm?
I wanted to tell him it had been done by a doctor, but I didn't know if that was true. The man who'd tended me hadn't shared his qualifications. The man who did it took x-rays and definitely had medical knowledge.
So it wasn't your father?
I shook my head, unable to imagine him taking care of me, even in the cold way the doctor or nurse had.
And after your arm was set?
I was locked in my room and barely fed. My father moved the wedding date up. I was going to be married tomorrow.
But your mother came and helped you run.
Yes. I should have made her come with me. Or stayed, or... I don't know. I can't believe I just left her there.
You did the right thing. I thought we had more time. If you'd married Alina...
He looked almost scared. What do you mean we should have had more time? Was he planning something?
Lorenzo shook his head. Don't worry about that. Right now we need to figure out what to do with you.
I don't have anywhere else to go. I'll do whatever you want if you let me stay here. He nodded.
Yes, you will. You'll do exactly as I say. And you're not going anywhere. You're under my protection now.
What will you want from me? He started to speak, then bit his lip.
We'll talk about that later. For now, you need to rest.
Some of the tension that was weighing me down lifted. I wasn't going to have to run anymore today.
Remington has a doctor who makes house calls for us. She's discreet and very good at her job. You will let her examine your arm. I need to know it was set correctly.
I hated the thought of anyone touching my arm, but I knew he was right. Okay. Why are you protecting me? I regretted the question as soon as I asked. He didn't owe me an explanation. I was never going to survive if I didn't learn to keep my mouth shut around him.
Because nobody should be treated the way you have.
I nodded. He was right, and it was a good answer. So why did my chest still ache? Had I actually thought he was going to confess that he'd fallen for me? I wasn't that naive.
I need to make some calls, Lorenzo said. Your father will eventually want to see if you're with me, and I won't be caught off guard.
Don't get hurt because of me. I'm not... He held up his hand.
You're under my protection. I've made that decision. My family and I will stand behind you. Your father will never touch you again.
He walked out, and tears rolled down my cheek. Happy ones mostly this time. I might have actually gotten away. I might have a chance at freedom. But what about the people I'd left behind? My mother and Alina? How badly would they be harmed because of me? Would you hand me my bag? I want to try texting my mother. I didn't think she'd respond, but I had to try. Lorenzo gave the bag, and I fought back more tears as I pulled out the phone she'd given me.
Chapter 13. Lorenzo. I ran a hand through my hair as I walked to my office. The smart thing to do would be to send Nico away. I shouldn't be involved with him, and if Dmitri found him at my house, there would be no repairing that connection. But wouldn't Remington rather Nico be here than in Ivanov's hand, or with someone else who could use him as a bargaining chip? Whether that was true or not, I couldn't send him away. He couldn't defend himself, and I didn't trust anyone else to do it. Dmitri would be looking for him. He was too important an asset. Dmitri was determined to keep himself afloat, and to do that, he had to get the money from Ivanov. Was he already on his way here? Would he guess where Nico had gone? I needed to call Remington. Then I needed to call my brothers. I had to be ready to defend us all. How far would Dmitri go to try to retrieve him? I didn't want to find out without backup. Dmitri needed the alliance with the Ivanovs, but he couldn't afford to start a war with my family. Still, I had to let Remington know what was going on. He wasn't going to like it, even if he was ultimately getting what he wanted. He must not have known the wedding date had changed. Likely Ivanov and Dmitri hadn't told anyone. I needed to talk to Dante and Rafe first, but I knew better than to put off contacting Remington. So I compromised and sent him a text. I don't think you have to worry about a wedding taking place. Nikolai is here with me. Dmitri beat him, but it's nothing we can't handle. He's safe now. My phone rang before I had a chance to decide what to say to my brothers. I'd known better than to hope Remington might not see my text for a little while. What the hell's going on? Nikolai escaped and came here for protection. He barely made it. He hasn't eaten in a few days. How did he get out? His mother helped him escape. His mother. I could hear the surprise in his voice. At least he hadn't been hiding this from me. I didn't think she could stay sober long enough to help anyone. So you're not the one who gave her my address? Me? No. Why would you think? Never mind. We'll deal with that later. I have no doubt Dmitri will come looking for his son. I'll send some guards to help you fortify your house. Be prepared to defend it. We would talk about it later. We needed to know how his mother found out. I'm already working on it. We need to try to find Nikolai's mother. She wouldn't come with him, and there's no telling what Dmitri's done to her. I'll see what I can do. Do you want to tell me why he came to you? How does he even know you? I didn't. But the longer I waited to tell the truth, the worse it would be. Something else happened the night I was at Dmitri's house. Really? Tell me about it. Then tell me why you decided I didn't need to know after I told you I wanted this marriage contract dissolved. I talked to Nikolai. He was clearly interested in me, so you talked to him. To discuss how you and his father had the most fragile of alliances. I fucked him, okay? Remington sighed. Right there at his father's house. Yes. I was shocked when he laughed. I bet you enjoyed the hell out of that. I did. Nikolai's a beautiful young man. A low growl escaped me. Nico was mine. At least, until he couldn't be. Don't worry, Henri is enough for me. He sure as hell was. Remington's boyfriend was incredibly gorgeous, and he had Remington wrapped around his little finger. No one would dare speak to the King of New Orleans the way Henri did. So you thought fucking Dmitri's son was a good idea? No, it was a terrible one. I know better. Renzo, you've been beating yourself up for way too long. You saw something you wanted and you took it. I can't be too mad about that, especially when it ended up preventing Nikolai's marriage from taking place today. You heard they'd moved the timetable up? I sure as hell did. I was scrambling to figure out what move to make next. Keep Nikolai with you, preferably in your sight. As far as I'm concerned, he's your prisoner. He doesn't go anywhere or speak to anyone. Should I move him to a safe house? Not yet. I want to see what Dmitri does to find Nico and what Ivanov has to say to me about the situation. If the groom is missing, then there's no wedding, and Ivanov has an easy excuse to break his contract with Dmitri. Does he really need an excuse? He wants that alliance. I'm sure he wants Nikolai, but he can find young men elsewhere. Why is the alliance so important to him? What can Dmitri do for him? I wish I knew. You work on keeping Nikolai right where he is, and keep your hands off him. This is a job. I'd already planned to, but having Remington order me around only made me angrier. No one will touch him. Good. I've got guards on their way to you now. We'll talk soon. I called Dante immediately. What fucking time is it? He asked when he answered the phone. I had to look at the time on my phone. Midnight. What the fuck are you doing calling me at this time? I've got an early class tomorrow. The last thing I needed was shit from Dante.
None of that matters right now. Nikolai is at my house, and he's under my protection, and I need you here to help me when someone comes looking for him." "What the fuck is going on? Did you kidnap him?" I pushed my chair back from my desk and stood. "No. He came to me after being beaten by his father. Someone really needs to go off that bastard." "We do," I said as I paced my office. "So get over here and help me with that." "I told you, I want out. I've got a job. I'm not your muscle to order around." "Dante." He sighed. "Fine, I'll be there as soon as I can." "Sooner. Don't push it, asshole." I called Raphael next. Unlike Dante, he was wide awake. "How sober are you?" He huffed. "What are you, the fun police?" "Yes. I've just had a few beers. I'm playing video games. I don't go out and get wasted every night." That was news to me. "I need you over here." "Why? What's up?" "Nikolai is here." It sounded like Rafe dropped the phone. A few seconds later, he said, "What the fuck? Damn, you move fast." He'd been beaten by his father and locked in his room, but he managed to escape. "I'm sure his father's already looking for him. Get over here." "Fuck, man. I'll be there in a minute." When I ended the call, I sat back down in my office chair and closed my eyes. I knew whatever happened, this was going to be a shitty night or morning or whatever the fuck it was. I was already running on almost no sleep. If Dmitri came near me, I was going to put him down. And what the hell was I supposed to do with Nikolai? I knew what I wanted to do. I wanted to comfort him, hold him, kiss him everywhere, but what I needed to do was stay the hell away from him. If Remington negotiated things the way he wanted, would he expect me to send Nikolai back to Dmitri as some terms in the agreement? I would never allow that to happen. I knew Nico couldn't stay with me, but he would never be under his father's control again. My brothers both arrived faster than I expected them to. I'd already assigned the men Remington sent to keep watch outside. I wanted my brothers inside with me in case Dmitri or one of his men got through those defenses. I needed Nikolai surrounded by people I trusted with my life. The guards I assigned to the perimeter were loyal to the family, but I couldn't count on them the same way I did my brothers. They were Remington's people. Dante and Rafe were mine. "Where is he?" Rafe asked as soon as he got there. "In the guest room." "Oh, did you tuck him in bed after you fucked him?" Dante scowled at him. "Why do you have to be such a child?" "I just thought with Nico here, Renzo would want to have a little fun." I scowled at him. "He's injured, dumbass." Also, Remington ordered me to keep my hands off Nico. "You weren't worried what Remington thought the other night?" "No, and look where that got us." Rafe grinned. "Looks to me like he got exactly what he wanted. There won't be an alliance between the Russians. He wanted to negotiate, not kidnap the groom." "You're not really going to listen to Remington about this, are you?" Dante asked. "If you'd like Nikolai as much as it seems..." "Stop. Nikolai doesn't belong in a family like ours. He deserves to get away from danger, violence, crime. He needs a chance to thrive somewhere he doesn't have to worry about dying all the time." "How do you know what he wants?" Dante said. I glared at him, and he shook his head. "Fine, I get it. Let's just see what happens." "What's that supposed to mean?" "You've never talked about a guy like this before," Rafe said. Dante must have sensed how close I was to losing it. "That's enough. We've got to make a plan. It's not going to take a genius to figure out this is one of the places Nikolai might have gone." "Well, Dmitri is certainly no genius as far as I know." "He's not," I said, "but he's vicious. He needs this alliance. The last thing he wants is for his son not to show up at the wedding. So yeah, he'll likely come here." "Why would Nikolai come here? Was he that sure you'd protect him?" Rafe asked. Dante gave him a pointed look. "Where else is he going to go? His father kept him isolated. It's not like he has friends or any of his own money." "True. But why would he think an enemy family was going to protect him?" Dante huffed. "Have you met Lorenzo? He exudes protectiveness. He's the first person most people who've met him would come to if they needed protection. He's also scary as hell when he wants to be," Rafe said. "But I bet he was gentle with Nikolai. I bet he made it so good for him." "Oh my God, shut up," I yell. "Show some fucking respect." "For you or for Nikolai?" Rafe asked. "Both." "All right, can we meet him?" I frowned. "You're not waking him up." Dante grinned, and I knew I was letting my possessiveness show. "Do you actually know that he's asleep?" Rafe asked. "We've been pretty loud." "He should be. He's hurt, and he hasn't been eating. He needs to rest." Dante laid a hand on my shoulder. Why don't you go check on him, without the two of you hovering over me? We want to meet him, Rafe insisted. Dante glared at him. We'll stay right here. He's been through enough trauma. Meeting me would not be traumatic. It would be, I growled. Don't finish that sentence. They both grinned at me. I'd let them see through me again. I had to get it together. I needed to treat Nikolai like anyone else I was assigned to protect. I'd worked my way up in this business. I'd been a bodyguard for the Theriats before I'd been given my own responsibilities. I opened the guest room door, trying not to make a sound. Nikolai lay on the bed, curled in a ball. He stirred when I entered, then sat up suddenly, looking terrified. I should have known he'd be a light sleeper. He would have had to learn that as a survival instinct, just like I had. It's okay. It's me. Lorenzo, you're at my house, and you're safe. His eyes were still wide, but he nodded. I guess I fell asleep. That's good. You need to sleep. My brothers are here, and I've got men guarding the outside of the house. We're going to make sure you're safe. I was just checking on you. I wish... He looked down at the sheets and twisted them in his hands. What? What do you wish for? It was a dangerous question, but I couldn't stop myself from asking it. I wish you could stay here with me. I wanted to badly, but I needed to be on alert, and if I was curled around his warm body, I couldn't guarantee that. I've got to make sure we're prepared in case your father or some of his men come. We will not let them get to you. But we have to be ready. I know. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. Not for wanting to be taken care of. Fuck, I was in trouble. All he had to do was look at me, and I wanted to pull him into my arms and promise him everything. I'm going to go talk to my brothers. Then I'll come back. They want to meet you. How do you feel about that? He frowned. I'm a mess. They've seen people far messier, and you still look beautiful to me. He smiled, but still seemed uncertain. They're going to keep hounding me until they see you. What are they like? Dante is the middle child. He didn't want to be part of the family business. He went to college, graduated early, and continued on to graduate school. Now he's a professor at Dumont University. He manages to straddle both worlds, even though he wishes he could just teach, do research, and be left in peace. Anytime we need him, though, he's there for us. Is he as hot as you are? I narrowed my eyes at Nico as he gave me a cheeky smile. I couldn't decide if I was happy to see him looking better or if I wanted to choke him for asking. Hotter, probably. But you don't need to be looking at him like that. Really, Nikolai? So what about your other brother? Raphael, or Rafe, is the youngest, and he's... Fuck, I don't know. He's a lot smarter than he acts. He turns everything into a joke. He runs our casino, and he loves to party. I keep thinking eventually he's going to settle down, but I don't know. He's a good guy, even if he doesn't show you that. How good is someone in your line of work supposed to be? We're not like your father or his friends. Sure, we don't follow the law all the time, and we've been involved in some bad things with bad people, but we don't hurt anyone like you. We would never hurt our family. We would never sell off our family. Okay, I guess I'll talk to them. I wanted to keep him all to myself, but I knew that would never work. I'll be right back. I can come out there if you know. You're tired. You stay where you are. They can come to you. He sighed. I'm not an invalid. I said, stay in bed. You're fucking bossy. Does that come from being the oldest? Yes and no. But I'm only bossy with those I care about. He sucked in his breath, and I rushed out the door. What the fuck made me say that? Chapter 14. Nikolai. Had he really said that? I stared at the door long after Lorenzo had retreated through it. People he cared about. He cared about me? That was what he'd implied, but I was sure it was just my health and because he blamed himself for my father attacking me. Lorenzo was a decent person, so of course he'd feel empathy for me. His caring didn't mean anything else. Just because I've been half in love with him since the first time we met didn't mean he felt the same way, or that he ever would, even if we had months to spend together instead of days. I had to stop imagining anything would happen between us other than him protecting me and finding me a safe place to go. It would help if he didn't look at me like he wanted me as much as he had that night. Lorenzo knocked softly on the door.
Is it okay if we come in?
Yes. I hoped I'd spoken loudly enough. My throat was sore from all the crying I'd done, and I was nervous as fuck. When Lorenzo walked in with his brothers, I realized how unprepared I had been to see the three of them together. Lorenzo wasn't joking when he said Dante was just as hot as he was. Both of the other men were beautiful as fuck, and they were all three different enough that they might appeal to different men or women. If I had to be around all of them for long, I might melt into a puddle.
I'm Dante.
The tallest one of the brothers stepped forward, holding out his hand. Somehow, despite wearing a black t-shirt and black cargo pants, he still looked like a professor, the kind everyone in the class has a crush on. His dark hair was thick, and it looked so soft where it curled over his forehead. I shook his hand and managed to say, "I'm Nikolai." The third man held out his hand.
I'm Raphael. But call me Rafe.
His well-trimmed beard and the tattoos on his arms would have had me salivating if Lorenzo hadn't been there. He was the shortest of the three, but also had the broadest shoulders.
Stop flirting,
Lorenzo ordered. Rafe laughed. I'm just introducing myself. It's nice to meet you both, I said. Dante grinned.
Don't let on that it's too nice, or we'll be in trouble with our big brother. Get started patrolling the house. I'll join you in a few minutes.
Lorenzo waved them toward the door.
Keep alert. Shoot anyone who looks suspicious or acts suspicious or approaches the house.
I sucked in a breath. Oh my God.
We don't take chances,
Raphael said. What if it's just someone who wants to sell something, or...
It won't be, sweetheart. It's the middle of the night. Remember? The only people who would come here now are people we know or someone your father sent after you.
Right. What was I thinking? No one knocked on the door randomly at 1 a.m. You really believe he'll come for me? He hates me. Why would he bother? Even as I said it, I knew. I knew it was wishful thinking. He didn't care about me, but he cared a hell of a lot about money.
He took money from Ivanov and promised him you as a groom for his daughter, and...
Lorenzo growled.
I won't even say it. Dmitri doesn't have what he owes, so he's going to come get it. If he doesn't bring you to the wedding, he knows what will happen to him. Ivanov doesn't leave loose ends.
My father doesn't either.
He won't get to you. He'd have to come through me to do it. Why don't you stay here with Nikolai? Dante said. Raphael and I can take care of patrolling the rest of the house. Nikolai should have someone here as a last line of defense.
Lorenzo studied him for a moment.
I think it'd be better to have us all on lookout.
That's a big window, bro, Raphael said. Somebody could sneak in here easily.
Nico is safer if you're here.
It's okay, I said. You don't have to stay. I didn't want him here with me if he'd rather be with his brothers or if I was better off with him downstairs. He laid a hand over mine.
I'm staying. I just don't like my brothers thinking they're in charge of this operation.
But if you shh. He laid a finger over my lips and heat raced through me.
I know how to take care of you. Damn, wait until we're gone for all that,
Rafe said. My cheeks burned with embarrassment. This wasn't what they thought. Was it?
Chapter 15. Lorenzo. Dante gave me a malicious smile. The bastard. He knew it would torment the hell out of me to be here with Nico and not touch him. It's not too hard to figure out your plans. We've known you all our lives, Renzo. We know how you think. I glared at them. What he meant was they knew I was hot for Nikolai when I shouldn't be. I couldn't understand why they wanted me to be with him. It was a disaster waiting to happen. How were we supposed to negotiate when I was fucking Dimitri's son? Nothing could come of this, even if Remington agreed to it. I would see that Nikolai didn't marry Alina Ivanov and never returned to his father's house, but he could never marry me. Wait. The room swirled around me. Marry? What the fuck? I didn't want to marry him. That was insane. I was in way over my head. I snarled at my brothers. Get out there and make damn sure no one gets in this house. Dante gave one of his rare smiles. We got you, bro, Rafe said as he fucking winked at me. I flipped him off as they left the room. Ignore them.
Nico just laughed. It must be nice to be that close to your brothers. They're assholes, but they are here for you. They care. I nodded. They do. All my sister thought about was getting away from our father. She didn't care that I was left there alone and at his mercy. I let go of his hand and gripped his shoulders, turning him to face me. When his eyes met mine, a jolt of awareness shot through me. I fought the urge to yank my hands back and turn away. Nico didn't need anyone else deserting him. How old were you when she left? 13. Got married on her 18th birthday to a man who was willing to pay for her, and she was okay with that. Nico sighed. She thought he cared for her, and now? She's rarely allowed to leave home. The last time I saw her, she looked worn down. Her eyes were empty. I already wanted Dmitri dead, but now I had even more reason to want to tear his head from his shoulders. I'm sorry. Yeah, me too. I shifted further onto the bed and took both his hands in mine. Look at me and listen carefully. Oh, okay. I know a lot of ways to kill a man. I'm good at hand-to-hand combat, and I'm a damn fine shot. You are safe with me. I am putting my life between you and your father, or anyone he sends, and I don't want to die. Nico shook his head. I don't want you to die either. I don't like the idea of killing anyone, but my father, he should. It's okay if you want him dead. No one should be able to treat you like he has and live, and they won't, as long as I'm breathing. Why do you care so much? Because you're an innocent man who was under his care. He's abused you, and he's willing to hand you over to a monster. And for some reason, you called to the protective side of me like no man ever has, and I want you here with me. I was so scared. I knew Ivanov was worse than my father, but I didn't think I had a way out. Ivanov was worse than he could even imagine. I knew better, but I pulled Nico into my arms, needing to hold him. You're going to be able to make your own choices about who you are and who you want to be with. I promise you that. He clung tightly to me, and I shifted, pulling him even closer, burying his face in my neck. Thank you, he whispered. His warm breath against my skin caused my body to tighten. I took hold of his upper arms and eased him away from me. Nikolai. His gaze met mine, and my breath caught. How the hell did he have such an effect on me? Chapter 16. Nikolai. I wanted to ask for another kiss, but I was frozen, unable to speak or even breathe. His hands on my arms felt hot enough to burn me, and I only wanted to get closer to the flames. He let go of my arms and cupped my face. I shivered as his thumb brushed over my cheekbone. I told myself I wouldn't touch you again. You're touching me now? I realized how stupidly obvious my words were and wished I could take them back. He smiled. I am. And you want to stop? He shook his head. No, I don't want to stop. Not ever. Then don't. Is that what you want? For me to keep touching you? Yes. Please? He brought his other hand to my face. His gaze focused on my lips, and he leaned toward me so slowly, I felt like the world had shifted into slow motion. His lips were nearly touching mine, when a shout from downstairs had him pulling back from me. I heard more shouts, scuffling, and what might have been a muffled gunshot. Lorenzo glanced toward the door. Go help them. I'll be okay. I'm not leaving you. Before I could argue more, the bedroom window exploded as my father rolled through it. He jumped to his feet and pointed a pistol at me, though he kept his gaze on Lorenzo. Lorenzo's weapon was trained on my father, but he didn't seem to care. Give me back my son. Lorenzo snarled. He's a grown man. He doesn't belong to you. He's my asset to use as I please. Then shooting him makes no sense. He won't be any use to you dead. And he won't be worth anything to you either. Fucking a corpse isn't much fun, unless you're sicker than I think. His gun went off, and I screamed, expecting to feel pain. When nothing happened, I realized the bullet had lodged in the wall just beside me. Next time, I'll go for his knee. He won't need to walk to be useful to Ivanov. Lorenzo took a step closer. You're already going to pay for everything you've done to him. Don't make it worse. You can't win. Drop your weapon. Lorenzo shook his head. My father cocked the gun, and I braced myself for agony. I jumped when Lorenzo's gun hit the floor. My father shifted attention to him, and Lorenzo roared as he launched himself at my father. He grabbed my father's arm, twisting his wrist until I heard a sickening snap, and his pistol fell from his hand. Lorenzo grabbed him by the shirt front and dragged him through the broken window. My father struggled, but with only one useful arm, he was no match for Lorenzo. I watched as they fought. Lorenzo slowly backed my father to the railing. Then, with a hard shove, he went over. He screamed before a thud signaled he'd hit the ground. Then I screamed when Lorenzo went over after him. I rushed to the balcony to see if he was okay, but he yelled, "Stay back!" A man shot at him from behind the shed, and I screamed. My father took off running, and I fought my urge to go back to the edge of the balcony and find Lorenzo. What could I do? I couldn't save him from bullets, and I'd probably break my leg if I jumped. How had he done that? The landing hadn't seemed to affect him at all. The shooter seemed to be covering for my father. Once he'd disappeared from view, the man took off after him. I expected Lorenzo to chase him, but a few seconds later, he climbed back over the balcony. I rushed toward him, and he pulled me into his arms. "I thought you were going to be killed."
The fool working for Dimitri is a terrible shot, and he probably knows better than to kill Remington Theriot's cousin.
"I thought you would chase them."
"Not with you here unguarded."
"I was so scared. My dad looked crazier than usual, and then you jumped and—" He squeezed me tighter.
"I know, baby. It's okay."
I hurried my face against his next and realized, against him, I'd never trusted anyone so completely, but he'd saved me and no one else ever had. I jumped when the door burst open. Lorenzo shoved me behind him as he drew his gun. "Don't shoot! It's us!" Dante yelled as Rafe surged through the door.
"Jesus! Warn me next time!"
Lorenzo yelled. "Are you both okay?" Rafe asked, looking from one of us to the other.
"Yes. Are you?"
They both nodded.
"We got 2 dead men down here." "We'll handle it. Tell me what happened."
"We heard something outside. When we stepped out, the guards were shooting at some men. Then we were ambushed from another direction by 2 more Russians."
"The body's downstairs?"
Rafe nodded.
"And our men who were outside?"
"They're looking for the others who got away." "My dad. Was he injured?" Lorenzo nodded.
"I broke his wrist. He had that coming."
I felt a flutter in my chest that he was thinking about me as he fought for his life. Should that make me as happy as it did?
"And he's banged up, possibly concussed."
"Good," Rafe said, "but I wish he was dead." His eyes widened, and he glanced at me, obviously worried he'd upset me. I wish he was dead, too.
Chapter 17. Lorenzo. Dante put his hand on my shoulder. "I'll stay with Nikolai if you want to take Rafe and go after Dimitri."
"No,"
Nico said.
"Don't risk your life again. Please."
I wanted to end this tonight. Dimitri had come here into my home, thinking he was going to take Nico from me. No one could do that. He was going to shoot you, baby. Eyebrows raised, and I realized I'd slipped up by calling Nico baby. But fuck it. I didn't care what they thought about me and Nikolai. They had to know how things would end. We'd set him up somewhere far away so he could live a life free of danger and crime. "Dimitri will be on high alert tonight," Rafe said. "He'll be expecting retaliation. He's either locked himself in his house to lick his wounds while doubling the men he has guarding him, or he's gone to ground somewhere else. Without eyes on him now, we won't know where that is. Our chance of killing him and coming back alive will be much higher tomorrow." Dante studied our brother. "Since when are you the voice of reason? Since you decided to take my role and send us into combat with no plan?" They both looked at me. Nikolai squeezed my hand as I took a deep breath. Having him there calmed me. He did something to the wild, reckless side of me. The one who wanted to break free, find his father and kill him, even if I died doing it. He's right. Rafe huffed. "Damn, that's a first." "Sure as hell is," Dante said. "But yeah, we shouldn't go in blind. We need to make a plan of attack. And get Remington on our side," Rafe added. Dante shook his head. "We don't have to wait for anyone's permission. Dimitri hurt Nikolai and he broke into Renzo's house. That's more than enough reason to kill him." I sighed. "You know, it's not that simple." "You would have killed him tonight if his men hadn't started shooting." "Yes, but that's not the same as hunting him down." Dante slammed his hand down on my dresser. "I fucking hate these rules."
Nikolai tensed, and I pulled him to me. It's okay.
I know, my heart is still racing from seeing them shooting at you.
You shouldn't have been anywhere near the balcony. He scowled at me.
You were in danger.
That's not... Rafe whistled, getting all our attention. I snarled at him. Don't ever do that again. You do it all the time. I glanced at Nico. He was frowning at me, eyes narrowed. Shit, I was being an ass. The leader, the oldest, the sane one? Rafe muttered. Dante snorted. Raphael and I aren't kids anymore, Lorenzo. Dimitri could launch another attack, and we need to be ready to kill him this time. As much as I'm loving Mr. Snooty Professor showing his unhinged side, Rafe said, Dante and I need to check out the cleanup operation and talk to the men we left outside. Damn. Once again, he was right. Where was my head? Fantasizing about what you'll do to Nico when you get him alone and how much you'll make his father suffer once you capture him. Take care of things downstairs. I'm going to take Nico to my room while our cleanup crew does a temporary fix on the window here. I'll get Remington to send some more men over. Then you two should try to get some sleep. I don't think Dimitri will be back tonight. Then we're going to need to be on full alert tomorrow. Rafe saluted me. Take good care of Nikolai, or I'll have to come show you how. I took a step toward him. Nico is mine. I felt Nico tense beside me and realized what I'd actually said. Trust us, we know. Dante's satisfied smile had heat rushing to my face. Great, now I was letting them know too much, and was I really fucking blushing? They closed the door behind them, and silence descended. I was nervous to meet Nico's gaze. What was wrong with me? You're falling for him. No, that wasn't going to happen. It already has. The boy's yours. When I thought of anyone else touching him, kissing him, comforting him, I wanted to tear the world apart so it was just the two of us and no one else existed. Yeah, I was fucked. He followed me across the hall to my bedroom. I watched as he looked around, letting his gaze linger on the king-size bed piled high with pillows. I wanted to join him in my bed, but I would have to find some self-control. Get some sleep. I'll keep watch. He frowned. Your brothers get to sleep, but you don't? You need sleep more than I do. He looked disappointed, maybe hurt. I fought the urge to pull him into my arms. What's wrong? I owe you for protecting you. If I'd left you alone, you wouldn't have been beaten, and your father wouldn't have come here to shoot you tonight. But I'd be married and under Ivanov's control because I wouldn't have had anyone to rescue me. I studied him, trying to figure out where this was going. How much do you owe me? What sort of price could we put on your life? He twisted his hands together and looked down at the floor. You could ask my father. Horror made my stomach knot. No, Nico. I didn't really mean that. I was teasing. Tell me what you're proposing. He took a long, slow breath. I pulled him to me and kissed the top of his head. To hell with not touching him. I'm really sorry. No one ever apologizes to me. I will, if I do something to hurt you. I'll do anything I can to make it right. Then let me pay you for letting me stay here and for... You made me come and I didn't... You didn't get to... You had to stop. I made a strangled noise as I tried to take in what he'd said. Was this his way of asking for more? Nikolai, I said I'd give you whatever you wanted if you let me stay here, and I meant that. So if you want to fuck me, then... He looked up at me. His face was flushed bright pink, and his teeth were sunk into his lower lip. The combination of boldness and nerves was killing me. You're serious? Yes. You'd pay me back with your body, your tight ass, your luscious mouth. Yes. My plans to torture myself by sitting there in the room all night with Nikolai in bed only a few yards away disintegrated. There was no way in hell I was turning Nikolai down. Not when he was offering me the chance to finish what we started. Not the way he was looking at me like he wanted to be devoured. Remington and his rules could fuck off. Have you ever sucked a man's cock? He chewed his lip before nodding. But I'm not... I wasn't very good at it.
There was no way in hell that was true. As responsive as he'd been, with me, the way he'd licked and sucked his cum off my finger, I knew he'd love having my cock in his mouth. You're wrong. Whoever you were with had no idea how to treat you. And if he were standing right here, I'd break his neck. Nico's eyes widened. That's why I hate the idea of someone else touching you. He shivered. You're so possessive? Fuck yes. Now lift your arms. He did as I asked, and I gripped the hem of his t-shirt and pulled it up over his head. I looked down at his body. You're so fucking beautiful. No arguing. I pushed his joggers from his hips, and they pooled at his feet. His cock stood out, the tip dark, a drop of pre-cum at the slit. He wanted this, and I was going to make sure he had the best night ever. Stay right there. What are you? I held up a hand. You'll see. I took a sweatshirt from my closet and tied the arms together. When I was in front of Nico again, I draped it over his head. Slip your arm in, and it'll give you support. You made me a sling? I nodded. I'm not good at being gentle, and I want your arm protected in case I lose control. I like when you lose control. Don't say things like that. You're going to get yourself in trouble. Maybe that's what I want. My God, he was going to be the death of me. Get on your knees. He was already breathing hard, and I could see fear in his eyes as he looked up at me, but he didn't hesitate to obey. He sank gracefully to his knees, even with his arm in a sling. Was this what he wanted? Me in charge? Giving him orders? You're a good boy. His intake of breath told me how much he liked the praise. I caressed his cheek as I used my other hand to undo my pants and pull my cock out. I stroked it as he watched. Open your mouth and stick out your tongue. He hesitated for a second, then opened to me. He was looking down when I wanted him watching me, seeing the cock he was going to choke on, but I would give him a moment, let him adjust to what he'd gotten himself into. He's so fucking innocent. You can't just fuck his mouth like that. He asked for it. I pressed the head of my cock against his outstretched tongue. You're going to let me use your mouth, aren't you? He nodded, eyes closed now. Good. Now taste me. He licked the tip of my cock, pushing his tongue into my slit and groaning when he tasted my pre-cum. Look at me. He hesitated. I held the side of his face, tilting his chin up just slightly. Nikolai, look at me. His eyes fluttered open and his gaze met mine. That's better. I'm going to fuck your mouth now. Please. My cock jerked and more pre-cum spilled onto his tongue. He swallowed it down, eyes closing again. I gave him a moment to enjoy it. Do you like how I taste? He looked up at me again and nodded slowly. That's good. Because I'd love to come down your throat and watch you swallow every single drop. He shuddered, and I tightened my grip on him. You do realize what you've done, don't you? He shook his head. I think you do. You've tempted me, teased me, and now I'm going to have what I want. You're going to do everything I ask. Give me everything I need. Oh, You owe me, remember? Yes. Do you need my cock? He nodded. Yes, that's right, you sure do. Would you really do anything I said? I don't know. We're about to find out. Open up. I put a hand on his chin and used my thumb to pull his mouth open. He did as I wanted, and I pushed my cock inside, groaning at the warmth of his mouth. He sucked me down, shocking me with his aggression. I pushed deeper, and his free hand reached up, gripping my hips and pulling me closer. Fuck, Nico. There's no way in hell somebody thought you weren't good at this. He looked up and pulled back. It's not too much. There's no such thing as too much. Had someone actually told him that? Been upset by his eagerness? Eat me up? Devour me? Take anything you want? He slid his tongue along the underside of my cock, and I realized I wasn't going to last long if he kept this up. You're so fucking beautiful, I said.
stroking the side of his cheek, then tightening my grip and pulling him closer. He didn't resist. He just opened his mouth and let me push into him. I slid back, forcing myself to take it easy. I wanted to drive into him balls deep and fuck his throat. I wanted to see how long I could cut off his air before he fought me. But not yet. He was making it fucking hard to wait, though. He reached out, wanting me back in his mouth, sucking me, working his lips along my length. He had me shaking. I was fighting so hard not to destroy him. When he shoved at my thighs, I forced myself to pull out. He frowned up at me. "You're holding back? I don't want to hurt you. I'm trying to be gentle." Nico shook his head. "I don't need gentle. I'm not going to fucking break. Not from this. I want this. I want you to force me." Fuck. In my wildest dreams, this wasn't what I imagined happening between the two of us. He might be young and a virgin, but he was more than ready, and I was going to give him what he wanted. "Try to relax your throat," I said as I gripped the sides of his head and pulled him onto my cock. His eyes watered, and he gagged, but he held onto my hip and didn't try to push me away. I slid out part way, then drove in again, harder this time. He started to struggle, but I held him there, letting him choke on me. "Look in my eyes." He met my gaze, eyes wide with shock and fear. That look made me hot as hell. This was what I wanted, what I needed. A man who would let me do anything. Let me choke him, let me fuck him as hard as I wanted to. I'd never dreamed Nico could be that man. My God, I was never going to be able to stop, never going to be able to let him go. I pulled back for a moment to let him breathe. "Is that what you wanted? Do you want me to treat you like I own you?" Nico was shaking, but he nodded, and just that admission from him could have made me come. But I wasn't ready to end this yet. I pushed back into him, pulling him against me, forcing my cock down his throat. "Open for me," I ordered. He coughed and sputtered around me, and I pulled almost all the way out, giving him a break. "You're going to take it all this time," I warned. "Do you understand?" He shivered, but he didn't pull away. He could fight me if he wanted, but he didn't. He was letting me, and I was going to take what he was offering. Chapter 18. Nikolai. I couldn't breathe. My throat hurt. My jaw ached, and my eyes burned with tears. But this was the most incredible thing that had ever happened to me. The way Lorenzo took control, the way he was finally using me like he wanted to, was so hot. I knew it was probably crazy of me to want this, but I needed him to force me. I needed him to make this happen. I'd waited so long for my... But Lorenzo knew how to make me let go, make me feel and not think. I didn't care if it hurt. I needed something to push all the other thoughts, all the reality out of my head, like he had that night when he'd come to my bedroom. He drove into me. I struggled to relax my throat, but I gagged around him, unable to help it. He didn't stop. He pulled me toward him until his whole cock was down my throat, my face pressed against the wiry hair at the base. I couldn't breathe. I was going to die. He was going to choke the life out of me with his cock, but I didn't care because somehow it felt so good. I'd gone beyond the room we were in, beyond myself. I was floating. All that existed in my world was Lorenzo and my need to come. Finally, as the room was starting to darken at the edges of my vision, he let me go. I fell back onto my heels and braced myself on my good hand, gasping for breath, desperate to get air in my lungs. After a few moments, Lorenzo grabbed me by the arms, pulling me back up onto my knees. "I'm not done with you," I whimpered in response. "You want more? Don't you? You want to swallow my cum?" "God help me, I did. Please." Lorenzo was acting just like he had in all my fantasies, taking control, giving commands. He never gave me a choice in my imagination, and it was fucking glorious. I'd come so hard just from imagining him like this. He pushed his fingers into my mouth so deep I sputtered around them. "Your throat feels so fucking good. You are the best at this." I shook my head. "Don't contradict me." I gasped as he pulled his fingers from me. He could kill me so easily. He really could do anything to me, and I'd have given myself to him. Even if I hadn't asked for this tonight, I was under his control. But it wasn't at all like what that experience was growing up. I wanted to be here, and he wanted to protect me, not to hurt me. I opened my mouth for him.
That's right, baby. You're such a good boy.
I took his cock in my mouth again, sucking around it, working him as he thrust in and out. My own cock was so hard it ached. I reached down to touch myself with my free hand, but Lorenzo pushed it away.
No touching. Put your hand on me or behind your back. I'll decide when you get to come.
I wanted to protest, but my mouth was full of his cock, and this was what I wanted anyway. I wanted him in control.
I know you want my cum, and one day I'll give it all to you to swallow, but today I'm saving it for your ass.
Oh, fuck. I whimpered around him. That was what I wanted, wasn't it? But the thought scared me. He was so fucking big.
You're gonna take all of me, and I'm gonna fill your ass with my load. But first, I'm gonna fuck your throat some more.
I whimpered again and fought to swallow around him as he fucked my mouth. When he finally pulled all the way out, I swayed and had to brace myself on my good hand. Dizzy,
I've got you.
He lifted me and set me down on the bed. He took care not to jostle my arm as he slid a pillow under my head and then fit one under my sling. He might have just choked me to death with his cock, but he was gentle with me now. I'd never thought a real man could be like this. I should be embarrassed about how desperate I'd been for him, how much I loved sucking his cock, but my body felt like it was on fire, and all I could think about was my need to get off. I looked up at Lorenzo. Please, I need to come.
When I'm ready.
I shook my head. I don't think I can wait much longer.
I do. Trust me.
I shouldn't trust him, but God help me, I did. Lorenzo pushed my legs open and ran his fingers over my ass.
So fucking gorgeous. I love that I'm gonna be the first man to fill you up, stretch you out, make you come on my cock.
Oh, fuck.
Yes.
I'm scared.
You're going to love it.
He teased me, cupping my balls and running his finger lightly up my cock. I arched up, trying to get more friction. His hands moved higher. He toyed with my nipples and then pinched them, drawing a whine from me.
You like that?
I don't know. At that point, I felt oversensitized. Everything felt like too much and not enough. Lorenzo ran a thumb up my throat and then pressed it against my lips. He groaned as I licked and then sucked on it. When he took it away, I whimpered.
Don't move,
he commanded. He rose from the bed and panic raced over me. Don't leave me. His eyes widened when he looked down.
I would never leave you like this. But if I'm going to fill that gorgeous ass with my cock, we need lube. There's some in the bathroom.
Oh,
It's okay. I'll be right back. You can watch me the whole time.
I gave a shaky nod. I don't know why.
Shh. You don't have to explain. I'm using you hard tonight. It's normal to be a little shaky.
I shivered again. I knew if I tried to stand up, I'd pass out. I felt jittery, electrified in a way I couldn't decide was torture or pleasure, and I needed something to hold on to. I needed Lorenzo to ground me. I didn't feel real. I needed to know this was actually happening. I watched as he walked into the bathroom, opened a drawer and pulled out a small tube. When he returned, he tossed it on the bed and stretched out over me. My breath caught as he lowered his lips to mine. A kiss was the last thing I expected. He cleaned my mouth, forced my lips apart, and pushed his tongue into me like he had his cock. I opened for him, relaxing against the pillow and letting him plunder me. I was his. This was what I wanted. Needed. This is only for tonight. I snarled at the voice in my head. I didn't need to think about that now. I needed Lorenzo. No future. No past. Just him touching me. When he ended the kiss, he smiled down at me.
Better.
Yes.
Good.
He sat back on his heels.
Lift your hips.
I did, and he slid a pillow beneath them. Then he pushed my legs open and stared down at me. I squirmed, feeling too exposed. No one had ever just looked at me like that.
You're so hot. I can't wait to feel your ass squeezing my cock.
I swallowed hard. I wanted that, but how would he fit?
Been thinking about doing this ever since I had to leave you.
I sucked in my breath. You have?
Yes, it almost killed me to stop. Now that I have you here in my bed, naked and split out from me, nothing is going to stop us.
I glanced toward the sliding door that led to the balcony, remembering how my father had tumbled through the window in the guest room. What if I'll shoot him? He gestured to the gun he'd set on the nightstand.
Lorenzo, I'm fucking you tonight. Right now. And you're going to relax and enjoy it. You owe me. Remember?
I shivered. I still wasn't sure if he really expected payment, but I wanted him, so it didn't matter. I remember. He squirted lube on his fingers, and I tensed as he slid them along the crack of my ass.
Relax. You know you want this.
I remembered how split open I'd felt when he'd barely been inside me. I'm really not sure this is going to work.
You can take my cock, baby. I'm not worried.
I groaned as he pushed a slick finger into me.
That's good, right?
Yes.
Touch yourself while I do this, but do not come.
I reached for my cock, working it slowly, then faster as he worked his finger in and out. I moved my hips, trying to take him deeper, needing more. I pumped my cock faster and harder, and pre-cum dripped from my cock. When I thought I couldn't go on without coming, he took hold of my wrist and tugged on my hand.
No more touching. You're ready for me now?
I couldn't stop shifting my hips, lifting my cock, needing more, so much more.
You're so fucking eager, so ready to be stuffed full of my cock.
Why did I like it so much when he talked to me like that? I was already worried I'd come the second he was inside me. If he kept saying filthy things to me, I wasn't going to even make it that long.
If your arm wasn't injured, I'd put you on all fours and have you fuck yourself on my fingers while I watched them disappear into your ass.
Lorenzo, I wanted that. I wanted to try it when I was healed, but I wouldn't be here then. At least, I was here now.
Remember to relax and keep breathing, he said.
I'm not sure I remember how. He smiled.
You will, but it's going to take a little while. I'll go slow at first, but you need this. You need to be fucked hard and deep.
God, Renzo. I liked using his nickname.
Tell me, baby. Tell me what you need.
No, please.
Yes, tell me what you want. What you're ready to beg for. You might be paying me for my protection, but you're also getting what you've craved. What you've wanted for so long.
My cheeks were burning with embarrassment.
Tell me how you need this.
I do need this.
What do you need?
Lorenzo, please don't. He held my gaze and I squirmed beneath him. I need you to fuck me. I need you to use my ass.
Yes, you do. Who do you belong to now?
You, please. He pushed into me then, and I gasped. I felt it even more intense than I remembered.
Breathe.
I sucked in air.
That's better. Now exhale.
I did, and he thrust in further. I cried out. Too much. He pressed his hand over my mouth.
It's not too much. It's just right. Take it like a good boy.
I groaned, and he brushed away my hair that had fallen onto my forehead. He pulled back, sliding out slowly. That felt delicious. But then he was driving in again, stretching me open. There was no way this could work. I was going to split in two. I fought for control. I wanted to push him away, to fight, to beg him to stop, but I wanted to be his good boy. I wanted to take it. He pulled out again, easing even further into me.
Keep breathing,
he ordered. I shook my head. I was frozen, impaled on him. I couldn't get air, couldn't think. He was tearing me apart.
Nico, look at me.
I realized I had my eye squeezed tightly shut. I was trying to handle the stretch, the intensity, the fact that he was taking my body over. Then he shifted, and as he pulled down, his cock dragged over that sweet spot inside, and I gasped.
Feels good, doesn't it?
I nodded frantically.
Relax, open for me.
He took hold of my cock and slid his slick hand up and down. He moved slowly inside me, giving me more of that intense, magical pleasure as he pulled back and then pushed in, stuffing me fuller.
All right, I'm going to give you all of it now.
Was he serious? That's not all of it?
No, baby. You need a little more. You can do it.
His thrusts had started to feel so good, but more? Could I really take that?
You're such a good boy. You've got this.
He pulled out, then drove in harder than before. I cried out, shaking my head back and forth and trying to protest. My whole body was on fire. I felt like his cock was in me up to my throat. I'd never imagined being this full, this consumed, this ready to totally give myself to a man.
Open your eyes.
I did, meeting his gaze again.
I'm going to stay right here so you can adjust. This tight ass was made for me. The way I can feel you gripping me is so fucking hot. I can't wait to come inside you and mark you as mine. I'm gonna fill you up until my cum is running down your thighs. Please. I wanted that so badly. The pain and the fear had all begun to fade away because he wanted me and I wanted this. I wanted all of him. More. Keep your eyes on mine, he ordered. I did. He pulled out nearly all the way, then pushed back into me slowly, inch by inch, until I was full again. It felt better this time, and after a few more strokes, I was begging him to go faster. I started to move my hips, trying to meet his strokes. I wanted to fuck myself on his cock. That's it. I told you how good it would be. Wrap your legs around my waist. I did, and he started to move faster and harder. He leaned over me so my cock was trapped between us. I lifted up, arching my back, trying to rub myself against him. Please, God, it's too much. No, this is just right. I can't stop it. I'm gonna come. I can't wait. He squeezed my cock tightly in his hand and gave a long, slow stroke. Come for me, Nico. Show me how much you love being impaled on me. Show me how much you need me. Show me what a slut you are for me. Yes, yes, take me, please. Chapter 19. Lorenzo. I'd never had to fight so hard to hold back my climax. Nico's ass clamped me like a vice. I was so ready to let go and put my seed inside him. I worked his cock harder, and he writhed against me, whimpering, whining, mindlessly, arm tucked into the makeshift sling and the other arm above his head. He held it there just because I told him to. He didn't need ropes. He didn't need chains. He didn't need anything but his desire to submit to me. He was mine, all mine. I fisted his cock hard enough to hurt, dragging my hand along it. He threw his head back and came, shooting between us, covering his chest in cum. He was absolutely glorious. You're so fucking beautiful. I thrust deep once more and then let go. My cum pulsed into him again and again inside him. His ass kept growing slicker as I pumped out my load, marking him as mine. When I was finally done, I pulled out and looked down at him, pushing his legs up onto his chest so I could see my seed dripping from his ass. Mine, I growled. He nodded. You are fucking made for me. He opened his eyes and looked up at me. They were wide and so uncertain. My intensity had scared him, but I bet he'd never come like that in his life, not even when I'd sucked him off. Nico, are you okay? His eyes fluttered open. I think so, but I feel like you shattered my world, and then somehow you put it back together. My breath caught. He'd done the same thing to me. I'd sworn after I'd shattered my world and my family's that I would never let that happen again, but that destruction was based on lies and betrayal, and I didn't think I'd ever pull the pieces of myself back together. My brother swore I wasn't to blame. Should I believe them? I knew I was a better judge of character now. I was sure Nikolai was as honest as he seemed, but no matter how honest he was, my feelings for him were dangerous. I truly didn't think Dmitri would make another attempt. He was wounded, and he knew we would add to our number of guards, but I couldn't afford to be this out of it when we were under threat. I hadn't intended to get so consumed. I hadn't thought I could. I'd had damn good sex, but it had never taken me out of myself before, made me forget everything around me. I should clean us up and then go sit on the balcony and keep watch. I could let the hot, humid air make me sweat out whatever was making me crazy enough to start thinking I could keep Nikolai. But I wasn't going to do that. If Nikolai wanted me in bed with him, that was where I would be. I couldn't resist him. Couldn't say no to him. I wasn't even going to try. Lorenzo? Yes, baby. This is real. Right? What exactly did he mean? Us? This room? This night? The chemistry between us? Or the scarier feeling that I didn't dare name? I think so. He let out a long sigh and smiled. I dreamed about you while you were locked in your room. He shook his head and tried to look away, but I grabbed his chin and turned him back to face me.
When do you mean? After the first time I saw you. When I was 18. I've fantasized about you for years. His words hit me like a punch to the gut. You. Fuck. Now I was the one who was speechless. He'd been thinking about me for all those years when I'd been keeping tabs on him, never forgetting the way my body had lit up when he'd shaken my hand and met my gaze. You had to have known how I felt when we met. I was kind of obvious. I smiled. He had been. I wanted to take you with me and see if I could destroy your innocence. I wish you had. Thank God I'd still gotten that chance. I would have saved you then if I had realized how bad things were. You never should have had a father like Dmitri, or had to be part of a family like mine. He shook his head. Your family isn't where criminals, Nikolai. You haven't hurt me. I will eventually. Or someone will because of the business I'm involved in. He shook his head. It's not the same. My father hurt me on purpose. I would never try to hurt him. I'd promised to protect him, to keep him safe. And he needed me now. But if he stayed with me after I'd taken care of his father and Ivanov, he would never truly be safe. To have the life he deserved, he would have to go far away from my family and his. Any idea of following Remington's command and keeping my hands off Nico was long gone, but I had to remember that he was only mine for right now. The primitive part of me protested that I had to keep him. Even though I'd just come hard enough to see stars, I still wanted him. I wanted to see if I could make him come again, just so I could watch. I wanted to cover him in my cum so he would smell and taste like me, but I would listen to those urges. I couldn't put him at risk like that, unless we soundly defeated the Ivanovs, as well as Dmitri and those loyal to him. His presence would put my brothers at risk too. It didn't matter how old they were or how capable they were of defending themselves. I'd sworn to never put anything ahead of their safety. Lorenzo? Nico's voice pulled me from my thoughts. Are you okay? No. I was definitely not okay. But I was going to get myself together. Yes, baby, I'm fine. You just wore me out. He smiled. There's no way. I'm sure you're used to men that are much better than me. No, I'm definitely not. I don't know what kind of assholes you've made out with, but they are stupid as fuck if they didn't think being with you was a gift. None of them deserved to touch you. They weren't even close to good enough for you. I've never been with anyone hotter than you. Lorenzo, you don't have to say those things. I'm going to be here. I'm going to do whatever you want. I know how much I owe you. I wanted to end this game now so I could stop pretending my taking his ass had anything to do with him owing me, but I also didn't want to take any risk that he'd stop being so open and needy, so willing to strip himself down to nothing in every possible way for me. Baby, I'm not flattering you. I'm just telling you the truth. So you think other men would want me? A growl rose from deep inside me. Yes, but they can't have you. His eyes widened. You're scary when you use that voice. Do you like it when I scare you? He nodded, and I smiled. Don't let any other man do that. You're safe with me, not with anyone else. Nico grinned. Not with your brothers, or... I knew he was teasing me, but anger still burned in my chest. If my brothers so much as look at you like that, they will pay. You're being ridiculous. Your brothers aren't going to want me. Rafe would fuck just about anyone, and he'd already mentioned how hot Nikolai was. Not that I actually thought he or Dante would ever try to take a man from me, but I had no doubt they both knew how lucky I was. You need to get some sleep, I said. Are you going to stay here? Yes, I'm going to stay here. You're paying for my protection, aren't you? He narrowed his eyes. You're in bed with me? I think I'd sleep better if you're next to me. If you don't want me here, in your room, we could go somewhere else. Nico, this is exactly where I want you. You're not to leave this room unless you're with me. Am I a prisoner? I frowned. Not exactly. But I'm not allowed out of this room. It's for your own safety. Your family is at war with mine. I get it. I shook my head. Not exactly. Not yet. Though if Remington wanted to negotiate with Dmitri after last night, I was going to tell him to go to hell. That's enough talking. You really need to sleep so you can heal. Let me clean you up. He frowned. You don't have to do that. Are you really going to be able to walk to the bathroom right now? He chewed his lips for a moment, then shook his head. That's what I thought. Let me take care of you. But that's all you've been doing since I got here? No. I've been fucking you. Using you. Taking you harder than I should have. His lips turned up in a dreamy smile. That felt like caring for me too. And I thought you were paying what you owed. I was. I am. And I'll keep paying. You didn't say I couldn't enjoy it. Just when I started to think I was a monster for taking advantage of him, he showed that more spirited side of himself, and it made me like him even more. Stay right there. I just said I couldn't walk yet. Where am I going to go? I brought a warm, wet washcloth and cleaned him up. He flinched when I patted the cloth over his well-used hole. Sore? Yes, but I don't mind. I don't regret it. Good. Let's get you tucked in bed. He frowned as he looked down at the clothes I'd discarded. I don't have anything to wear except the clothes I wore here. You don't need to wear anything in bed with me. But what if something happens and someone needs to come in? Like your brothers, or good point. I didn't have anything that would fit him well, but one of my t-shirts would be large enough to easily fit over his cast and come down nearly to his knees. I liked the idea of him wearing something that was mine. My cock reacted to the mental image of him in my t-shirt and nothing else. I'll find something. At the bottom of my shirt drawer, I found a t-shirt that was large even on me. Nico sat up and I untied the sling I'd made and slipped the shirt over his head. Your cast should fit through the sleeve, but let me help you. You don't have to dress me. Shh. I placed my finger over his lips. Just let me take care of you. I got him into the t-shirt, helped him turn on his side, and put a pillow under his broken arm to support it. He was mostly asleep by the time I spooned myself around him, but I lay awake for a long time, trying to figure out if there was any way to adjust my life so I could have Nico and keep my family safe. Chapter 20. Lorenzo. I woke when Nico stirred. He muttered in his sleep. I caught my name, but the rest of his words were incomprehensible. No, he cried and tried to pull away. I held him tight, afraid he would hurt his arm. Nikolai. He didn't respond. He just struggled harder. Baby, wake up. I'm right here. His hair was damp with sweat as he tossed in my arms. Lorenzo, no. Nikolai, wake up. I'm right here. He stopped struggling. His skin was hot, but I didn't think he was feverish. Wake up. It's me, Lorenzo. His eyes flew open, and he stiffened, a look of horror on his face. I let him go then. He stared at me, chest rising and falling rapidly. He still didn't seem completely awake. I held my arms up in a surrender posture. It's okay. It's me. Lorenzo, you're here? Yes. You're safe. He blinked as if still trying to focus. It's really you? Yes, baby, it's me. They didn't shoot you? I took his hand and brought it to my lips so I could kiss the back of his fingers. There's nobody here, and I'm perfectly fine. He looked down at the bed, then back at me. It was a dream? That's right. Whatever horrible thing you saw didn't happen. It was only a dream. He reached for me, and I pulled him into my arms. His tears wet my shoulder, and then his body began to shake as he sobbed. I held him tightly against me and whispered, I won't let you go. When the sobs stopped, he pulled away, but he was still shaking. Are you cold? Yes. It was so hot. But now, come on. Let's lay back down. Instead of relaxing into me, he held himself stiff, muscles tense. Do you want to talk about it? I was so scared. I was running, and they had you, my father, and Ivanov. He was shaking harder now, and I pulled another blanket over us. It's okay. I'm right here. I've got you. Okay, just don't leave me. I'm not going anywhere for now. In a few hours, I will need to check on the guards outside, but I'll have Dante come and stay with you, and I'll be back as fast as I can. You'll be safe. Dante will do anything to protect you, just like I would. Really? Just because you asked him to? Yes. I would do anything to protect my brothers or someone in their care, and they would do the same for me. I can't imagine having family like that.
I kissed his forehead. I'm sorry. You deserve so much better. I pulled the blanket tighter around him. This time he relaxed more, but I could tell he was still thinking about the dream. Chapter 21. Nikolai. I tried to relax and focus on the feel of Lorenzo's strong body against mine, but I couldn't settle. I'm scared to sleep. I'm afraid I'll have more dreams. Lorenzo pressed his lips to the back of my neck. I have an idea how to help you forget your dream.
You do?
Roll over onto your back.
As I did so, he slid under the covers and settled between my legs. My pulse sped up. What are you doing? He gripped my thighs and pushed them apart.
What do you think?
There was no way he was... I gasped as he ran his tongue up the length of my cock. I felt his laugh against my skin.
It's your turn.
Before my mind could process what he'd said, he swallowed my cock almost to the root. Lorenzo! It was too much, too hot, too wet. I was going to fucking die. He smiled around my cock as he pulled back, nearly letting it slip from his mouth. No, please. I needed more. I needed to come. I tried to thrust up into his mouth, but he held my hips down.
You like that?
It's...
I'll take that as a yes.
He took me to the back of his throat again and worked his mouth along my shaft. It was pure heaven. I'd never felt anything that good. I slid my good hand into his hair, holding him against me, and he hummed around my cock. Electricity shot through me. I was going to come way too soon. I fought to push back that urgency. I wanted to make this last, even if it killed me. He gripped the base of my cock as he teased my head with his tongue. More, I begged. He ignored my plea and kept teasing me. He toyed with my balls, rolling them in his hand, then squeezing just enough to make me suck in my breath, afraid of the pain he could inflict. I fought his hold on my hips, desperate to feel his throat surrounding my cock again. When he raked his teeth along my shaft, I hissed, then yelled, "Lorenzo!" I'd had enough. I gaze.
Put your arm back on the pillow, or you don't get to come.
I whimpered, the sound so embarrassingly needy I wanted to hide from him, but I knew he wouldn't let me.
Baby, I want to suck you off, but I won't let you risk hurting yourself.
I stared at him, dazed by his commanding voice, his position between my legs, and the fact that he wanted this. My cock in his mouth.
Nico.
He lifted my arm from me, placing it back where he wanted it.
You with me?
Fuck yes.
Good.
He took my cock in his mouth again and eased his grip on my hips. I thrust up into him, unable to control myself. Was I hurting him? He'd pull back if I were. Wouldn't he? I was too far gone. I can't stop. I'm going to come. He slid his hands under me, gripped my ass, and took me all the way down. I cried out as lightning seemed to strike me, and I came, thrusting into his mouth over and over. He swallowed my whole load effortlessly. When I was finally done, Lorenzo pulled off and looked up at me as he gasped for breath. The world seemed hazy and unreal, but I could see that his lips were swollen and shiny with my cum. Kiss me? I wasn't sure I'd actually said the words out loud until he crawled up my body, gripped my face, and lowered himself until our lips were almost touching.
You taste incredible. I could do that again and again.
I didn't think you would want to. I thought, you're so controlling, and
I am. I like to hold men down while I suck their cocks. I like to drive them crazy and refuse to stop.
He kissed me then, and I tasted my cum on his lips, in his mouth. I whimpered against him, needing more, needing to feel him surround me. If I hadn't been utterly drained, I would have gotten hard again as he kissed me. I hope to hell this wasn't another dream. But if it was, I never wanted to wake up. I woke with a gasp from a dream where Lorenzo was taking me back to my father. I kept asking him why, and he wouldn't tell me. My mouth was so dry I couldn't swallow easily, and my head was pounding. I managed to croak out Lorenzo's name. "Nico, are you all right?" I jumped. That wasn't Lorenzo's voice. Then I remembered he'd said his brother might be here. "Dante?" "Yes, it's me." He walked toward the bed, and I was able to see him better as my eyes adjusted to the dim light coming in the sliding door. It must be an hour or so before sunrise. "Do you need something?" Dante asked. "Water and ibuprofen." My voice was rough and scratchy, but he seemed to understand. "Just a second." After a few moments in the bathroom, he returned and handed me a few pills and a glass of water. I took a few sips, swallowed the pills, and then drank some more. "Bad dream?" I nodded. "Do you want to talk about it?" I shuddered. "No, thank you." The last thing I wanted to do was talk about my dream. Hopefully, I'd be able to sleep without anything else horrible coming into my mind. "You're welcome." Dante headed back to his post by the sliding door. The panic I'd felt in the dream had sent adrenaline racing through my body, and just like after my other nightmare, I couldn't settle. I rolled to my back and then over to my side again, unable to get comfortable with the stupid cast. Eventually, Dante came back to my bedside. "You don't seem to be sleeping," I sighed. "No, I'm really tired, but I can't stop thinking about the dream, and when I close my eyes, I see things I don't want to see." Dante nodded. "I know how that goes. I've never been in a situation exactly like yours, but I've had my own traumas and plenty of sleepless nights. If there's anything you want to talk about, I'm here." I still didn't want to talk about the dream or my father, but maybe a conversation with Dante would help me calm down. "Lorenzo said you're a professor." "That's right. Crime is just my side gig." I laughed. "What is your specialty?" "Genetics." "Oh. That's so cool." "I started college, but after a semester, my father wouldn't let me go anymore. I continued online, but it wasn't the same." "No, the experience of being there in person is an important part of it. But there's still time for you to go. What were you studying?" "Business. It was the only major my father would let me choose." "And if you hadn't had a say?" "Literature. Maybe. I'm not sure, though. I would have liked to have taken some different classes and learned more about what I like. I didn't have any choices growing up in my father's home." Dante nodded. "Did Lorenzo go to school?" "He did. My father insisted we all go to college for the experience. Renzo also majored in business, but that was his choice. He was already working for the Theriats. They trusted him, so he could have majored in anything, but he wanted to learn more about the job he knew he was destined to do." "You didn't have the same destiny?" "Oh, I did. A family like ours isn't something you fully escape, but I've made a life for myself separate from that world." He told me a little more about his classes and what he enjoyed most about his research. He was explaining the research he'd written his dissertation on when I began to drift off. He stood, and I blinked, forcing my eyes open. "I'm sorry. Don't apologize. There's nothing like cell biology to put someone to sleep. No, it's really interesting." I meant that. Under other circumstances, I'd love to hear more about his research. "Get some sleep, Nikolai." "One more question." "Yes." "Is Lorenzo—" "You trust him with your life?" "Yes. He may not be a good person by society's standards, but you can absolutely trust him. He will keep his word." "So when he said I wouldn't have to go back to my father, even if he didn't hold to that, I would. None of us will allow you to be abused again. You should never have been stuck with that man, and you never will be again." "Wow. Okay. Lorenzo, he said he wasn't a good man, that he'd eventually hurt me. He might, but it would be because he was trying too hard to keep you safe. He takes on too much responsibility, and sometimes that means he doesn't listen when someone insists they want to take risks. Staying here is a risk. It's not like Lorenzo has a simple office job." "I know, but I like him a lot." "He likes you too. I've never seen him act like this with a man. Don't worry. You truly are safe with him." "Thanks." I closed my eyes, and this time, sleep came easily.
Chapter 22. Lorenzo. I eased the door to my room open, not wanting to disturb Nico. Once I'd checked, fallen asleep on the couch in the den, I'd let Dante know I was on my way back. I didn't want to knock and risk waking Nico. Dante rose from his position near the window when I entered. Everything okay? He woke from a nightmare, wanting water and ibuprofen. I looked at him, now sound asleep, lying on his side, good arm tucked under the pillow supporting his cast. I wish I'd been here. We talked for a little while. I put him to sleep with descriptions of my research. I huffed. That'll do it. What else did you talk about? Dante grinned. That's none of your business, but if you hurt him, you will have to answer to me. He's going to have to leave and start a new life somewhere else. Why? You know why. He won't be truly safe here. And Remington isn't going to allow me to keep a Russian asset in my home. Fuck Remington. I snorted. Say that to his face. I will if I have to. Nikolai cares about you. Be fucking careful. Don't let your martyr complex ruin something that could be perfect for you. I took a step back, feeling like Dante had punched me in the gut. I don't. He raised his brows. You punished yourself enough. I pointed to the door. Get out. I'll leave. But that won't change anything. When he'd closed the door behind him, I walked over to the window and looked out. He didn't understand. I was 6 years older than him. I'd been there as he grew up, watching him, protecting him. And then when the cops had dragged me away and locked me up, I'd left him with no one. Our parents were gone, and Dante was left to deal with Rafe, who was already out of control. That wasn't something I could just get over. Nico stirred, and I moved toward the bed. He settled back into sleep, but I was sure he'd sleep better if I were holding him. I pushed thoughts of the future from my mind and climbed into bed, where for the next few hours at least, I could be content. I woke to bright sunlight and my phone buzzing. Nico stirred as I rolled over to answer it, and I realized he had slept soundly with me holding him. I shouldn't be as pleased as I was about that. I rubbed Nico's back as I looked at my phone screen. The call was from Remington. I couldn't put him off, especially since I'd slept half the morning away. Hello. At the sound of my voice, Nico rolled over to look at me. I put my finger against my mouth and hoped he understood that he shouldn't make a sound. Lancelot and I will be there in an hour to discuss how we're going to handle the Russians. I want your brother there too. Which one? As usual, he'd started right in like we were in the middle of a conversation. Dante, do you really think I want to deal with the shit Raphael is going to say? I ran my fingers through Nico's hair, hoping to soothe him back to sleep. What if I told you both of them who were already here? Fine, but if Raphael runs his mouth, he's out. I'll be there soon. Remington ended the call, and I leaned down to whisper to Nico. I've got to shower and get dressed. Remington and Lancelot Theriot are coming for a visit. His eyes widened. What will they do with me? Nothing. We're going to find the best plan to get you somewhere safe and take care of your father and Ivanov. He frowned. Where will you send me? I don't know yet, but I won't agree to any plan that would make you uncomfortable. I wanted that to be true, but I had a feeling that he wouldn't like any plan where I wasn't with him, and neither would I. He nodded. Okay. Try to get some more sleep. What time is it? Almost 9 o'clock. He stretched, and I enjoyed the sight of my t-shirt moving against his body. I shouldn't still be sleeping. You're injured, and I kept you up much too late. Rest while I get ready and call my brothers. I'll have someone bring breakfast up. The TV remote is on the nightstand if you can't sleep. He nodded, but I could tell he was worried. I hated the idea of sending him away. Who could I trust to look after him other than my brothers? The highly trained guards Remington would send to a safe house. With anyone else, I wouldn't question that was protection enough. But Nico was different. And why was that? Because I was the reason he was here. And what would have happened if you hadn't decided to go to his room? He'd be in Ivanov's hands now.
I shuddered as nausea curled in my stomach. I couldn't let myself think about what that man would have done to Nico. Tell yourself the truth. He was here because he was mine. I let the enormity of that sink in as I stepped into the shower. I'd let myself make a rash decision, and now I'd let myself want someone I would have changed my own rules for. Did I dare? Once I was dressed in a clean button-down and dress pants, I stepped onto the balcony to make sure the guards were where they should be. The man stationed below looked up immediately when I slid the door open. "Everything quiet out here?" I asked.
"Yes, sir."
"Good. Stay alert."
"Yes, sir."
I pulled out my phone and called Dante. "I've got to leave for class in 5 minutes," Dante said. "What's up?" "I need you here. Remington's coming to discuss our next move." "Didn't you hear me earlier? I told you I have to work today. Nico was far more important than his classes. You're going to have to get someone to cover for you." He sighed, and I knew he wasn't going to argue anymore. "You fucking owe me." "I know." I called Rafe next. He answered with a groggy hello. "Were you still asleep?" "Fuck yes, I was still asleep. Dante took the other bedroom, so I slept on the couch." "It's a perfectly comfortable couch." "Not when it's right under your room, where you're staking your claim on your little Russian." "Fuck off. Why are you calling me?" "Remington's on his way to make plans. You need to clean yourself up. Get dressed, and figure out how to remain calm while he's here." "I'm the picture of calm, Rafe." He snorted. "I'm getting dressed now. It's going to be a hell of a day, isn't it?" "It sure is." I sent Dante to stay with Nico while Rafe and I greeted Remington. Lancelot had brought Tony, his pet monkey. They were basically inseparable. He headed right to the kitchen to get Tony some dried fruit to snack on. "Where's Dante?" Remington asked once I'd ushered him into the living room and offered him a drink. "In my room, guarding Nico." He gave me a pointed look. "In your room." Dimitri broke the window in the guest room. "One of your guest rooms. There are other options." I held his gaze. If he thought he would intimidate me, he was wrong. Dante doesn't need to be with him. You have plenty of guards surrounding the house now. I don't want him out of our sight. "Do you think he'll run?" I stared at Remington for a moment, then realized he didn't know Nico or anything about our situation other than the fact I'd fucked him for revenge. Was that really the reason? "No, I think his father will come back for him." Remington shook his head. "He'll need longer to regroup after last night. We can't count on that. We need to get him to a more secure location." "I'm working on that," Remington said. "I need Dante downstairs." I could tell his patience was wearing thin. "I'll send Rafe to Nico then." Remington sighed. "It pains me to say this, but Lancelot convinced me we need Rafe too." Rafe gave Lance a thumbs up. Remington waved a hand toward his brother. "Go get Louis from out front and send him to Lorenzo's balcony." I shook my head. "No." Remington's glare almost had me backing down, but I held his gaze as I said, "I don't know Louis, and neither does Nikolai, and this is a problem. Why? Nico has been through a lot. He needs to be with someone familiar. I could have Dante bring him down here." The brief shock on Remington's face before he covered it let me know I'd gone too far. I was losing it. I wasn't even trying to hide how I felt about Nico. "Absolutely not." Remington growled. "This is family business. Nico would rather fight for our family than his." "No." "And why do you care how comfortable a prisoner is?" Rafe cleared his throat. "Remington?" I tensed. What crazy thing was my brother going to say now? "Lorenzo has promised Nico his protection. He's taking that vow very seriously." Remington huffed. "I hope that's all you're taking seriously. I told you to keep your hands off him." Rafe grinned. "Nikolai has to pay for his protection somehow." How the fuck did Rafe know about that arrangement? "Right?" He winked at me, and I realized he was giving me an out. Remington let out a long breath. "Maybe I should just kill all of you." "That wouldn't solve your problem with Ivanov and Dmitri," Rafe said. I scowled at my brother. Now was not the time to anger Remington any further. We needed his help, and I needed him to work with me to keep Nico safe, because I would go against him if I had to. But it could be a death sentence for me. "Very astute, Raphael. Do you have any other advice for me?" "Well, I know," I said. "He doesn't." "Lancelot, who'd been so much like Rafe at Rafe's age, saved us by sending his pet monkey, Tony, over to Rafe.
Keep him company. I know all the plans, so I'll go watch over Nico. Do you approve of that, Renzo?
Lancelot was crazy, but I trusted him completely. Yes. I'll introduce you. I turned to the stairs. Remington surprised me by letting me go without comment. Lance had charmed Nikolai immediately, as I'd known the bastard would. If he weren't so in love with Julian, I would have been worried, but I knew Nico was in danger with him. When I returned, I joined Dante on the sofa across from Remington. Raphael was pacing with Tony on his shoulder. He wasn't capable of sitting still for more than a few moments, and neither was the monkey. I promised Nikolai he will not be sent back to his father, no matter what happens. I wanted that out in the open. It wasn't something I would go back on, no matter what Remington said or did. I'd let myself be tempted. I'd done something selfish and reckless. But this time I was going to make sure that everyone involved remained safe. Remington's face remained neutral as he held my gaze for several long seconds.
Any man who would give his son to Ivanov doesn't deserve to have a son, he said. We'll make sure Nikolai can start his life over somewhere else. I nodded. That was as big a concession as I could expect. The fact that my insides were all twisted up at the thought of sending him away didn't matter. Nico's safety did. Dante glanced at me, but I deliberately looked away. If he knew what was good for him, he wouldn't push the situation. Have you found out anything about Nikolai's mother? Nothing concrete. My best guess is she's with Ivanov. He'd contacted her to see if she'd rat out Dmitri's secrets. That wasn't good. Ivanov wouldn't keep her alive long. For now, Remington said, we'll send Nikolai to a safe house. With who? With guards that I trust. And you should too. If I vouch for them, then they are certainly of a fine enough quality to take care of a Russian twink. I balled my fist at my side and started to stand. Dante used a hand on my shoulder to shove me back into my seat. You don't like that description? Remington asked. Do you have another one you'd prefer? Nikolai deserves respect and protection. He's been abused, manipulated, and nearly handed over for Ivanov to destroy. I know what Ivanov is. I wouldn't risk Nikolai being put with him. Then why are we working with him? Rafe asked. Remington snarled at me. Keep your brother in line. Rafe, keep your mouth closed and just listen. He glared at me, but he didn't protest. As I said, Nikolai will go to a safe house. He'll remain there until we have taken care of our problem with the Russians. What is his problem, exactly? Dante asked. I understand we need Dmitri's weapons connections, but surely we could... Remington held up a hand. I've been watching Dmitri for some time. He's been angling for an alliance with Ivanov, but until recently, Ivanov hasn't been willing to entertain it. Then something shifted. I needed to know what would make Ivanov willing to prop up a man like Dmitri. What could Dmitri offer him? The man is known for having no sense of discretion, something Ivanov obviously values highly. I snorted. Ivanov is a monster. He is, but I was hoping he would be a useful monster. We shouldn't be working with a man like that, Raphael said. A cutting look from Remington silenced him again. Speaking of people with no discretion or the ability to value their life, I've warned you enough, Raphael. Show respect and be obedient, or you will go exactly where I plan to send Dmitri and Ivanov. So we're taking them down. I tried to ignore the fact that he'd threatened my brother's life. I doubted he was serious. We are. I discovered why Ivanov was willing to make such a deal with Dmitri. Nikolai is certainly a beautiful young man, but Ivanov has many avenues for procuring his toys. I started to speak, but Remington shook his head. You're getting my help with Nikolai. Don't push me. I dug my fingernails into my palms. I wanted to grab Remington by the collar, yank him up, and punch his smug face, but I needed him. How could I keep Rafe from popping off if I couldn't control myself? What does Ivanov really want? Dmitri has made a connection with the Lopez family. He has a direct line to Carlos himself. If he can cut a deal to sell weapons to them, his profits will skyrocket. Fuck me, Rafe said. Right.
Remington had no argument there. So Ivanov wants in on it, I said. Exactly. He's offered money for the marriage contract, and he's contracted Dmitri's wife and his daughter, trying to lure them in. He plans to destroy Dmitri and take over his business. We can't let Ivanov have that kind of power. Think what he'd do with the Lopez connection. I know. That's why we're going to take out both of them and anyone else who chooses to stay loyal. I have no love for the Kozlovs, but I'd rather see Boris in control of the local Russians than Ivanov, and if we blow this up, the Lopez family will stay far away from the heat. So how will we accomplish this? Dante asked. Before Remington could answer, a crash had all of us jumping up and pulling out our guns. At the sound of our weapons cocking, a young woman stepped out from where she'd been hiding in the hallway. "I'm here as a friend," she said, her Russian accent thick. "A friend who is spying on us." "Who are you? And how the hell did you get in here?" Remington asked. We kept our guns raised but made no move toward her.
"I'm Alina Ivanov, and I came in through the kitchen door. I told your guard I was cleaning, lady."
"You escaped from your father?" I asked.
"Yes, I use the same trick I did before. Some people never learn."
Rafe laughed, and I slapped his arm to shut him up. Alina stared at him.
"You have a monkey."
"He belongs to a friend. We're not discussing that now," Remington said. He pulled out his phone and called his head of security. I got the sense the kitchen guard might not survive the night. When he ended the call, he said, "Have any of you met Alina before?" We all shook our heads. "So how do we know you're who you say you are? Do you have a way to prove your identity, or a reason why we shouldn't shoot you right here?"
"I know your family plays by old-fashioned rules. You don't shoot unarmed women."
Remington looked at Dante. "Check her for weapons." She sighed but submitted to the search. Dante made his search quickly. "She's clear."
"I can tell you a lot of things about my father. His plans, his past crimes. I would have killed him if I could have. But I couldn't do that and get away."
Remington studied her for a moment. "What you could do is come here and eavesdrop on our plans."
"Yes, I like your plan. I want to help."
"No," Dante said at the same time as Remington. After giving Dante a look that silenced him, Remington said, "We'll keep you safe if Nikolai vouches for you. But you will be under our control until your father is dead."
"I escaped him. Doesn't that make me useful?"
"It makes you brave. But I'm not trusting anyone but family with this operation."
"Where is Nikolai? I want to see him."
I took a step forward. "What do you want with Nikolai?"
"I want to find out what you've done with him. How badly is he hurt?"
"You say we shouldn't harm you. Then you accuse us of kidnapping Nikolai," Remington said. "Which is it? Are you an ally or not?"
"I'm a friend of anyone who wants to bring my father down. But I want to know that Nikolai is safe. He's done nothing wrong. He deserves his freedom."
"We didn't kidnap him," I said. "He escaped." She looked back and forth between the others. "I'll handle this," Remington said. "Nikolai escaped with the help of his mother. His father beat him and broke his arm. But we're taking care of him now."
"I want to talk to him."
"Have you met in person?" Remington asked.
"Yes."
"So he can vouch for you?"
"Yes, though I don't know why you think I would break in here if I were anyone else."
"Your father has made some dangerous plans. Why wouldn't I believe he sent you here as a spy?" Her fierce glare nearly had me taking a step back.
"I am not working for my father."
"We'll see what Nikolai has to say about that." He looked at me. "Call Lancelot."
Chapter 23. Nikolai. I jumped when the balcony door slid open. Lancelot held up his hands. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you." "It's okay. Is anything wrong?" "There's a young woman who says she's here to visit you." I frowned at him. "A woman?" "Yes, she claims to be Ivanov's daughter, but since none of us have seen her, we can't confirm her identity." Was that really possible? Alina is here? Lancelot shrugged. "So she says. Would you be willing to meet with her to confirm who she is?" "Of course." A few moments later, someone knocked on the door. I stood, but Lancelot motioned me back. When he opened the door, Lorenzo, his brothers, and a man I assumed was Remington Theorot stood there with Alina. She was paler than she had been the last time I'd seen her, and she was dressed in clothes that looked much too large. I doubted they were hers. Her father would never allow his daughter to wear torn jeans and a sweatshirt. "Alina, are you all right? How did you get here?" She started toward me, but Remington grabbed her arm and pulled her back. I sucked in my breath. I couldn't let him hurt her. But what was I going to do against Lorenzo and 3 other men? I screamed when something jumped from Raphael's hand and ran toward Lance. I realized it was a small monkey as it climbed up Lance's leg. "That's Tony," Raphael said. "He's Lance's." I was having trouble taking that in. "You have a pet monkey?" Before Lance answered, Remington cleared his throat, and I turned to face him.
"Nikolai, I'm Remington Therio. It's nice to meet you."
"It's nice to meet you too," I said, unsure of how to handle the situation. Remington Theriot's reputation was terrifying. I'd always assumed if I ever met him, I wouldn't live much longer. Yet here he was, claiming to be glad to meet me. He gestured toward Alina.
"The young woman claims to be Alina Ivanov. You know her?"
"Yes, sir, she is Alina, my former fiancée."
"Do you trust her? Is she loyal to her father?"
Alina huffed. "I told you I ran away. And this isn't the first time." I fought the urge to smile. It was good to see that Alina's spirit hadn't been broken. That's true. She's tried to escape before, and she attempted to plot with me so that we could get out of our prospective marriage. But we were interrupted too soon. "I want to talk to Nikolai alone," she insisted. "I'd like to talk to her too," I said, looking to Lorenzo for help.
"Lancelot will need to stay. We can't leave you alone for your safety, and ours,"
Remington added. Alina gave a curt nod. "I'll accept that. We should have a guard. I don't know how high a priority I am to my father right now." Remington scowled at her.
"But you thought it was a good idea to lead him here."
"My intention was to find Nikolai and make sure he was all right. If you're taking care of him, then you can protect me as well."
"Are you always this demanding?"
"My father says I must be the devil's child that my mother conjured and not his at all."
Remington rolled his eyes.
"Terrific. We'll strengthen our forces here."
Tony chose that moment to jump down from Lancelot's shoulder and run over to Lorenzo, who bent to pet him. Tony started playing with Lorenzo's watch. I laughed, and Lorenzo looked up and smiled.
"Lance will help you if you need anything, and I'll be back later."
Tony yanked his watch all the way off his arm and took it off.
"Hey!" Lorenzo yelled. "That was my grandfather's." "Tony, give that back,"
Lance ordered, but Tony came running to me. He climbed up my leg and prodded my hand.
"He's trying to put the watch on you,"
Lance said.
"I'll help him,"
Lorenzo said. He slid the watch onto my wrist and smiled.
"I like that."
"No, you should take it back." Tony gave a little screech and wagged his finger. Lorenzo smiled.
"We don't want to upset him."
The monkey jumped onto his shoulder.
"We better get going."
"Yes," Remington said.
"If monkey playtime is over, it would be nice to work on our plans to save everyone."
Lorenzo rolled his eyes, and I smiled as everyone but Lancelot and Alina headed out the door.
"He's cute,"
Alina said. "Tony?"
"Yes, but I meant Lorenzo. And he's so into you."
"No, he's not. Things aren't—" She stared at me with raised brows. "Yes, he's hot."
"Better?"
She patted my shoulder.
"What happened to your arm?"
I sighed. "My father."
"So they really haven't hurt you here?"
She glanced toward Lancelot. What did she plan to do if he was a threat? He could easily pick her up in one hand. "No one has hurt me here. They've taken care of me. Lorenzo, he's been really great." She narrowed her eyes.
"Just how great has he been to you?"
Heat filled my face, and I knew my cheeks were turning red. "That's not something we need to discuss." Lancelot chuckled, and I scowled at him. As big as he was, and as easily as he could kill me, he didn't give off a threatening air. I was no more scared of him than I was of Lorenzo.
"How much do you have to pay them for protection?" Alina asked.
We don't charge victims for our services, Lancelot said. That's another way we differ from Dimitri and your fucking father.
If that were true, then my bargain with Lorenzo really was just a game. I didn't want to think about that. I needed it to be something I had to do, or I'd be way too embarrassed to act like I had with him. I hope there are a lot more ways you differ from him, Alina said.
I have a husband I'm devoted to, and we're thinking about adopting a baby.
Yeah, that would be different. My father would have preferred to create a few sons out of thin air and never have to marry. He'd never be loyal to one person. As soon as he tires of someone, he kills them. My eyes widened. He kills them. He arranged to have my mother killed as soon as she had given him an heir. And he disposes of the boys he prefers as soon as he's done with them. He's killed some of them. Some have died from injuries he's given them, and others wish they were dead. Why do you think I was working so hard to make sure you didn't end up with him? The room spun around me. I had to sit on the bed. So it is true that I wasn't really being given to you. I was being given to your father. I'd known that, and Lorenzo had believed it too. But somehow, hearing her say it made the horror of what I'd escaped that much more real. Yes, and you're older than the boys he prefers. He would probably have killed you once I'd had a child to be another heir for him. I'd known Ivanov wanted me in his bed, and I'd been terrified of how rough he'd be, but I hadn't thought he'd murder me once he was done. Alina laid a hand on my shoulder. It's okay. He's never going to touch you now. We have to stop him from hurting anyone else, I said. I'd never believed I had the power to stop someone like my father or Ivanov, but I didn't care what it took. I was going to help Alina and the Theriots bring him down. Yes, we do. I think they're downstairs, working on a plan for that now. Lancelot nodded. Good, she said. Now, let's talk about this. She laid her hand on the watch Lorenzo had slipped onto my wrist. I think Tony may be a very smart little monkey.
Chapter 24. Lorenzo. Remington glared at me. Obviously, you didn't listen to my instructions about Nikolai. From his perch on my shoulder, Tony pointed a finger at him and chattered loudly. Rafe laughed. I think Tony disagrees with you. He seems to like Renzo and Nico together. Remington narrowed his eyes at the monkey. That's enough. Do you want to be sent to the car? Tony screeched. I shook my head. You wouldn't leave him in a hot car. Remington sighed. With the AC on, obviously, I'm not a monster. Dante raised his brows, and Remington huffed. Not the animals. Didn't he escape from the car the last time you made Lancelot leave him? Dante asked. That's enough. I'm not here to talk about this insane animal. Lorenzo, your involvement with Nikolai as anything but a bodyguard stops now. I won't have you involved with the Russians. I fought the urge to yell at him, to tell him Nico was mine and I would do whatever the fuck I pleased with him. But now was not the time for that. I wanted Nico, but I wasn't safe for him, and we needed to focus on destroying Dmitri and Ivanov. Tony started up again, giving Remington the response I wanted to. He might be speaking in his own language, but it was clear he was telling Remington off. Enough! Remington shouted. Come here. Rafe called to Tony, holding out a piece of dried mango he must have gotten from the kitchen during Tony's rant. With a final shriek, the monkey jumped down and ran to Rafe for his favorite snack. Remington scowled at Rafe. Keep that little bastard away from me. As angry, scared, and confused as I was, I had to press my lips together to keep from smiling. Watching Tony rile Remington up was always amusing. How about we go over the plan to kill Dmitri and Ivanov? Dante said. I think that will put all of us in a better mood. Remington nodded. That's what I came here for. He outlined the plan to draw out Dmitri and Ivanov by contacting them, pretending to be a representative of the Lopez family. Dante frowned. If Carlos Lopez finds out we're impersonating his people, he won't. And if he does, he'll ultimately thank us for ridding him of buffoons too indiscreet to carry out his business. I wasn't so sure of that, but I didn't have a better plan. There is one change to my original plan. What's that? I asked. Now that we also have Alina on our hands, you will escort her and Nico to the safe house and stay there. I wanted to stay with Nico. I hated the idea of trusting him to anyone else, but that would mean my brothers wouldn't have me by their side. Remington had laid out the plan like it was nothing more complicated than kicking swindlers out of the family casino. Making a move on Ivanov and exposing our knowledge of the Lopez family's plans was dangerous as hell. We'd be lucky to all make it out alive. Dante and Raphael will be attacking the Russians with you? Yes. As much as Lorenzo. Rafe's tone was the most serious I'd ever heard it. Dante and I are adults. We're well trained. We faced danger plenty of times, and we survived 2 years without you. Go take care of Nico and Alina. We'll be fine. I glanced at Dante, and he nodded. Nico needs you more than we do. Was that true? Were they really going to be okay without me? You don't need to keep protecting us. Nico did need me. Remington might not want me fucking him, but he knew I was the best choice to keep him and Alina out of harm's way. I turned to Remington. Where are we going? Out in the bayou. Ambrose will be here soon to take you to the safe house. I made a strangled sound. Ambrose. He was Remington's cousin, and his sanity was very much in question. After some years in the military, he'd lived alone in the middle of the bayou, making friends with alligators. Maybe he'd gotten a little more grounded in reality since meeting Eric, his former sheriff boyfriend. But I wasn't counting on it. I was sure he was still scary as fuck. Lorenzo, I've changed my plans enough for you today. Ambrose knows the bayous like no one else. So we're going to be safe out in the middle of the bayou, safe from Dmitri and Ivanov. They'll never find you there. And from the wildlife and crazy people. Your cousin has a pet alligator. Remington narrowed his eyes, and I'm about to ask him to feed you to it. I let out a long breath. The bayou it is. Rafe patted my shoulder. And you thought we were the ones in more danger? We solidified a few more plans, and then Lancelot brought Alina and Nico down. One of Remington's men had brought bags for them filled with some changes of clothes and personal items they would need for however long we were stuck in the middle of nowhere. At least if the operation went as planned, we'd only be there a few days. Nico and Alina stood back from the rest of us as I said a few more words to my brothers and reminded myself over and over that they were capable of handling a battle like this without me there. You're not going to listen to him, are you? Rafe cocked his head in Remington's direction. I can't keep Nico. I might as well cut things off now. Rafe huffed. You can do whatever the hell you want if you try. Remington is the head of the family. I can only push him so far. That's true, Dante said. But you have to decide if Nico is worth fighting for. I looked over at him. He was smiling at something Alina had said. When he looked my way, my breath caught. Something's telling me he is, Rafe said. I hugged them, refusing to say anything else about Nico. Be careful. We'll be fine, Rafe said. I squeezed Dante's shoulder. I know you wanted out. And now here you are, putting your life on the line. Dante sighed. Ivanov and Dmitri don't deserve to live. I'm doing the world a service by eliminating them. Remington called them over, and I let them walk away, praying I was doing the right thing. I turned to see Lancelot, holding out more mango for Tony. He inclined his head toward Nico and Alina. Take care of those two, and ignore my brother. You're good for Nikolai. Tony knew what he was doing, giving him your watch. I shook my head. Tony just likes shiny things. Tony likes pissing Remington off, but he also has a great sense for people he trusts. Nikolai is one of them. I wanted to ignore Remington's orders. I wanted to shout to anyone who would listen that I'd claimed Nico and no one else could ever touch him. But what real choice did I have? How could I keep Nico with me when he'd constantly be in danger? When he wouldn't be able to choose his own future and would constantly be reminded of his connection to Dmitri? Chapter 25. Nikolai. Lorenzo's cousin Ambrose was nothing like Remington and Lancelot. They looked polished, like they came from old New Orleans money, while Ambrose looked feral. His bushy beard, long hair, and camo pants looked out of place in Lorenzo's living room. He belonged outdoors in the jungle or
apparently deep in the bayou where he'd come from.
How remote is this safe house?
As Ambrose had driven us deeper and deeper into the bayou, I'd started to worry the trip to the safe house might be as dangerous as staying here at Lorenzo's. The truck came to an abrupt stop, but I didn't see any structures around. I tensed when I saw a man standing in front of the truck and realized Lorenzo had his hand on his gun.
That's Landry. He's going to camp near the safe house to help guard you.
The man was huge, broad-shouldered, and probably 6'5".
And the safe house isn't too far. Probably about a half-hour walk.
Walk? I asked.
The vegetation's too thick to get a car through. That's part of the charm.
I didn't think that sounded charming at all. There had to be a million mosquitoes out here, not to mention all kinds of other creatures that were far more dangerous, including people like Ambrose and Landry. It was so hot and humid I could barely breathe. I wanted to complain, but I thought about the alternative, being caught by my father or Ivanov, Lorenzo being killed trying to save me or Alina. I could do this. Alina tapped my arm. When I looked at her, she mouthed, "Landry is cute." She was right. He was hot, in a backwoods man kind of way, but he couldn't compare to Lorenzo.
"Keep your voices down out here," Ambrose said. "I don't sense anyone, and I haven't seen any tracks, but if there's someone out here, they aren't the kind of people we want to attract."
That wasn't what I wanted to hear, but I didn't have much choice but to go along with him. We started our trek with Ambrose in the lead and Landry bringing up the rear. The path was only wide enough for one person, so we had to walk single file. I was dripping with sweat, and I could see droplets running down Lorenzo's neck as he walked in front of me. I wanted to take his hand or press mine to his back, but I didn't dare. I wasn't sure when I'd have a chance to be alone with him again. What would I say if we were, though? Was I really going to ask him if I could stay with him once this was all over? That was insane. He enjoyed fucking me, but I would be foolish to think he wanted more than that, even though the way he'd looked at me earlier, like he treasured me, could almost convince me my fantasy could come true. None of us spoke for a while, and then Alina asked Ambrose, "Do you live near here?"
"Yes, but you'd never find my house unless I wanted you to."
Lorenzo huffed.
"Seriously, you have an actual address now?"
Ambrose sighed.
"Fine, but the house I originally built, no one's finding that."
"That's true. And you like that no one can find you?" Alina asked.
"I value the ability to disappear. If you turned around for a second, I could disappear and you'd never track me."
"That's disturbing," I said.
"Yes,"
Lorenzo agreed. He didn't sound happy about it. I felt something on my leg. When I looked down and saw a lizard, I screamed and grabbed onto Lorenzo. The lizard jumped off and scurried into the undergrowth.
"Remember how I said keep quiet?"
Ambrose asked.
Lorenzo responded for me. He's not used to being out in the bayou. He's been sheltered.
I nodded. "I'm sorry. I don't like lizards." Lorenzo took my arm.
"It's okay. Those little guys are completely harmless."
I shuddered. "But they're lizards."
"Just stay by me. You'll probably see worse before we get there."
"Snakes?"
"Or gators, though they don't usually come up this far from the shore."
I glanced around, sure one was going to run at me from the undergrowth. "What do I do if I see an alligator?"
"Just walk on past them," Ambrose said. "Most of them will only eat you if I tell them to."
I looked at Lorenzo, hoping he'd tell me none of this was true. He shrugged.
"I told you he was crazy. He doesn't control all the alligators, though. He just wishes he did. They really aren't interested in bothering us, so you should calmly walk on past if you see an alligator. Never run in front of a predator."
"Ambrose, I heard you have a pet alligator," Alina said.
"I do, but we won't see him today. When this is all done, I'll introduce you."
"That's okay," I said. "I really don't need you to do that."
"You might come to like it out here more than you think."
I shuddered. "I doubt that."
"It's peaceful."
A bird shrieked loudly, making me jump, and something rattled in the trees near us. This was the opposite of peaceful.
"How much further is the safe house?"
Lorenzo asked. I was thankful because I wanted to know, but I was sure it would sound like I was complaining.
"It's right around the corner up here."
The path took a sharp turn, and like Ambrose said, once we passed it, I could see the safe house. I was braced for a rudimentary cabin. I'd prayed for running water and at least some kind of fan. But the structure in front of us was surprisingly modern.
"This actually looks nice,"
Alina said. "Of course it does. Remington insisted I have it built to city people standards. There's solar power for lights and AC units, and it's even got a real toilet and a stove." "Wow, it sounds luxurious," Lorenzo said, sarcasm clear in his voice. Ambrose glared at him. "You could stay in my old place." He shook his head, and I could only imagine how primitive that must be. "No thanks, this is great." We followed Ambrose inside, and he showed us 2 tiny bedrooms. The bathroom, thank God for actual plumbing, though I had no idea how he'd managed that so far from civilization.
"This is so cool,"
Alina said, eyes wide.
"Did you help build it?"
she asked Landry. He nodded.
"This is impressive."
For the first time since we'd met, Landry smiled. He was looking at Alina like she walked on water. That was interesting. The kitchen has plenty of supplies for a few days. Landry has a tent out back, where it's hardest to detect anyone approaching. I glanced toward the back of the house. How would someone get through there? It's not easy, but Landry or I could do it. Damn. These men really were frighteningly skilled. "I'll be back in 48 hours, hopefully to lead you out. Call me if you need me before that." We said goodbye. Landry went to take up his post, and Ambrose vanished down the path faster than I'd thought possible.
Chapter 26. Lorenzo. Once Ambrose had left, Alina checked out both of the small bedrooms.
"So which one do you two want?"
she asked. Nikolai glanced at me, and I braced myself for his reaction. "I'm going to sleep out here on the couch, so I'll be able to guard the front door more effectively." It was true I'd be both more alert and better positioned if someone approached the cabin, but the real reason was because I couldn't sleep with Nikolai again, knowing I was going to have to send letting them go. But the thought of being parted from Nikolai had my stomach in a knot. Nikolai looked shocked, but he covered it quickly.
"Oh,
okay." Alina looked from one of us to the other.
"I'll take this room."
She pointed to the door she was closest to.
"It's smaller, so if you change your mind."
"I won't," I said. "I need to be out here." The look of pain in Nico's eyes almost made me relent. He took a shaky breath and then picked up the backpack Remington had brought for him.
"I guess I'll be in here."
He stepped into the larger bedroom and shut the door firmly behind himself. Alina glared at me.
"What the fuck are you doing?"
"What I have to do." She shook her head as she walked toward me, then Whisper yelled,
"If you hurt him, I will cut your fucking dick off."
I stared at her, stunned. I shouldn't have been surprised at her fierceness. She'd escaped her father, gotten into my house, and stood her ground against Remington and the rest of us. I kept my voice low. "I'm trying not to hurt him."
"By ignoring him after you've—"
She waved her hands around as if that would somehow indicate all the things I'd experienced with Nico. "I'm not ignoring him. I'm protecting him." She shook her head, clearly not buying it.
"You can protect us just fine from, 6 feet further from the door? This house is tiny."
"Nikolai and I don't have a future."
"Bullshit. I've seen how you look at him and how he looks at you. I may not know a lot about love, but I saw that look on my sister's face when she looked at one of my father's guards. He tried to help her escape, but my father killed him, shot him through the head right in front of her. They didn't have a chance. But you could."
"No." I spoke much too loudly, and we both turned to look at Nico's door. He must have heard me, but he stayed inside and didn't say anything.
"Why not?"
"Because Remington has forbidden it. Once we've taken out his father, we'll help him get settled somewhere else, but staying here with me isn't an option."
"So you're just going to listen to Remington?"
I realized how that sounded to her. A woman who'd risked her life repeatedly to escape from her father, who was far more of a monster than Remington would ever be. I disobeyed Remington's orders years ago. I thought I should be able to have whatever or whoever I wanted. The man I wanted betrayed us all,
My cousin died, and I spent 2 years in jail. 2 years when I couldn't protect my brothers.
Your brothers are grown men who can protect themselves.
Rafe had just turned 18. He thought he was invincible,
But he's alive and well today.
She was right. And he told me not to let go of Nico. But
I listened to Remington and Dante talking about you while you were talking to Lancelot.
My pulse accelerated. What did they say?
They were watching you and Lance, and Dante said, "You may be the king of New Orleans, but that's not a fight you're going to win." Remington blustered and tried to act all shocked that Dante would speak to him that way, but that didn't stop him. He said, "Didn't you see the way Lorenzo looked at him, and the way he obviously worships Lorenzo?"
I knew Dante was all for me having what I wanted, but he'd really said those things to Remington? Was he the fool here? Or was it me? How did Remington respond?
He said you shouldn't be tangled up with the Russians, and Dante reminded him that the Russians would be busy restructuring once you made a strike against them. They weren't going to worry about the son of a fuck-up who was never trained for the business. Remington didn't argue because Dante was right. Now, go in there and get your man.
But what if
Lorenzo? I've been through a hell of a lot in the last 24 hours. Don't cross me.
The fury in her eyes rivaled anything I had ever seen from Remington. Maybe we could recruit her to work for us. I glanced toward Nico's door and back at her. The house is, as you said, very small. She smiled and patted the crossbody bag she'd had with her when she sneaked into my house.
I have noise-canceling headphones in here. I won't hear a thing. And if Remington interrogates me, I won't be able to confirm or deny what happens between the two of you tonight.
I rolled my eyes. Fine. Just go to your room.
Yes, sir.
She stuck out her tongue at me before closing the bedroom door behind her. What was I going to say to Nico? That I was there for today's payment? I let out a long breath. If it helped him relax and let go, I was happy to keep pretending he was paying me for my services, but that was so far from the truth. I could pretend he was my prisoner too, but in reality, he was with me to be protected, pleasured and comforted. Was I really going to defy Remington? Was I going to insist that Nico was staying with me, that he didn't belong with the Russians or on his own because I wanted to make him part of our family? And was it fair to him to ask because he wouldn't be able to escape from my life of crime? He'd still be around danger. You can protect him? Could I? Hadn't the Theriauts managed with their men? So far, Remington, his brothers, Ambrose, and his twin, Dax, had all found love, and they hadn't let the harshness of the family business keep them from enjoying it. Love. Was that what this was? Was that what I wanted? I knew the answer even before my heart screamed yes. Chapter 27. Nikolai. I closed the door behind me and hurried to the far side of the room. I did not want Lorenzo to hear me cry. I sank down in the corner under a tiny window and dropped my head onto my knees as the tears came. I bit my lips to keep my sobs quiet as my body shook. I wanted to believe that Lorenzo really needed to keep watching from the couch, but I'd seen the expression on his face when he looked at me. He turned cold and impassive, the way he'd pretended to be when he congratulated me on my engagement. Was he already done with me? Last night, when he fucked me, I thought maybe it was more to him than just a way to get off. He touched something deep inside me, and I thought he might have felt that too. Then, when I'd woken scared by my dream and he'd sucked my cock, not even insisting on his own climax, I thought he really cared. That was all for me. He couldn't possibly see that was payment. I guess I'd let my fantasies take over. Had I really thought he was going to confess his love, sweep me into his arms, and tell me he'd marry me? Maybe not quite that, but I at least thought he wanted to keep me with him as long as he could.
I thought there was something special between us, something more than him wanting to fuck me as revenge, or my father, or me offering my body as payment. Apparently, I was as much of a fucking idiot as my father always said. I brushed away the last of my tears. At least I was safe here with Lorenzo, and I wouldn't have to go back to my father. I wasn't going to have all my fantasies come true. Lorenzo wasn't actually my Prince Charming, but he was going to protect me and help me find somewhere to go far away from my father's family. He might not want me anymore, but he would never hurt me unless it came to a choice between me and his brothers. That was far better odds than I'd ever had with my father or when my mother and I were exiled. I'd stood and unzipped the backpack I'd tossed on the bed. I'd intended to look through the things someone, surely not Remington himself, had picked up for me, but I'd stuffed the t-shirt Lorenzo had loaned me on top, so that was the first thing I saw. I pulled it out and brought it to my face, inhaling deeply. His scent still lingered there, and despite my anger at him, the smell calmed me.
Nico.
I jumped. Lorenzo was standing in my doorway. I dropped the shirt as heat filled my cheeks. You could have knocked. He nodded.
I could have.
I frowned. He looked uncertain. What do you need?
To see you.
I thought you were sleeping on the couch. He shrugged.
It's not bedtime yet.
Close enough. It was only 8 o'clock, so that wasn't true at all.
You don't have to be embarrassed about the shirt. It turns me on to know you want my scent on you.
Why the fuck did he have to say things like that? And why did they make my knees weak?
Did you sleep with my tie after I left it? Did you like that it smelled like me?
Don't do this, Lorenzo. Don't push me away 1 minute, then come in here saying things like that.
I'm not pushing you away.
He moved close enough that I could reach out and touch him, but I didn't. Yes, you are. Are you telling me you're really just sleeping on the couch for better protection when you slept in the bed with me last night?
This is a completely different situation.
Yes, one where we're much less likely to be found. Lorenzo, be honest with me. If I've repaid you all I owed, if you're tired of me, just say so. Don't lead me on. Lorenzo clasped my face in his hands, and I couldn't look away from his eyes. There was pain there, pain like I felt in my chest.
I could never get tired of you, Nico. Remington told me to keep my hands off you. He told me you would have to leave town once your father was gone. I didn't want to make leaving you even harder.
How was I supposed to fight what I was feeling? I did sleep with your tie. I used it to wipe my tears. I didn't want you to leave. I didn't want reality to come back. He kissed my forehead, and I shivered. I needed this, needed his touch for him to soothe me. But what was I going to do in a few days when it was all over? This reality is so much better, but what happens when this is over? Where will I go then?
I don't know. We'll figure that out. We'll find you somewhere safe to go.
I nodded and pulled away from him. Okay. We should probably go to sleep now. I unzipped an inside pocket on the backpack where I'd put Lorenzo's watch. I was afraid it would be damaged as we traveled through the bayou. I pulled it out. You should take this back. Lorenzo glared at me. He made no move to take the watch, and I could feel anger rolling off him. He wanted to be the one in control, and I'd wanted that too, but not right now, not when I knew I'd be sent away soon. Are you so sure about that? Would you rather enjoy these last few days? Why not let him fuck you, teach you all the things you've always wanted to know?
Nico, is that really what you want?
Did he know I was questioning myself? I want you to stop toying with me. If you want me, then take me, but don't make it any more than that. I can't fall any harder for you. I heard him suck in his breath at my unintended confession, but I kept going. I won't recover once you send me away. I'm not strong like that.
You're wrong. You are so fucking strong. You risked everything to run away from your father, and you kept yourself alive all those years that you were under his control, even through the abuse and neglect. Somehow you're still an amazing person despite the examples you were given. That takes incredible strength.
I'd never felt strong. I just felt like I was surviving.
You deserve so much, baby. Even if you could stay, I'm not a good person. You don't want to be part of what my family does. Anger surged through me. I turned and shoved at his chest. His face registered shock as he took a few stumbling steps back. Everyone always makes decisions about what I want. Everyone but me. Nikolai, are you saying? I sighed. What was the point? Why not have another hot night to remember later? Nothing, just forget I said anything. I'd be a fool not to enjoy you while you're here. What difference will it make anyway? You can already tell I'll be a mess when you leave me. I might as well enjoy a few more good fucks first. Lorenzo's mouth dropped open, and then a hard look showed on his face. Then get on your knees. You haven't paid me nearly enough. He grabbed my good hand and fastened the watch around my wrist. You keep this on. Do you hear me? Yes. Good. Now open your mouth. This time there was no build-up. No attempt to let me adjust to the feel of his cock stretching my mouth, filling my throat, cutting off my air. It was rough and filthy and hot as fuck. My cock was hard before I'd even opened my mouth for him. I fought to suck in air through my nose. Lorenzo drove into my mouth hard, nearly knocking me off my knees. He pulled back and pushed in again, holding himself there. I gagged around him as I pushed at his thigh with my good hand. I was desperate for air. This time you're going to find out what it's like for me to use you thoroughly. This time I'm going to come down your throat and you better swallow every fucking drop. He finally pulled back enough to let me breathe. I sucked in a breath, knowing he wasn't going to wait long. Look at me, he demanded. I did. The look on his face was dark, angry. I should be terrified. But I was so turned on I couldn't think. Don't you dare touch yourself. And don't even think about coming in your pants. I'll decide if you get to come tonight or not, depending on how well you pay me. Do you understand? I nodded. Good. Now open wide. He thrust into me, choking me as he gripped my face, holding me against him. I sputtered around him, but this time I didn't fight. I didn't even want to. I had that feeling like I was floating again, like I was nothing but sensation, and I loved every feeling that was racing through my body, even the way he cut off my air. When he slid back, he smiled down at me. Now that's my good boy. You love this, don't you? Being on your knees for me. I nodded. That's right, you do. I'm going to come down your throat, and you're going to take it. Aren't you? I nodded again, and he drove back into me harder than ever. I still didn't struggle. I needed this. He kept going, fucking into my mouth again and again. And then, with a rough groan, he jerked against me and cum flooded my throat. I swallowed as much as I could, but I couldn't keep up. Some leaked from the side of my mouth and ran down my chin. Would he punish me for that? Did I want him to? Just when I thought I couldn't take any more, he pulled all the way out and watched as I fought for breath. When I was able to fill my lungs with air, I looked up at him. His eyes were dark with desire. Did he want more? My cock ached, and I was nearly delirious with need. Please, I need to come so bad. I was so ready. I felt like one stroke of his hand would be enough to bring me over the edge. No, you haven't earned it yet, he said. What was he going to make me do now? Please, You'll do exactly what I say. Right now your job is to help clean up the mess you made. He ran his fingers up my chest and then my chin, gathering some of the cum that had dripped from my mouth. Suck them clean, he demanded, forcing his fingers into my mouth. I closed my eyes and focused on the task, licking each finger and sucking hard. He gathered more cum with his other hand and pushed those fingers into my mouth as he pulled the others out. I groaned as I cleaned those digits too. I fucking loved the way he tasted. That's good. You're really working on earning the right to get off, aren't you? Yes, I said as he withdrew his fingers. The word was barely audible. I was sure my throat would be sore for ages after the way he'd used me. Get on the bed on your back, legs spread. I did as he said. Was he going to fuck my ass now? Surely he couldn't get hard again that fast.
He knelt and leaned down. His mouth was so close to my cock. Please. I couldn't stop myself from begging. He pushed my legs up until they were doubled on my chest, and then he slid down further. I made a strangled sound of shock when he swiped his tongue over my hole. Oh, my God.
Has anyone ever eaten your ass, Nikolai?
I shook my head. No.
Good. I wanted to be the first one to destroy you this way. Keep your hands above your head and don't even think about touching your cock.
He shoved a pillow under my ass, lifting me up, then dug his fingers into my ass cheeks and pulled them apart. I gasped when he flicked his tongue back and forth over my hole. Then he pushed inside me, his tongue opening me, and I whimpered, writhing against him, needing more, so much more. He gave it to me, pushing his tongue deeper than I would have thought possible, fucking me with it until I was breathing so hard I thought I might die. My cock had never ached like this. I had a pool of pre-cum on my stomach. There was no way I was going to survive this. I was going to come, whether he let me touch my cock or not. I was too close, and this was way too fucking intense. I struggled against the hold he had on my ass. I wasn't sure if I was trying to get free or to get his tongue even deeper. Please, I can't take it.
You will take it. You don't have any choice. You fucking owe me this. I need to see you beg, to see you desperate.
I'm going to come. I can't hold it back.
You will not come until I say you can. You deserve this punishment for saying you only want me for a good fuck. If that's all you want, then you can damn well take whatever I give you.
It wasn't all I wanted, but he thrust his tongue into me again, along with a finger, using it to stretch me wider. I couldn't speak, couldn't possibly explain what I wanted. What I needed. I was so close, I squeezed my hands into fists and tried to focus on something other than Lorenzo's tongue and my desperate cock, but the sensations he stirred in me were all-consuming. Just before I lost the fight, he sat back and stared down at me. I couldn't keep my hips still. I was lit up with need.
You have no idea how hot you are like this. Unable to stay still, cock so hard and dripping, arms over your head, held there because you want to obey, because you'll do anything to please me.
I wanted to protest and say that wasn't true, but he took my cock in his hand and started stroking me. The world swam around me. The friction was so intense. It hurt, but I needed more. I bucked into his hand. More, please, more. He stroked me harder, hand tightening around me. I was so close, right there. Yes, please.
Don't come.
Can't, Lorenzo. My cock pulsed. I couldn't stop it. He squeezed the base of my cock, stopping me just as my climax began, squeezing so tight I whimpered.
I could keep this up all night, bringing you to the edge, then stopping.
I looked up at him, all thought of pride gone. No, I'll do anything. Just let me come. You're going to kill me.
You'll make it. I already said you're stronger than you think you are. Close your eyes now and just breathe.
I had no idea how long he kept me there, directing me when to inhale and exhale. But finally he began sliding his hand along my shaft again, and in no time I was right back to the edge. He let go, and I sobbed.
Look at me. You're being such a good boy. I think you can hold out a little longer.
No, Lorenzo, please. When he smiled down at me, he looked thoroughly evil.
Please what? Please let you come? Please fuck you until you pass out? What do you want?
Jesus, he was gonna break me. He was so fucking angry, and it made him so hot, but I wanted to break him too. I wanted him to let me stay, to understand that I didn't care what he did or what his family did. I just need you. I need to be here with you.
I need you too, baby.
Then keep me, please. He avoided answering by giving my cock a long, firm stroke from tip to head, forcing me right to the edge again.
Come for me, Nikolai. Show me how much you love having me use you, fuck you, eat you.
I cried out as his words forced my orgasm from me. He'd made me wait so long that it was painful as cum shot from my cock. Painful, and yet the deepest, wildest pleasure I'd ever felt. It seemed to go on until finally, fully drained, I sank back into the mattress, dripping with sweat, unable to move. I was sure my body had melted into a puddle.
Chapter 28. Lorenzo. I stared down at Nico. cum covered and melted into the mattress. He looked completely satiated. Eating his ass and watching him come had been unbelievably hot. When I'd come down his throat, I'd been sure I was completely drained. I didn't know if I'd be able to get hard for the rest of the night, but all it had taken was seeing Nico lose his mind with need as I edged him to make me hard and desperate again. Nico's eyes fluttered open, and I took my cock in my hand. "Watch me." He did, eyes wide as my hand moved up and down on my shaft. Slow at first, then faster, harder. I bent over him, wanting to spill my cum on him. I needed him filthy, slick with my cum and his. I needed to mark his body in yet another way. I gasped as my climax hit. It felt like it was pulled from the depths of my soul. I shuddered and shook. It almost hurt too much to feel good, but I needed it. I needed to wring every drop of pleasure out of this night. I needed Nico to understand that he was mine in every possible way. I was going to fight for him. I was going to find a way to protect him and my brothers. I would not let him go. I lay down beside him. His eyes were closed again, and he was perfectly still except for his chest rising and falling. I trailed my finger through the cum on his torso, then brushed it lightly over his lips. His eyes opened as his tongue flicked out to lick his lips and my finger. I'm not letting you leave. I know I can't leave here. I'm not stupid enough to risk myself like that, no. I shook my head. I mean, you're not leaving me. I'm not going to let Remington send you away. You're mine. I don't want this to be our last time together. I want you with me. Nico studied my face. You're serious? Yes. You want me to stay? Of course I fucking want you to stay. Didn't you feel how intense that was? How angry you are? How possessive? How much you wanted me? I exhaled, thrilled that he understood. Yes. Nico smiled. I did, but that doesn't... Won't you get tired of me? No. I'm not going to get tired of you. Not ever. There's something here. Something between us. Some way that you called to me from the moment we met. I wasn't ready to say more, even though a voice in my head screamed, "You've fallen for him. This is love. You've seen it with your cousins." But what happens if Remington refuses? He asked. I think I can convince him. My brothers think I can convince him. You talked about this with your brothers? I nodded. We talk about everything. I love how close you are. I wish I had that with my family. If you stay here with me, then you become part of my family. Nico shook his head. I won't be. Not really. My brothers want you to stay. They like you. They hardly know me. They know how I feel about you. They know I need you. It's just so hard for me to believe. I mean, my whole life. Everyone said, I laid a finger on his lips. Don't think about what any of those assholes said to you. You are desirable, strong, passionate, open, not to mention beautiful. My father said that was the only way I was useful, that I was pretty enough that he could sell me. Your father is going to suffer for that and for everything he did to you. Nico looked down at himself. I'm a mess. You are. And I love it. Seeing you like this, remembering how badly you needed to come, thinking about how you made me come twice that quickly, makes my heart race. If I could, I'd be hard again for you. Nico smiled and closed his eyes. I brushed his hair from his face. You need a nap? Yes, but I need to clean up first. If we can cover my cast well enough, I really should take a shower. I suppose so. But I like you smelling like me. You do? Yes, but come on. I'll help you clean up. Nico used his good arm to push himself up. He swung his legs to the side, but when he stood up, he wavered, nearly falling. I wrapped an arm around his waist. Are you going to be able to walk? Maybe. I hope so. I really did wear you out. I thought you were going to torture me to death, but after a while, I felt like I was floating. I couldn't tell pain from pleasure. It was the most amazing thing that's ever happened to me. I smiled. I was pretty sure he was still on a sex high.
I'll have to remember that and torture you again.
Yeah, maybe so.
I looked around for something to quickly dress him in, wishing he had a robe. I picked up my t-shirt, which had fallen to the floor. Here, let's get this on you. I can't take you out there naked in case Alina comes out of her room. Nico's mouth dropped open.
Oh my God. I forgot about Alina. She'll know what happened.
I couldn't help but laugh at his distress. I think she knew what was going to happen when I came in here. But she also told me she has noise-canceling headphones with her, so we could be as loud as we wanted. His cheeks were bright pink.
I'm so embarrassed.
Don't be. I think if she has her way, she'll be doing the same thing with Landry. Well, not exactly the same thing, but
Landry?
Didn't you notice her flirting with him yesterday?
Not really. She said he was hot, but after that I was too busy trying not to be assaulted by a lizard, snake, spider, God forbid, an alligator.
Once he had the t-shirt on, I helped him walk to the bathroom. Lucky for him, Alina wasn't in the common area. He took a piss, and I insisted he lean against the sink as I got the shower going. I found some trash bags under the sink, so he wrapped his cast in one of those. I insisted on helping him in the shower, even though we barely fit in the tiny stall. We were both too exhausted for more than actually getting clean, but that didn't stop me from appreciating the feel of his slick skin against mine. This wouldn't be our last shower. When we were both dry, I wrapped a towel around his waist. I'll help you to the bed. Then I'll get you some water and a snack.
I'm okay now. I can walk myself.
He shrieked when I scooped him up in my arms. Maybe I'd rather carry you. You said you'd do whatever I wanted.
Lorenzo!
It's no problem. Carrying you is easy, I said as I headed for our room. Nico smiled at me as he nestled against my shoulder.
You're so strong.
I need to be to defend myself and my family. It's a bonus that also means I can carry you. I set him down on the bed gently. Get under the covers and relax. I'll be right back. He was asleep before I returned. I set a bottle of water and a protein bar on the nightstand, kissed his forehead, and stepped back into the living room. I needed to check in with my brothers. Chapter 29. Nikolai.
I slept for several hours and woke up starving. I ate the protein bar Lorenzo had left me and quickly downed the whole bottle of water. Once I felt like I was awake enough, I put on some joggers and a t-shirt I found in my backpack and stepped down into the living room. Lorenzo was in the kitchen. He looked hot as hell in a simple t-shirt and faded jeans. I hadn't known he could cook, but he was by the stove, tossing something in a sizzling pan. "You cook too?" He smiled.
"I sure do. I'm making a stir-fry for dinner. Do you want to see if Alina wants some?"
I felt my cheeks heat. "I don't know."
"You're going to have to see her sometime. She doesn't care, and maybe she didn't hear anything on her side."
He was right. I knocked on Alina's door. No answer. I knocked again. Still no answer. "You're sure she's in there?"
"She better be. Open it."
The concern in his voice sent a shiver through me. I turned the knob and swung the door open. Alina was sitting cross-legged on her bed, typing away on a laptop, but she jumped up and suddenly there was a knife in her hand. I held up my hands. "It's just me. I knocked and called you." She set the knife down and pointed to her ears. "Headphones." So she was fine. She just hadn't heard me. "I came to see if you wanted some dinner." She shook her head. "I made myself a sandwich a little while ago." "Lorenzo is making stir-fry. It smells really good." She said. "That sounds good, but maybe I'll eat some later. I'm trying to hack into my father's security cameras, and I'm close." "Wait, how did you learn to be a hacker?" "Some connections I made back home, videos on the internet, a little bit of innate computer skills. I thought it would be a useful skill." "That's incredible. You must be as good as a professional if you can break into your father's cameras." She shrugged. "Maybe. If I could have figured out a way to get paid and my father not suspect anything, I would have. But no. So far, I've only done this for myself." I realized Lorenzo was standing behind me when he said,
If you're that good, then we might have a job for you when all this is over."
She smiled. "We'll see what happens. And now go. I'll let you know if I get in." She shooed us out of the room. The stir-fry Lorenzo made with chicken, broccoli, and peppers was as delicious as it smelled, and I was thrilled at the idea of Lorenzo cooking for us in different circumstances. If things worked out, if we all survived, if Lorenzo didn't die while trying to protect me.
"What's wrong?"
he asked. "I'm just thinking about what's going to happen when we leave here."
"I'll handle it."
"But how?" I wanted to believe he would, but no one crossed Remington Theriot and lived to tell about it.
"Don't worry about that right now. I need to clean up, but then we'll have to find something to do."
His salacious smile told me he already knew what he wanted to do. I loved the idea of more time in bed with him, but I was exhausted. I'm still tired from before.
"We'll see if you revive."
He'd already come twice. "What kind of stamina level do you have?"
"Around you? Superhuman."
I insisted on helping Lorenzo clean the kitchen. He said if I was really too tired for anything else, we could watch a movie. When we were seated on the couch, I reached out, took the remote from him, and set it back on the tiny coffee table. "You said you chose to come here with me instead of staying. Does that mean Remington didn't send you?"
At first, he expected me to stay and attack Ivanov with him. But after Elena showed up, he decided it was actually better for me to go with you. Ultimately, though, it was still my choice.
"You could have stayed with your brothers. I know how much you worry about them."
"I could have. But they insisted they don't need me protecting them. And you do."
I felt a flutter in my chest. He'd chosen me. "I do." We sat in silence for a few moments. I could tell Lorenzo wanted to say something, but he was hesitating. "What is it?"
"I told you Remington ordered me to stay away from you, and that he wants you sent away as soon as our operation ended."
I nodded. "You did?"
"My brothers think I should have just told him no. And so does Alina. But there's another reason that I was hesitant to let you stay with me."
My stomach flip-flopped as my heart rate skyrocketed. "What is it?"
"Before you decide what you want for your future, you need to know about my past. About why I'm so adamant that I'm responsible for my brothers. After you hear my story, you can decide if you still want to trust me or not."
My fear subsided a little. "Lorenzo, I don't think there's anything you're going to tell me that would make me not trust you." He was willing to die to defend me. How much more could he do to prove that to me?
"Just listen to my story."
I nodded, though I didn't think I could change my mind. A shiver of fear ran through me. What had he done?
7 years ago, I was doing some reconnaissance work for Baby, Remington's father. That was before he retired from running the family business. I needed to make contact with the Russians. I needed an inside source, so, being very sure of myself, I seduced one of your grandfather's guards.
So far, the only thing disturbing about his story was the idea of him giving someone else the same pleasure he'd given me.
We spent a lot of time together. A lot more time than was needed for me to learn what I wanted to learn. I was having fun. So much fun that I lost my head. I should have seen the signs, but I didn't. I wasn't really the one getting information. He was.
I tried to imagine a younger Lorenzo falling for lies told by an older man. I hoped the man who'd betrayed him died a painful death.
I made plans for him to let me into your grandfather's house. He said he was going to help me place bugs in the office. Bebe had already started to doubt whether the information I was getting was legitimate. He must have realized I'd gotten too deep with this guy. So he sent one of my distant cousins with me. It should have been a one-man job. My cousin shouldn't have been there, but as Baby had suspected, my informant betrayed us. As soon as we stepped on the property, their guards were waiting for us. They shot my cousin through the heart. I watched him fall to the ground as blood spread out under him. I managed to escape, but I was out of my mind with grief, knowing it was my fault my cousin was dead and wild with anger at myself for being too stupid to realize I was being used. I moved closer to Lorenzo and laid my hand on his thigh. "I'm so sorry. You should never have been in that position."
He covered my hand with his and continued. I went on a rampage, fighting my way through bars, destroying property, making a mess after mess that had to be paid for by my family. Finally, I tracked down my betrayer at a bar where he was enjoying the reward of a night off. I beat him almost to death, then pulled out my gun. I was ready to kill him right in the middle of a fucking restaurant, but someone had called the cops and they showed up before I followed through. I suppose that was for the best, but the man had deserved to die for what he'd done. I went to prison for 2 years. Rafe was 18. I'd taken care of him for years, and that was what he saw of me, but that's not who you are now. He closed his eyes and let his head fall back on the couch. Isn't it? Isn't that man inside me? A man who is passionate? Who defends his family? Who cares? Yes. Look what I did to you. I just showed up and told you No. You saved me. He shook his head. I left you there. You left me there because it wasn't safe for you to take me. How do your brothers feel? Do they resent you? Do they blame you? Lorenzo shook his head. No. They say it wasn't my fault. That the man betrayed my trust. That he was evil. They're right. He sat back up and looked at me. Nico, it's okay to be angry with me, but I'm not. I'm angry with my grandfather and my father. I'm angry with Ivanov. Not with you. Not unless you're going to be an idiot now. What kind of idiot? The kind that decides that they need to be noble and send me away. Nico, I won't send you away. But I also won't force you to stay. You have to understand you're always going to be in danger. I'm going to always be in danger. My family. Sure, we do some good things, but we're not the good guys. If you think I'm strong, then why wouldn't I be able to handle being with your family? He sighed. You deserve a real life. Just because Dante wanted out doesn't mean I do. Why couldn't he understand that? But you could have a regular life with someone else, not after what I've been through. The way I was raised, the things I know. I don't think that's possible. Did it work for Dante? I keep pulling him back into this life because I need him. Would he have come back if he really didn't want to? Maybe. No. I don't know. He let out a long breath, then held out his hand. Come here. I scooted even closer, and Lorenzo pulled me over his lap so I was straddling him. If I had my way, I'd never stop touching you. I'd hold you against me all the time. I sighed and laid my head on his shoulder as he wrapped his arms around me. Nothing had changed for me after his confession. In Lorenzo's arms, I still felt safe, relaxed, and cared for in a way I never had.
Chapter 30. Lorenzo. Time seemed to slow as the next day creeped along. We were all tense, knowing that once it was dark, the attempted infiltration of Ivanov's compound would begin. Every hour dragged past, except the ones I spent showing Nico how much I enjoyed pleasuring him. Ivanov had gone after Dmitri the night before, ready to eliminate him since he was no longer proving useful. Men working to find out if he'd been caught or gotten away. He assured us Dmitri, or his corpse, would be found. But I couldn't settle down. I wanted to know if he was dead, or to find him and kill him myself. Even Nico's presence, touching him, kissing him, sucking his cock, hadn't calmed me like it should. I checked in with Landry and walked the perimeter of the cabin multiple times. My skin felt itchy and too tight. I needed to know something. Dante had yelled at me when I called him for a third time. He told me they would let me know as soon as they fucking did anything. I talked to Rafe, and he chatted on about irrelevant things like the new gun Lancelot had gotten or the cool car Corbin and Beau had just restored. Nothing important. No more word on Dmitri. No better sense of whether Ivanov was buying our ruse. Would he believe the man Remington sent to him was a Lopez family contact? He had agreed to a meeting, but that didn't mean he didn't suspect something. My brothers were going in virtually blind. I didn't like it. I wanted to be there. What was I going to do? Somehow keep both of them behind me like they were innocents I needed to protect? They had both killed, and they would kill again. They were full participants in the family, just like I was. But they were also my little brothers. I couldn't lose them.
Lorenzo?
I looked up. How did Nico manage to startle me? I sure as hell wasn't any use guarding this place if I couldn't even keep track of the other people who were in the house with me. What is it? Nico frowned.
Is something wrong?
Nothing new. I just can't stand this waiting.
Well, I've got some good news. Alina's in.
Had I heard him right? What?
She's in. She's got a view through his security cameras.
That's incredible. I'll call Remington now. Haven't we answered enough of your fucking questions? Remington said when he accepted the call. I haven't got another question. I've got eyes inside Ivanov's house. What the fuck do you mean? Apparently, Alina is a skilled hacker. She's gotten into the security cameras. We can see everything they can see. Views of all different angles of the house, inside and out. You're fucking kidding me. Put her on the phone. It's Remington, I said as Alina took the phone. She talked him through different locations where the cameras were, which guards she could see. She said her father didn't seem to have increased the normal amount of security. That was a damn good sign. Somehow, after a lot of mysterious clickety-clacking, she looped Remington in so he could also see the feed. And after she ended the call, she got to work on seeing what else she could find. Nico and I celebrated with some mutual blowjobs after she ordered us to leave her in peace. After that, I distracted myself with cooking and took a stint at Landry's post so he could come in to shower and, I imagined, flirt with Alina. After one of the longest days of my life, it was finally go time. Rafe and Dante both texted me, promising to stay safe and reminding me they were grown-ups. We all hovered over Alina's computer. It wasn't like we could see everything. We were hardly going to get a play-by-play. But I still wanted to be there when any of our crew came into camera range. A man I vaguely recognized from a job I'd done for Remington approached the front door of Ivanov's house. Nico laid a hand on my leg, and I realized I had been bouncing it. I can't sit still right now, I know.
You're worried about your brothers. It makes sense. I'm worried too. You'd be there if it wasn't for me.
I could have sent someone else here. I chose to be here with you. You are not to blame for that.
He's here to take care of me too,
Alina said.
Nico huffed. I'm not entirely sure you need to be taken care of anymore. You seem damn capable of taking care of yourself. I've made sure to learn a lot of skills. There have been times I've needed to defend myself. Typically, I was punished for it later. But there are a lot of bad men that hang around with my dad and don't know any boundaries. Once he realized I wasn't going to get him anything as someone else's bride, he stopped caring.
That sick fuck. We're going to put an end to him. I swear to you.
I believe you. Now let's watch.
The door opened, but the angle of the camera didn't let us see who was inside. I wished we had audio at least. I saw confusion on our decoy's face and tensed, but he quickly relaxed and smiled, so I could let out the breath I was holding. When he and his associate entered the house, Alina switched to the view of all cameras, but it didn't allow us to see what was happening. We waited. That was all we could do. If things went as planned, it would be a while. There would be the pretense of negotiation, and it would be drawn out as long as necessary for others to get in place. Moments later, Dante appeared on one of the cameras. There. I pointed to the screen, and Alina enlarged it. What's he doing there? Isn't that room upstairs?
Yes, Alina said. He shouldn't be in the hallway if he needs a quick escape.
Dante crouched around a corner. I wanted to be able to tell him there was a camera on him. He needed to move. The weight was painful. Nico ran a hand up and down my back.
Just breathe.
I'm trying. But how am I supposed to? My heart's racing. It feels like it's going to pound out of my chest. I know Dante's in trouble, and I have no way to help him. I'm too far away. I can't even speak to him. And then another man came into view. Dante leaned out, raising his gun. But the man shot first. I watched a bullet hit my brother. He fell back, and the other man had disappeared. No, I screamed. That hadn't happened. It was a trick. It wasn't real. Dante!
He's going to be okay, Alina said. The bullet hit him in his shoulder. He'll survive.
Only if somebody gets to him. Call Remington. Call somebody, Nico said. I knew they wouldn't answer. If they were all involved in a battle, they wouldn't be able to go get Dante. They had to be fighting for their lives, too. What the fuck had gone wrong? I have to do something. But there was nothing I could do from so far away. It's going to be okay, Nico said, but there were tears in his eyes. He can't die. Alina held out her hand. Give me the phone. I handed it to her, and she held it to my face. Unlock it. I looked at the screen, and then she started tapping on it. A few moments later, I heard Rafe's voice through the speaker. Rafe, we need to... Alina held up her hand and spoke instead. We saw Dante get shot. Bullet went into his shoulder. He's upstairs. She explained how to get there. I won't let him die, Rafe said, and ended the call. Nico pulled me to him, and I held him tight against me, pressing my lips against the top of his head. When I let him go, I paced the cabin. I tried to have hope. I tried not to blame myself, but it was so fucking hard. I'd made a choice. I'd come here instead of staying to protect them. I'd sworn I would protect them. Dante's a grown man, Lorenzo, Alina said. He's like 30, right? He's only 27. He must have gotten his PhD rather fast. I nodded. He did. This is his second year teaching. He's an adult with a doctorate. And he's had the same training you have. He might have already gotten himself out of that house. He was brave and strong as fuck, but that was asking a lot. Why don't they fucking call me? Lorenzo, you know they can't, Nico said. You know they've got to fight their way out of there. I know. I did. I knew exactly what it was like. But that didn't matter. This was my brother, my little brother. I'd watched my cousin die. It had been my fault, no matter what they said. And now... My phone rang. It was Remington. I braced myself. Nico grabbed my hand and squeezed so hard it hurt. Dante's alive. My niece buckled, and I sank onto the couch. Raphael's driving him back to my house, and the doctor is meeting them there. If they have to, they'll take him to the hospital, but he's already insisting he's fine. Thank God. If Dante was arguing with people and trying to be stoic, then I could believe he would survive. The bullet went all the way through. It'll be a while before he can use that arm easily, but he's not dead. Obviously not, but I needed that confirmation. Remington chuckled. No, he's not. He managed to make his way to a bedroom, where he barricaded himself in and texted Rafe. What the fuck happened? Ivanov wasn't here. God damn it, so he's still alive, as far as we know. He's on the run. Probably out of the country by now, but we won't let this go. His trafficking has been exposed to the authorities, and the rest of the family is scrambling to distance themselves. They refuse to let this bring everyone down. Also, Nikolai's mother was there. She was hopped up on something and barely conscious. One of my men has taken her to the hospital. Damn right we wouldn't let it go. So who answered the door? One of his assistants and a few men who were getting young men from him. Fucking bastards. They're dead. Very dead. Brains splattered all around, kind of dead. At least there was that. Good. What about the rest of Ivanov's men? We captured some guards alive. We'll be getting as much information as we can from them before they die. There's no one else alive at Ivanov's residence, and we don't have to worry about retaliation from the Russians. The Kozlovs see this as their opportunity. Essentially, we did them a favor. At least we were in a better position now. Dante was alive, but so was Ivanov. We have to find Ivanov and Dmitri. We won't stop until we do. Is everything quiet there? I could hear the determination in Remington's voice. Yes, I responded. Good. Keep watch. I don't think Dmitri or Ivanov have any idea where you are, but we can't be sure. I will. Remington ended the call, and I pulled Nikolai to me. Your mother was there at Ivanov's. What? Why? I don't know. She was drugged, but alive. She's at the hospital now. And my father? Alina asked. On the run. He was gone before they arrived. Fuck. We'll get him and anyone else who got out early with him. What do we do now? Nico asked. I need to do a security check. We should be safe here, but I'm not taking any chances. Chapter 31. Nikolai. I'd been warned to stay away from the windows, but I went and peeked out anyway. Lorenzo had gone out to check on Landry because he'd been unable to get him on the phone. Lorenzo was well armed. He'd said he'd be fine. But something was wrong. I could feel it in my gut. Any sign of him? Alina asked. I shook my head. Not that I can really see anything. It's pitch black out there. I don't like this, she said. Me neither. Landry should have answered, and Lorenzo had plenty of time to check on him and come back. What if he... What could be out there? Other than alligators, there could be... I didn't really want an answer to that. Get the gun Lorenzo left you, Alina said. We need to be ready. An alligator or a mountain lion or a tiger or a bear or whatever is not going to come in here. She shook her head. No, but a man would. Fuck, you don't think... Surely they couldn't find us out here. Nothing is impossible. I grabbed the gun, and she double-checked the locks on the door. Come on, let's make a plan. I sat beside her on the couch, holding the gun awkwardly. I told Lorenzo I don't know how to use this, but he insisted I have it anyway. I guess I know basically how to shoot, but my aim is no good. Mine is. Give it to me. I was happy to hand it over. All right, there are plenty of knives in the kitchen. You can get one of those. I did as she said, though the thought of stabbing someone made me queasy. I could do it if I had to, though. I would do anything to defend Lorenzo. Please don't let him be dead. Alina was checking out the gun, verifying that it was loaded. I started to sit back down, but she said, go check the window again. I looked out, trying to make out anything in the darkness. I don't see any... Oh my God, what is it? A man. It's not Lorenzo, he's too short. Then it's not Landry either, he's taller than Lorenzo. Panic had my hands shaking. What are we going to do? We're going to defend ourselves. Our bodyguards aren't answering, they're out there. We're in here. We don't have any choice. She was right. We need to get to them, to Landry and Lorenzo. We need to see if they're okay. To do that, we're going to have to go through this man. I glanced out again. How do we know he's alone? We don't. A knock on the door made us both jump. Open up! A man yelled. Alina motioned for me to stay quiet, like I would dare respond. More banging. I said, open up! Seconds later, a gunshot sent me and Alina running. It was followed by a click, and then something being thrown against the door. He's out of ammo, Alina said as I pushed her into her room and slammed her door. Another loud bang had me reaching for her hand. That was the door swinging open, she said. He must have shot the lock. You might as well come on out, the man yelled. I'm going to kill you both, and there's nowhere to hide. Without the door to muffle the sound, I knew that voice. It was my father. This had gone on too long. I had spent too many years afraid of him. Are you ready to shoot him? I whispered to Alina. She nodded. This ends now. I yanked open the door of her room. My father stood there. He looked like he had aged 10 years. His hair was wild, standing up at all angles. The clothes he wore were torn and bloody. If I had been told he was a zombie, I would have believed it. He had always been crazy, but I could tell from the look in his eyes that he'd really snapped. There you are, he snarled. Were you in there fucking, or are you both waiting for Lorenzo to come back and have you? I reminded myself to focus on the best opportunity to save ourselves. I couldn't listen to any of his vile words. You were supposed to make a baby, and then you were supposed to serve Ivanov, please him so he would work for me. He held a piece of wood over his head, but he didn't seem to have another gun. I glanced at Alina and nodded. I met my father's gaze. Ivanov was never going to work for you. He hates your guts. He roared and charged toward me. Alina lifted her gun. I heard the crack as my father fell. She had put a bullet through his temple. He lay on the floor, blood pooling under him. Bile rose in my throat, but I swallowed it down. I didn't have time to puke now. I looked at Alina. You really are a good shot. Come on. She held the gun in her hand, and I kept hold of the knife she had given me. I screamed as we opened the door, and a man was climbing the steps to the porch. It's me, Lorenzo shouted. Alina lowered her gun as we both said, What happened? Someone hit me from behind when I went to check on Landry. We stepped back inside, and Lorenzo immediately noticed my father's body. He looked at Alina, down at her gun, and back up. Good work.
Did he hurt either one of you?
No, I said. He can't hurt anybody now. Lorenzo pulled me into his arms.
That's right, baby.
After a quick hug, he released me.
We need to get Landry in here and take a look at him. I think he was surprised the same way as me. God, I was such a fucking fool to go out there.
We took care of things, Alina said. We did, I agreed. Lorenzo smiled.
I told you that you were stronger than you thought.
Maybe I was. That's one asshole down, Alina said. I hope I get to be the one to end my father, too.
Lorenzo nodded. You'll have to beat me to it.
I had to stand with my back to my father's corpse. As much as I had wanted him dead, I couldn't look at him. I already knew it would take a long time before I got the image of the hole in his head out of my mind. Are you okay? I asked Alina. I mean, have you ever killed anyone before? She shook her head. No, but I'm fine. I wasn't raised to be sentimental about human life, Alina, I know, but I'll be all right. I didn't argue. It was best if she held herself together for now.
You stay here. I'll get Landry,
Lorenzo said. Landry was a huge man. Can you carry him by yourself if he's still unconscious?
I'll manage.
I can help, Alina said.
No, both of you need to stay in the cabin. Alina, do you still have my gun?
I do.
Keep it with you.
Lorenzo left, and Alina encouraged me to sit in her room, away from where my father lay on the ground. My father's corpse. He wasn't really here anymore. He couldn't hurt me or anyone else. A few minutes later, Lorenzo knocked on the door and called for us. I held it open as he pulled Landry inside, gripping him under his arms. Alina scowled at him.
Did you drag him here? It's not hurting him. He's fine.
Lorenzo brought him to the couch, and the two of us helped him get Landry up there.
I checked him over and made sure nothing was broken before I brought him in. I think he was hit on the head, just like I was. There's a bump here.
When Lorenzo touched the swollen spot on the side of Landry's head, he started to come around, but didn't fully wake. Landry, Alina said. Landry, come on. Wake up.
Lorenzo headed toward the kitchen. I'm going to get some ice for him,
he said. What about you? Don't you need some too?
My head hurts like hell, but I'll be okay.
I wasn't going to let him ignore being injured. You might have a concussion.
True, but we can't worry about that right now.
He was right. We were in the middle of nowhere with a disabled guard and a dead body, but I needed to know he wasn't seriously hurt.
Hold this.
Lorenzo handed the ice pack to Alina. When she placed the ice against the knot on his head, Landry's eyes fluttered open. Landry, she said. Are you okay? He groaned and started to close his eyes. No. She slapped his arm. Stay awake. Talk to us. He blinked at her and then looked around, eyes widening when they landed on Dmitri.
Fuck. What happened? Chapter 32. Lorenzo. The evening's events were too long a story to tell now. Nico and Alina will explain it. I've got to get Dimitri's body out of here and call Ambrose.
What are you going to do with him?
Nico asked. Leave him outside for now. Then consult with Ambrose. If the wildlife drags him off, all the better. It's none of our concern. Nico nodded.
He doesn't deserve a real burial.
Fuck no, he doesn't. I grabbed Dimitri's arms and dragged him from the cabin, taking him far enough into the woods that if someone approached the cabin from the front or rear, they wouldn't see the body immediately. Beyond that, I didn't care. Anyone who came out here was either a friend who would help us or someone who would be joining Dmitri very shortly. Nico was probably right. I likely had a concussion. My vision was a little iffy, and I wasn't as steady on my feet as I needed to be, but I would have to push through. I didn't have any fucking choice. I called Ambrose as I circled the house, surveying the area for signs that anyone else had been out there. "What's up?" Ambrose said when he answered. "Have you talked to Remington?" "Yes, I got all the info. Sorry about Dante, but it sounds like he's doing good. I was going to head on out to get you all in a few hours. You need to come now." Dmitri showed up. When I couldn't get Landry to respond, I went to look for him. Dmitri got me in the back of the head with a big chunk of wood. He'd given Landry the same treatment. Fuck. What happened then?
Dmitri broke in, but I'd left Nikolai with my pistol. He barely knows how to use it, but apparently Alina is quite a good shot. She got him right through the temple. I need to dispose of the body. That's good work. If she needs a job, no way. She's also a hacker. Remington's got dibs on her. An impressive young lady. She'll drive Remington insane. True. What's our best option to get rid of Dmitri like he never existed? I bet Gerard would enjoy a snack. I'll pick you up by boat. It's no more than 5-minute walk to the closest place I can dock. We'll bring the body back to my old cabin and give Gerard a treat. I can drive you all out from there. Sounds good. How fast can you be here? If I take the airboat, 20 minutes. We'll be ready. I stepped back into the cabin, not thinking about how alert Nico and Alina would be. Once again, I found myself facing down the barrel of my own gun in Alina's hands. It's still me.
Learn to knock if you're going to make me stand here ready to shoot someone.
Good point. Ambrose will be here in about 20 minutes. We're going back to his cabin to dispose of the body. Then he'll take us back to Remington. Landry was still on the couch, but he looked more alert than when I'd left. Are you going to be okay to travel?
I'll manage.
His jaw was tight, and I was sure he was in pain, but just like me, he'd push through. I'll contact Remington and make sure he's got the doctor there when we get back. Landry frowned.
It's just a bump on the head. I don't need a doctor.
Alina turned to him, scowling.
You most certainly do need a doctor. Do you know how long you were unconscious?
He shrugged, then winced. I've had worse.
I don't give a fuck what you've had before. There's a doctor available and you're going to have him look at you.
Her, actually, I said.
Oh, that's even better.
Landry didn't say anything else, obviously knowing that arguing with Alina was futile. Gather up everything you want to take. Landry, I'll grab what you had out in the shed.
We're bringing my father's body with us,
Nico asked. He looked pale and exhausted. I wanted to comfort him, but I needed to be sure we were ready to get the hell out of there as soon as Ambrose arrived. Ambrose is coming in the airboat. I won't have to carry the body far. We'll cover it up so you don't have to see him. You can handle it.
Yeah, I can.
I didn't like how shaky his voice was. I'll be with you the whole time. I swear. Half an hour later, we were flying down the bayou at breakneck speed in Ambrose's airboat. Nico clung to me, clearly scared he was going to fly out over the side. Landry had his arm around Alina, who looked even paler than Nico. Apparently, the ride wasn't suiting her like it was Ambrose. He was clearly in his element, not the least bit concerned that we had a body on the floor of the boat wrapped in one of the sheets from the cabin. When he slowed and pulled up to a tiny dock that was falling apart, Landry held Alina's hair back while she vomited over the side. When she was done, she glared at Ambrose.
I fucking hate boats.
He just laughed. You'll recover. Come on. We all got out and Ambrose picked up Dimitri's body and tossed it on the shore. This is where Gerard comes up? I asked Ambrose. Yes, it's his favorite spot. He motioned away from the water. Everybody move on back. He turned to me. Let's get him out of the sheet. I'm sure that's no good for Gerard.
Who's Gerard?
Nico asked. I glanced back at him, not sure how he was going to feel about our disposal plan. Ambrose's pet alligator.
Wait a minute, Alina said. What the fuck are you planning?
Gerard's going to help us with cleanup, Ambrose said. He likes a real good treat every now and then.
You're going to feed my father to the alligator?
Nico asked. I tensed. He hadn't liked looking at the body, but he hadn't seemed upset. Still, emotions had to be swirling in him. It had been hell the last few hours. That's a plan. After seeming to process that for a few seconds, Nico nodded.
I like it. It seems fitting.
Are you doing okay? I asked him.
Eventually, I will be. I'm a lot more worried about you. He hit you hard. You were unconscious.
Landry and I have hard heads. We're going to make it. Ambrose whistled and began to call for his friend. A few seconds later, I noticed the bumpy back of an alligator above the surface. As he got closer, he stuck his head out of the water and looked right at Ambrose. I got you a tree, buddy. I'm going to push it in for you. I swear to God, The alligator nodded. Nico backed up several more feet.
You're sure this is safe?
We're offering him food, Ambrose said. This body will more than fill him up, so he's not going to be interested in the rest of us. He might even share it with some friends.
Alligators have friends? Alina asked.
Well, I'm his friend, Ambrose said.
She nodded, looking at him like she thought maybe he'd been hit in the head a few too many times. That was nothing new. The whole family thought that constantly.
All right, here goes.
Ambrose pushed the body into the water like he was launching a boat. I put my arm around Nico and he turned into me, burying his head against my neck. I can't watch. You shouldn't, I said as the alligator found his snack and began to tear into it. I'm really glad Dimitri's gone, and no one will ever find him. But can we get out of here? Alina asked.
Ambrose laughed. Don't want to see it through to the end, huh?
No, I don't think we need that, I said.
All right, my cabin's this way.
He motioned toward a narrow path. We followed him and all piled into the truck that sat in the front of the cabin. He looked at Alina.
I hope your stomach's settled now. It's going to be a fun drive out.
How the hell do you drive from here? Nico asked, looking all around. I don't see a road, or even a path wide enough for a car.
That's the fun of it,
Ambrose said. I patted Nico's shoulder. Just buckle up. Chapter 33. Nikolai. There were times, while tree branches slapped the car and we rattled over huge roots, that I wasn't sure we would survive the drive. I did not want it to be Ambrose's driving that killed us when we'd managed to kill my father and destroy Ivanov's power. We made it somehow. He took us to Remington's family home out in Mattery. That's where Dante was, and Remington had decided it would be the best place to meet and go over plans. When we got there, I stayed back with Alina as Lorenzo raced inside to see his brother. Ambrose ushered all of us inside. Landry moved slowly. He was obviously still in pain, but he also seemed reluctant to join us.
This is family business,
he said when Alina tried to help him up the steps.
I shouldn't be here.
It's medical business, Alina said. Ambrose rolled his eyes at the two of them as we stepped inside. The Theriot's home was amazing. I felt like I was in a palace. It wasn't like I'd grown up in a small house or without seeing luxury all around me, whether I was allowed to have it or not. But this home didn't feel cold like my father's house or other places I had been with family. Remington came to greet us. He sent Ambrose and Landry in one direction so Landry could get examined. Lorenzo should be seen by the doctor too, I said.
I will see to that once we've talked. You two can wait in here.
He gestured toward a room designed as an old-fashioned home library with tall shelves, leather-bound volumes, and a rolling ladder. It was a beautiful room, but I didn't want to be stuck there while Remington talked to Lorenzo. I knew Lorenzo would tell me what happened in their meeting, but I wanted to hear it firsthand. Before I could work up the courage to say so, Alina said, I got access to Ivanov's cameras, and I killed Dmitri for you. I should be part of the debrief. Remington's eyes widened as he stared at Alina.
You really are a lot of trouble.
A lot of help, too. He made an overly dramatic sigh, then motioned for us to follow him. We entered a bright sunroom with huge windows on 3 sides. Dante was sitting on the couch, with Rafe on one side of him, Lorenzo on the other.
Tell him he's supposed to stay in bed,
Lorenzo demanded. Remington smiled.
I'm not here to be a nurse, but I don't think sitting on a couch is going to kill him at this point. If he pulls out his stitches...
Dante held up his good hand.
I am not lying in that bed for one more minute. We are going to sit right here, and you're going to tell me everything that happened. Let's all have a seat,
Remington said. I sat on another sofa with Alina. I didn't want to ask Lorenzo to leave his brother's side, but I was nervous facing Remington without being next to him. After everything I had been through, I shouldn't be. I knew that for the most part, he was on my side.
Do we have any word on Ivanov?
Lorenzo asked. Remington shook his head.
The fucker is still evading us, but we will get him. He hasn't got any protection except that which he can hire himself. The Kozlovs have managed to cut off access to most of his accounts.
so he's going to have trouble funding himself in hiding.
He focused on Alina.
Do you have any idea where he would go?
No. The only places he regularly travels are Las Vegas and Miami. There's nowhere else I can think of that he stayed for an extended time. But he wouldn't mention any secret hideouts in front of me.
Do you think he's left the country? Lorenzo asked. That is what I would do if I were him, Remington said, but obviously he and I don't think the same way.
Alina huffed. I hope not.
We have got people watching. Good people. If he turns up on anyone's radar, we will send someone or go in ourselves.
I want it to be me, Alina said.
I understand. But eliminating the threat is the most important thing.
She blew out a breath and nodded. I know. I reached over and took her hand. Lorenzo's gaze went straight to where our intertwined fingers lay on her thigh. I rolled my eyes at him. No way was he jealous of her.
Lorenzo, do you have a problem? Remington asked. No. Well, yes, a lot of them. Ivanov being on the loose is the main one. But I also need you to know that Nico is staying here with me.
I froze.
Was now really the time to bring this up?
It was Alina's turn to squeeze my hand in comfort. My heart was beating so hard I could feel my pulse in my ears. Remington glared at Lorenzo.
You think you can make this decision on your own? After I told you what the plan was? You said Nico would start over somewhere once Dmitri and Ivanov were eliminated. Ivanov is out there somewhere. Nico is staying with me. And when we catch Ivanov, if we are going to get the man, he is going to fuck up. His twisted needs will see to that eventually. Once Ivanov is eliminated, we'll have another discussion.
Lorenzo, without even thinking, without fear holding me back, I said, I don't want to leave. I should be part of this conversation.
And you should get a say in this. Why?
Lorenzo spoke before I could.
Because I am in love with him, and he is mine.
Remington's eyes widened, and he looked at me, noting Lorenzo's watch still on my arm.
And you feel the same way?
Yes. I don't ever want to leave Lorenzo. Remington sighed.
Why does love keep derailing our plans? You got together with Henri before any of the rest of us found someone?
Lorenzo said.
Yes, but it is no different.
Remington huffed. Alina spoke next. I want to stay too. And I want to help with the search for my father.
It would be a lot safer if we sent you somewhere else.
If my father can find me here, he can find me anywhere. I can help you. I have proven that today.
Don't you want to have some kind of regular life?
Lorenzo asked. Alina shook her head. What I want is revenge. Once I get that, I want to go to college and get a degree in computer science. After that, I don't know. I have money hidden away. Probably not enough. But I'll see. Lorenzo gave a pointed look at Remington. He sighed.
We have plenty of money. We'll help you pay for school if you help us with your computer skills.
She smiled. It is a deal. I would like to go to school as well, I said. Lorenzo smiled.
We'll work that out.
Rafe shifted, accidentally bumping into Dante's shoulder, and Dante sucked in his breath. I studied him and realized he did not look good.
That's it. You're going to bed.
Lorenzo orders. Dante glared at Rafe, and Rafe held up his hands.
I'm sorry. I just had a cramp. I want you in my office.
Remington pointed to Rafe.
Believe it or not, he's actually pretty damn useful.
Lorenzo grinned.
It's about time. I'll get Dante settled. Are we staying here tonight?
Remington nodded.
You've probably got a concussion. Landry assuredly does, and Dante shouldn't be moved yet. We're going to lay low right here. Sure thing, boss. Alina, there's a room set up for you. Our housekeeper will show you there.
Remington motioned for Rafe to follow him. Lorenzo and I were helping Dante when the housekeeper came in. Are you going to be okay? I asked Alina. I'm fine. Really? You two need some time together once you get this one settled? We did. We really did.
Chapter 34. Lorenzo.
We settled my brother in bed. He grumbled about taking a pain pill, but I basically shoved it down his throat. His eyes were already drooping shut as Nico and I left the room. "Come on," Remington said. "You two can use this room." He pointed across the hall.
"We're going to see the doctor first,"
Nico said. "I told you, I'm fine."
"No, you're not. You got hit hard enough to knock you unconscious. I could tell you weren't at full capacity earlier today."
I huffed. "I'm feeling better now." Nico glared at me.
"Look me in the eye and say that again. You need to be examined."
He's just going to tell me I have a mild concussion. There's no point in hearing that.
"Lorenzo,"
I scowled at him. "You owe me for this." Nico rolled his eyes.
"Fine.
I'll punish you for punishing me. I hate doctors.
Punish me all you want. I need to know you're okay."
That I could do. You may regret saying that. He smiled.
"No, I don't think I will."
Nico walked in front of me, down the stairs, my gaze drifting to his ass cheeks. I didn't care what the doctor said. I was getting my hands on him as soon as I could. I needed sleep, if I was allowed it with my concussion, and food, and a lot of time to think and process what had happened in the last few days, but I didn't care. All I could think about was fucking Nico again. As predicted, I was diagnosed with a mild concussion and told to rest my eyes, stay off screens, avoid vigorous activity, and be woken every 4 hours. Nico wrote down everything the doctor said while I plotted revenge. When we were finally alone in our assigned bedroom, I grabbed Nico by his waistband and pulled him back against me. "It's about time I got you alone," I said, letting my warm breath tickle his ear. "Do you know how long I've been waiting to get you naked again?"
"Lorenzo."
He pulled away from my hold. I don't think I had cleanup to deal with. The ride home, talking to Remington, checking on my brother, being forced to see a doctor, and now, finally, I have you. All I could think about when I ran back to the cabin was what had happened to you. If you were in there. If you were safe. If you were alive. God, I need to feel your body against mine.
"That sounds amazing,"
Nico said. "But the doctor just told you to rest." "That's bullshit. I'm fine."
"Lorenzo."
I narrowed my eyes at him. His reluctance wasn't just because I was injured. I was sure of that. "That's not all. Is it? There's something bothering you."
"What you said to Remington about me staying until Ivanov was found. Do you really think he'll relent once Ivanov is dead? Will you have to send me away then?"
"Do you actually think I would let that happen after what I promised you last night? You're mine. No one is going to separate us. Getting Remington to agree to you staying longer allows him to back down slowly. It gives us time for him to get to know you better and time for him to see how much I love you."
"Oh, Lorenzo, I love you so much. You really feel the same way?"
This time, he let me pull him against me without protest. "I absolutely do. I'm not letting anyone take you. You belong with me." I kissed him, softly at first and then harder. Finally, he pulled away, shaking his head.
"We can't do this now. You need to take it easy. You need to heal."
"Remember what I said when you dragged me to the doctor?" Nico frowned.
"I don't want to argue about that."
"Then strip and bend over the bed." "What? You heard me. And you better do it quick. I'm not in any mood to wait." He shook his head.
"No, Lorenzo, you can't.
I'm in charge. And you're going to do exactly what I say. I won't do anything that's going to hurt me.
You're not going to fuck me half to death like you did last night."
I smiled. "We'll see. Now turn around and bend over the bed." He did as I said. I ran my hand up the length of his spine, pushing it into his hair and massaging his head. He groaned and wriggled, shaking that gorgeous ass at me. That's when I brought my hand down hard on his ass. He yelped and started to turn over, but I used a hand on his hip to hold him down.
"You can't be serious, Lorenzo."
"You need to be punished. Not just for forcing me to go see a doctor, but for doubting me. For thinking I would go back on my word when I told you I wouldn't let you go. I'm going to show you what happens when you ignore what I say."
"Lorenzo."
The pleading in his voice and the way his hips moved let me know he wasn't really upset.
I brought my hand down on the other side of his ass.
That hurts.
Yeah, but I bet you love it. I spanked him again and again until his ass was bright red and he worked his hips, trying to get friction on his cock. Do you think that's enough? Do you think you're going to remember to believe me in the future?
Yes, please. No more.
I'm not sure. I think I'm going to give you 3 more.
No. Please, Lorenzo.
Crack. My hand came down on his ass. He struggled, but I pressed down on his back, keeping him against the bed. You can take it. You can take anything from me. I gave him the last 2 smacks in quick succession. He gasped when I squeezed his ass. I loved how warm and red it was. He struggled against my hold, and I let him roll over to look at me. He was breathing so hard he struggled to speak.
I don't know. Why did that feel so good, but hurt so much?
You like things rough. You like me in control. You like a little pain. There's nothing wrong with that, baby. Now, since you're so concerned about me exerting myself, I'm going to lie down and you're going to ride me. You will pleasure my cock with that tight ass as you get me off. I want you looking at me the whole time. Do you understand? His eyes were huge as he nodded. He climbed onto the bed and I stretched out. Straddle me, I ordered. He scrambled to obey, his cock hard and leaking. He was just as ready for this as I was. Lube, he asked, his voice shaky. How did I forget that? Check the nightstand. When he opened the drawer, he made a strangled sound.
There's lube in here, and other things. Ropes, handcuffs.
Remington probably used this room last. His mouth dropped open. These are his? They could be someone else's. But Remington would be my first guess. He and Henri aren't secretive about what they like. Wow. I'd be happy to tie you up. But I'm not supposed to exert myself.
Another time?
Nico said, and that made my cock jump. Get back here, I ordered. He threw his leg over mine and held out the tube of lube, but I shook my head. Get yourself ready for me. I want to watch.
Okay.
He squirted lube on his fingers, then began opening up his ass. Ride those fingers. Get them deep inside you.
Lorenzo, you're so... Oh my God, this is good. But I want your cock in me.
I loved that he was starting to say dirty things more easily. Do you want to ride me? Do you want to fill that tight ass up? Sit all the way down on me? Rock yourself until we both come?
Yes. Please.
Chapter 35. Nikolai.
I held Lorenzo's gaze in mine as the tip of his cock pressed against my hole. I'd stretched myself and slicked his cock and my ass, but I was still worried about how this was going to go.
Fuck me, Nico.
I sank down, sucking in my breath as the tip of his cock pushed into me past the tight ring of muscle. I drew in a shaky breath and sank a little further. My ass burned. My cheeks still hurt from the spanking, and now he was splitting me in 2, but I was determined to take it all.
You're so beautiful, baby. I love watching you impale yourself on my cock.
Lorenzo, you're so big. It's so hard to take.
That's right, but you got this.
I lowered myself some more, gasping for breath, bracing myself on his chest with my good hand. My thigh muscles ached. I wanted to sink all the way down, but I didn't know if I could. I rose up a little, and the sweet drag of his cock against the sides of my channel was delicious.
More. Take more of me,
he demanded. As I sank down, Lorenzo wrapped a hand around my cock, stroking me. God, that feels good. He pushed at my hip with his other hand.
All of it, Nico, all of it this time.
I rose up, then lowered myself again, whimpering at the intensity of the stretch. Lorenzo took hold of my hips, working me backwards and forwards in a way that made his cock rub against my prostate. I flexed my hand on his chest as I ground down. So good.
Yeah, your tight little ass is gripping my cock so hard.
He groaned.
That's it. Relax around me. Work yourself on me.
I did, moving up and down and making circles with my hips. Lorenzo's eyes went wide and I smiled down, loving the sense of power being on top gave me. I liked for him to make demands.
But I also liked being able to see how easily I could please him with just a tiny movement of my hips. Faster, he demanded. I increased my pace, squeezing his cock with my ass. It felt so fucking good. I was so full, but it didn't hurt anymore. It just felt incredible. He started working my cock with his hand again. Fuck, Lorenzo. So close. I want you to come on me now. Let it all go. I worked myself, forcing his cock over that sweet spot. In seconds, I was crying out, cum shooting from my cock. He growled, so fucking good. He gripped my hips, savagely tight, and thrust up into me. I felt the heat of his cum inside me. When we were both done, I collapsed over him, not caring what a mess I was making of myself. His arms came around me, holding me there. I love you, Nico. Nothing's going to change that, and no one's going to separate us. I love you too. I never thought I'd find anyone like you, even though I fantasized about you coming to save me, about you being the first man to fuck me. I never thought that you were actually just like I imagined. Lorenzo smiled up at me, and I had no idea that what started out as an indulgence and a need for revenge would lead me to fall so hard and put me right where I needed to be. He rolled us to the side. I'm always going to be here to take care of you. To put yourself in danger a lot? Yes. But I'm going to come home every time, because you'll be waiting for me. He kissed me then, and I knew that he was the home I'd always wished for. Epilogue. 3 months later. Happy birthday! A chorus of cheers echoed through the room. We lifted flutes of champagne, toasting Remington's father, who was turning 75. My chest warmed as I looked through the crowd of people in the huge dining room at the Theriot House in Mattery. My brothers were there, along with Remington and his brothers, Alina, and most importantly, Nico. He held my heart in his hands, and he had taken such good care of it for the last few months. I'd cared for him the best I could through nightmares of the night his father died and fears about Ivanov still being out there in the world. But today was a big day, not only because of Remington's father, but because Alina and Nico had both been accepted at Dumont University. They would start classes in January. Remington had insisted that there was no reason for Alina to wait until her father was found. He didn't need her working full-time. She said she could manage work and school, and he would make sure she was protected. She was something else, and I was really glad that she was staying here with us. When everyone broke apart and began to talk again after the toast, I saw Nico standing with Remington and Henri. He and Henri had gotten close over the last few weeks, and I was so happy to see them talking animatedly to each other. Nico was coming out of his shell more and more. It made me so happy. There had been no more talk of him leaving when we tracked down Ivanov, and I had a feeling Remington knew that wasn't going to happen. But making my position as clear as I could wouldn't hurt. I walked over to join them. Nico immediately reached out for me. He wrapped an arm around my waist, and I draped one over his shoulders, pulling him to my side. You doing all right over here? Or are they bothering you? Seriously, Lorenzo, I was trying to have a conversation with him, Henri said, but for some reason, he really does seem to like you a lot. Do you like me? I asked, looking down at Nico. Of course I do. Well, I don't just like Nico, I said, glancing at Remington. I love him more than I ever imagined possible. Remington narrowed his eyes. Is this your way of saying he won't be leaving? He won't be leaving, because he'll be family. I dropped down on one knee and took Nico's hands in mine. Nikolai, will you do me the honor of becoming my husband? Nico stared at me, his mouth opening and closing. You're supposed to answer, Henri said, tapping him on the shoulder. Yes, yes. As tears formed in his eyes, I rose and pulled him to me. Don't cry. He wiped at his eyes. I never thought I'd have a real family. But you do now, Henri said, and it is a really good one. Remington huffed, but when Nico turned to him, he held out his hand. Welcome to the family, Nico. Thank you. I can't believe this is real. We had drawn the attention of others. My brothers, Remington's, and Remington's parents were all watching us. I nodded to Baby. Sorry to steal your glory on your birthday.
No, he doesn't care about birthdays,
Remington's stepmother said. I forced him to have this party.
This is much better. I saw this was coming. The party just provided you a place to do it.
I pulled a ring box from my pocket and opened it. Nikolai smiled when he saw what was inside. A simple gold band, engraved with roses. As soon as I saw you in the rose garden at your father's house, I knew I wasn't going to let you go. Tears ran down his cheeks again as I slipped the ring on his finger.
Oh, Lorenzo. This is perfect.
No, you're perfect. Wow. Since when did Lorenzo get so mushy? Rafe asked. I turned and glared at him. Dante took his arm. I'll get rid of him. I took Nico's hand and led him outside onto the terrace.
This is real, right? He asked. I'm not dreaming?
No, baby, you're not dreaming. But I'm going to make sure the rest of your life is just as good as any dream.
I love you, Lorenzo.
I gave him a gentle kiss. I love you so much. I can't wait to be married to you. He pulled me to him, and we swayed in the dark to the music that was pouring from inside. I could hear the chatter of people, but as far as I was concerned, we were in our own little world there together, one we'd made for each other. Thank you for reading His Forbidden Obsession. I'm excited to introduce another Mafia family. Want to read Dante's story? Learn all about Remington, Lancelot Ambrose, and the rest of the Therios in the Therio Family series. I offer a free book to anyone who joins my mailing list. To learn more, go to sylviaviolet.com/newsletter. You can chat with me on Facebook in Sylvia Violet Salon, and you can email me at sylviaviolet@gmail.com. To read excerpts from all of my titles, visit my website, sylviaviolet.com/books. Please consider leaving a review where you purchased this ebook or on Goodreads. Reviews and word-of-mouth recommendations are vital to independent authors. This has been His Forbidden Obsession.